And I try to remember how it felt before November. 'Cause I'm tired of, yeah, I'm too low, I'm a brother, can't remember. Yeah, I'm too low, I'm a brother, can't remember. Don't you wanna see it try? I can see it show, but don't mean you stay show. I was trying to see your eyes, but I know my point is more. See if I saw you crying, you ain't sorry. Joking too hard. Follow off, feel your eyes, butterflies. Yeah, even in the light, I still feel like I'm starting. Walking till the night, I ain't sure about my life. Said that I could treat you right, but ready you to fly back. Though you're waiting for signs to come, doing the most. You only get so much, I gotta pull you back tighter. And I try to remember how it felt before November. 'Cause I'm tired of, yeah, I'm too low, I'm a brother, can't remember. Brother, can't remember. Yeah, I'm too low, I'm a brother, can't remember.
I wanna know what it feels like when they see me for a good time. I saw your eyes in the headlights. They've been running around my mind. I wanna know what it feels like. I wanna know what it feels like. I wanna know what it feels like.
Yeah.
Speed demon, go loud, high speed, pedal down, fly high, go boom, hot rod, zoom, zoom, zoom. Supersonic, acrobatic, hypersonic, boom, boom. Rocket power, demolition, pedal down, zoom, zoom.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Lovely Thursday, isn't it? Isn't it just a fantastic Thursday? Nothing's going wrong. Everything is great. Honky dory. Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? How we all doing? How we all doing? Okay. I'm going to move that around. Okay. Hi, guys. Hello. Yay. Happy Thursday. Let's see who we have here today. So we have Philly Cheese says, hello, I'm delayed on the tarmac. No problem, Philly Cheese. I'll just hate you forever. I'm just kidding, Philly Cheese. Good luck. I hate getting delayed in plane flights and shit like that. But anyway, let's see who we got. Who do we got in here? We got SoCal. Hello, SoCal. SoCal, you were one of the first ones in here, if not the first one. So glad to see you, SoCal. Well done. Well done. Hello, SoCal. Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. Another great community member. Check out Outer Signal's channel. They're over there on YouTube. Hello, Outer Signal. So glad to see you. James Nordhoff. Hello. So glad to see you here too. James Nordhoff, as always. So glad to see you here. Ooh, excuse me. Gross. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. How are you? Love having you around, Fetty Spaghetti, as always. I love the dog and kitty pictures. They're fantastic. I love them. Everyone loves Fetty Spaghetti's photos. So there you go. Okay. I need an ibuprofen. Give me a second. I love aging. It's fun. Aging is great, guys. Aging is fantastic. All right. Okay. So let's see here. We have Gwen. Hello, Gwen. How are you, Gwen? How are you doing, Gwen? Having a good day, I hope. Hope you're feeling a bit better. Hopefully. We can only hope, right? Hello in your groove. Hello in your groove. How are you doing in your groove? Are you doing well in your groove? Are you doing well? I hope you're doing well in your groove, really. Okay. You've been here for a while. Hello, Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. Always glad to have Jay Williams here. Always glad to have Jay Williams here. Okay, as always. Hello, Jay Williams. Check out Jay Williams' work. Does a lot of good work. Does a lot of art, etc. Okay, so glad you're here. Hello, Body Swap. Hello, Body Swap. Body Swap, also great person. Love having Body Swap around. Hope you're having a great Pride Month there, Body Swap. I hope you are, okay? Let's see here. Macon, it's been a while. Macon, I'm so glad to see you here. It has been a while since I've seen you, Macon. Glad to have you back. How everything going well over there, Macon? In Macon world, I hope so. I know it's been dark recently. I know there's probably much depression and etc. going on in many people's lives. I'm just curious. Hope you're doing better there, Macon. Okay, let's see here. Hello, Burnjabi. Hello, Burnjabi. How are you, Burnjabi? You've been around forever, Burnjabi. So glad to have you here, as always. Okay. Bravo Sierra's here. Hello, Bravo Sierra. Yes, you got banned from the Discord again. That's okay, Bravo Sierra. You know, third time's the charm, right, Bravo Sierra? So we you obviously stay in the streams, keep chatting, etc. We have our server is a collective. It is run democratically and things like that. So, you know, I, however, am a dictator over the stream. So we'll see what happens there. But okay. All right. So, okay. Let's see here. Outer Signal, 'tis a flesh wound. Yes, okay. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. How are you, Lurking Snow Leopard? How are you doing, Lurking Snow Leopard? Okay. I love that. That's just a guy sitting on a toilet. It looks like a frog sitting on a toilet. I love that. Macon says, yes, I've been holding up, feeling a bit better than before. That's good, Macon. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Really. Thank you. I'm not thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. All right, guys. Good, Gwen. Optimism is good. We need optimism. And guys, we're actually going to talk about a few positives today, I guess. I mean, there's going to be sad stuff. There always is. But we're going to be talking about the Stonewall Riots, which is kind of cool. If you want to hear about a bunch of queens and stuff fighting back against the po-po and making them scared and shaking their boots, it'll be exciting. Okay, it'll be fun. You get to hear some drag queen sass as well, so that'll be good. It'll be kind of a positive part of the stream today. We also have some news from the from Lego. Thank you, by the way. Good outer signal. You're on top of things. You're on top of things today. Great job. Hello, Sir Bart. Sir Bart's here. Hello, Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. Okay, we'll be talking a bit about so we'll be talking a bit about that. We also have updates for the Lego stuff. Reckless Ben. Someone actually hacked into the police department, where the body cam footage is being held of Reckless Ben's encounters with the police, and they hacked it and they released it. Okay, so we actually have all the footage now that the police were trying to hide from the public in regards to the stuff with Reckless Ben. So we're gonna watch that video that Reckless Ben has released, showing all this footage that they tried to hide. Yes, the Lego stuff, Bravo Sierra. Okay, so you know, it'll be we'll see how that's going. Okay, we'll see how that's going. The Patreon told yes, Sir Burr. Also, Patreon did tell Bricks and Mini Fogs to screw off. We're gonna watch that video. Okay, for those who don't know, hello, LaCroix. How you doing, LaCroix? For those who don't know, Bricks and Minifigs sent a cease and desist letter. Yeah, that's fair in your groove. Apparently, maybe it wasn't a hack. Maybe it was someone inside the police department. That's possible. I'm not quite sure what the details are on that. It was so the Bricks and Minifigs sent to the Patreon a cease and desist letter demanding that they take down all of Reckless Ben's footage and videos. And well, you'll see what happens. But Patreon had a response to that request that we'll watch. Okay, so that's fun. You know, so I love watching this unfold. It's kind of enjoyable. So hopefully today won't be as depressing. There'll always be some dark shit. Okay. There'll always be some very dark shit. But you know, there's also some reasons for revolutionary optimism. Okay. So let's get into it, guys. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? All right. You know what's really funny? You guys notice how the kind of shirt I'm wearing here, okay? A shirt that is, you know, kind of slutty. I acknowledge it's a little slutty. It shows a little bit of skin. Why am I talking about that? Well, it's funny. I gotta tell you, you get one thing that I don't know if you guys know. And by the way, I wear shirts like this because I get very hot. I literally, I get very hot, and you guys know it. If I put on a sweater when it's this temperature outside, I start sweating my ass off. My face turns red. I also like wearing shirts like this because they're super comfortable. But I just wanted to, in honor of Pride Month, I just wanted to point out that you would be surprised at the number of times people make comments to me about like, why are you wearing that? Like, they imply like, why don't you have sleeves or something? Like we're living in a puritanical society that's like trying to slut shame me for wearing like a shirt that shows skin. It's kind of weird. And I know women go through that all the time where like they'll be like, why are you wearing that? Like put, you know, cover up, make sure you cover this up or cover that up. I don't know if it's because I'm gay, but I literally get that shit all the time. And I'm not gonna say where I've heard it, but I do keep hearing it. And it's very strange to me. And you know, I was just speaking to my sister recently, and I was like, she's like, wow, you sound like you're a woman. Like that's what women get all the time. And I'm like, oh, okay. That explains it. Right? Yeah, cover your shoulders, you slut. Exactly. It's weird. No, but guys, I'm not even joking. I have literally gotten emails before. I literally have gotten emails before, people being like, you know, I think you should dress more you know, more appropriately, more professionally. You're kind of trying to show a little skin. It looks like you're trying to show a little skin. Okay, well, fuck you. I don't care. I also find it very comfortable. Okay. And by the way, so, you know, anyway, it's just a funny note there. It's just funny. I just think it's funny that happens. It's just something I wanted to note. Okay. And I don't give a shit. Okay. I don't give a shit. All right. Yeah, I know it's weird result, but here's the thing, guys. I actually like it doesn't even matter to me. I'm almost doing it at this point just to spite people. But I like wearing these kind of shirts. I also really like wearing sweaters. They're big and comfortable, but you know, I get really hot. So whatever, it doesn't matter. But like, it's just weird to me. Anyway, yeah, it's stupid, Gwen. It's just weird how we're like weird about people's bodies. Okay, and yeah, you know what? That's fine. If this, by the way, if this brings in more people, I'm all for it. I would gladly slut it up a little bit. Okay, to bring in more people. But regardless, doesn't matter. Okay, okay. Let's go on, guys. So, meet in the middle and wear a sweater vest. Ew, SoCal. No, okay, that wouldn't look good. Anyway, yeah, Fetterman gets to wear a hoodie. Women should be able to wear whatever they want. I totally agree. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a weird side note there. Okay. Okay, let's go on, guys. We have some things to talk about. We have some news items. We'll start with the news items. No, seriously, Drusilla. It's like, what's the point? Okay. Okay, let's get into it, right? So we have some news items to talk about. Then we'll talk about the Stonewall riots as part of our coverage over the our coverage on for Pride Month, okay, of various things about LGBTQ plus history. And so let's begin, shall we? Oh, excuse me, I'm burping left and right. I'm sorry, I'm a goddamn pig. All right, so let's start with some news here. Honestly, first of all, let's start with okay, I don't know how to frame this. I don't know where to start. So, okay, we'll start with the bad news and then just kind of go from there. How about that? And because there's some good news too. The bad news, of course, is that Israel and Lebanon came to a ceasefire agreement, and then almost immediately Israel started bombing Hezbollah. So obviously that's not happening. Okay. Sorry, Jay Williams. Okay. So obviously this is ongoing, and Israel doesn't want to start the war. And it's stupid. I don't know what to tell you. Look at this comment. I know, Drusilla. It's weird, and I can't imagine. Now that happened a while ago, but I can't imagine what would. I've actually gotten comments on videos like that. I also can't imagine what would happen if I were a woman. I imagine it'd be worse, right? It'd probably be much worse. But anyway, so on a side note, Israel continues its war of aggression against Lebanon, and look at this headline. Isn't this a funny headline? Speaking of manufacturing consent. The New York Times headline: Israel trade strikes with Hezbollah, leaving new ceasefire with Lebanon in doubt. Well, by definition, if you're exchanging strikes with an organization within the other country's borders, that the ceasefire isn't in doubt. There isn't one, right? So, like, no, I know, Philly cheese, right? It's okay. Trump basically said ceasefires don't actually exist. That's true, Philly cheese. I mean, in this case, okay, that's definitely the case. But this I want to, maybe this isn't manufacturing consent, but the very notion that this is a headline that someone was allowed to publish is funny. It's like not even that depressing. It's just funny. It's like, is this The Onion? Why the fuck would you publish Israel trade strikes with Hezbollah, leaving the new ceasefire in doubt? That's not a ceasefire. That's not in doubt. That's just not a ceasefire. Anyway, so just, obviously that's continuing. More ethnic cleansing, more violence against all the countries around it because Israel is a Nazi state. Oopsie, did I say it again? Whoopsie, hoo. I better be careful about the algorithm. Fuck it. Okay, Israel's a Nazi state. I don't give a shit. And most Israelis are Nazis. Yeah, I'll say it again. Most Israelis are Nazis. Most Israelis are Nazis. Okay, that's a problem. Okay. So Bravo Sierra, I don't know why, but Marco Rubio is the only person I like in Trump's cabinet. I don't like any of no, I'm afraid, Bravo Sierra, that Marco Rubio is a monster also. Okay. He also is a monster. Just because someone is competent and experienced doesn't mean they're not monsters. He's a goddamn monster. I do not like Marco Rubio. He's a neocon. He never, I know, guys. This is hilarious. Though, so Bravo Sierra, this might be why you were kicked out of the Discord. And I don't mean to be rude by saying that, but this is why the community probably rightfully voted you out of the Discord, okay? Listen, we like having you in the Discord. We like having you in here, but like I don't know why you could like Marco Rubio. Are you an elite? Are you a billionaire or like a multimillionaire, Bravo Sierra? Because he's not doing anything for you. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's okay. That's okay. Not a fan of Marco Rubio. He's a neocon monster. But actually that makes sense. Do you like neocons, right, Bravo Sierra? You like neocons. I got the impression from you that you're actually kind of like neocon ideology, which I love having you in here. I love having you in here. But like, that's lunacy. Okay. Anyway, but that's okay. We'll continue. Yeah, outer signal. We're talking about Coca-Cola Marco, okay? War criminal Marco, correct. Yeah, Rubio never saw a war he didn't want to engage in. Hello, Inverted Panda. How are you doing, Inverted Panda? How are you doing? Okay, let's go on, guys. So that's going on. I don't want to talk much about it as much as saying I know Lurky's delivered. As much as saying that that's continuing. Okay, that's continuing. All right. So let's go on here, guys. We have hello politics. How are you doing, politics? How are you doing, politics? Let's go on here. Let's watch some news. Let's watch a let's there are some positive things here. First, I don't know if I want to get too much into it. So here is the I know it's okay. Uh okay. Oh goodness. All right. Well, but see, okay. I don't want to argue with you right now, Bravo Sierra, but like Bravo Sierra, you do know that that is a ridiculous way of thinking. Just because someone talks and looks good doesn't mean they're a good person. Hitler talked and looked pretty good. Hitler was very charismatic. That does not make him a good person. Okay, moving on. So here we have here's another fun story that I think is hilarious that how the media has been covering it. You will keep seeing right, shocking, Laquabwa. If you guys noticed, I don't know if anyone heard yesterday, the House of Representatives, uh, was like, okay, voted to limit Trump's ability to declare war and limited Trump's ability to declare war or to put troops on the ground in Iran. Okay. Now, let me put it this way. A majority of the House voted to limit Trump's ability to put troops on the ground in Iran. Now, if you were to, okay, I know, shocking, right, Sir Bart? If you were to look at the mainstream media, okay, accounts of this, all over mainstream media, there would be accounts of saying how Trump has been rebuked. Trump has been rebuked. The House rebukes Trump in historical first. Trump humiliated by the House. Republicans back humiliating Trump in the House, even though very few Republicans actually voted for this. But it's all bullshit, folks. It's not true. Okay, I got to tell you guys, people in the House know. So first of all, guys, what happens to a bill in the House if it passes the Senate and the House? What then does it have to? What then happens if it gets to Donald Trump? What then happens? Okay, what then happens? Tell me. If you pass a bill in the Senate, yeah, he can veto it, and he's gonna veto it. He said he's gonna veto it, and there is not nearly enough votes in the House in order to overturn that veto. That we all know that. It's obvious. So why is it then that the Democrats especially, but also the Republicans, are saying how this is a rebuke? Because they know it's not. This is performative. It is performative. Okay, it's very performative. Yeah, like this idea that so they vote. I would guess, guys. I would guess that if they thought that Trump wasn't going to veto it and that they didn't have a veto-proof majority by doing it, they probably would have voted no on it. Okay, so we have the system set up in a way where our politicians can vote the opposite of what they want to vote, but because they know how the vote's going to turn out, they can then claim that they actually support, that they actually believe what they're voting, right? You see what I mean? So I am curious how many more of them would have voted no on it if they knew it was going to, if it was possible that it was going to be overturned. You see what I mean? It's all marketing. It's all marketing. It's all symbolic and it means nothing. It means nothing. It has no legal weight. None. Okay? None. So I'm sick of it. And it says here, it calls it Trump's congressional losing streak. I guess, but nothing has changed. It's not like maybe he wanted them to vote a different way, but it doesn't matter because nothing legally changes. So please thank you, Marzipan Power. So please just be careful about this. All right. Just be careful about it. How the media reports these things and realize that it's not, yeah, Sir Bart, it's the same old look at us. We're fighting for you. Don't come for us with pitchforks and torches. Right? Right. So, just to be clear there, it says House Republicans for the first time failed to block an effort to halt the Iran war. Okay. Maybe it is, maybe it is. Honestly, I read it really quickly this morning. Let's read it real fast. We'll figure out what exactly it says. Trying to see here. Right. I'm trying to see if it actually says exactly what's in it. It basically limits his ability to an anti-war. It basically limits his ability to go declare war. It doesn't say here. I just remember it limits his ability to declare war on Iran. And I mean, not to declare war, but to send troops into Iran. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Jonas. Well, welcome, Jonas, to hell. Okay, welcome to hell, Jonas. So that's good. So it's just beware. All right. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit talking points and nonsense and other useless shit. Okay. All right. So just be aware of that. It doesn't mean a damn thing. Okay. Anyway, so it's all theater. So that just wanted to point that out. So if you see that in the media and like all the mainstream news sources were talking about it, it's just not, it's nothing. It's nothing. And I'm sick of the theater. I'm sick of the theater. I'm very sick of the theater. It also, guys, you have to be one of the dangerous parts about the theater is it gives people the illusion, that shit is happening, that change is happening, that there's actual organized resistance taking place, that Trump is being rebuked. No, he's not. Okay. And people will be slower to be radicalized in a way that'll make them resist more if they think that there's progress being made. Okay, so this is a dangerous way of lying. Okay, right, politics. Welcome to hell. That's so good. So just a note there. God bless these United States of America. Moving on. So here's a piece of positive news. You have a piece of positive news. Yeah, false hope. Literally, Gwen, false hope. And like, I don't blame people who need the hope. Right. I do not blame people who need hope. There is hope, guys, and maybe I'll try to give you guys more hope in this stream. Okay, this is the fun endpoint of postmodernist BS. You're right, Fox Emblem. You're absolutely right. So Marzipan Power, Sam, unrelated and less serious, but I saw a guy wearing a "Let's Go Brandon" hat at my boxing gym yesterday, and it annoyed me. Even now, they're still wearing that shit. Marzipan Power. I'm sorry, that's annoying. Okay, I totally agree, LaQuabois. I totally agree. So LaQuabois says, I'm trying to get better about reading your comments out loud. LaQuabois says, like, that's good in theory, but Congress should actually take back their power to declare war back from the executive. I agree. To be clear, guys, we have had a slow creation over the past many decades of what is called the imperial presidency, the ability of the president to basically act like an emperor in regards to war and peace. And it has been Congress that has allowed the executive to do this by not pushing back. Okay. So Congress has almost unilaterally given up their power over the presidency in regards to declaring war and using military force. Now, well, okay. So the legislative really needs to reassert its authority over the presidency. Because right now we have an imperial presidency, and I'm actually going to do a stream on it sometime about the birth, growth, and expansion of the imperial presidency. Okay, or I can give you another example, guys. So there have been times in American history where the executive branch was extremely weak. If you go back, name some presidents, guys, that no one knows about, which is going to be hard for you to name, because you guys might not remember them. What are some presidents that like no one knows anything about or no one cares about? List some of them. Does anyone know any of these guys that have like names you only hear if you're reading a list of presidents? What about like, I don't know, Harding. There you go. Warren G. Harding. James Polk. Okay. Chester B. Arthur. William Henry Harrison. Okay. Fillmore. Okay, all these guys, the reason we don't know about them is because though they existed during a time when the legislative branch was far more powerful than the executive branch. Okay, in that time period, presidents had much less power, and they typically viewed their job more as enforcers of what the legislative branch says. And so, yeah, there have been different times. Yeah, Pierce, there you go. There have been different times in American history where there has been a reduction in the power of the executive. And so in those times, we don't even think about those presidents because they were weak. They didn't have much power. Okay. So it's not like we can't go back to that in some way. Right. Now, that's not to say that those other times were great. They weren't in a lot of ways. But okay. We have decided to allow the president to have this much power. Okay. Anyway. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing? So here's a positive story, guys. Here's a positive story. Now, guys, I know. I know that John Bolton is being targeted because Trump doesn't like him. Okay? Trump doesn't like him. All right. Yes, Gwen, 9/11 definitely accelerated the process. Real fast, guys. So, yes, 9/11 definitely accelerated the process of the imperial presidency, but it goes back a really long time. It goes back probably, well, probably even before this, but FDR was one of the big expanders of this, okay, to be honest with you. There have been other presidents who expanded it. Yeah, it's been going on for a while, but it definitely massively accelerated underneath uh after 9/11. So, oh my gosh, one second. One of my lights, the covering on my light just fell off. I'm going to talk to you while I'm fixing it. Give me a second. Okay. So I know we don't like John Bolton, right? He's a massive, monstrous war criminal, neocon, fascist piece of shit, right? Who never saw a war he didn't like. He thinks bloodshed is like, it should be America's pastime, which it already is. But John Bolton is a monstrous human being who oh, god damn it. Okay, one second, guys. I need to fix this shit now. It's very dark in here. John Bolton is a monstrous human being, right? And I don't know if you guys remember. But he didn't get along with Donald Trump that much, right? Yeah, well, shit. One second here. One second. Goddamn this light. This goddamn light. Goddamn. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. So he did not get along with Donald Trump very much. Okay. One second. He didn't get along with him because Donald Trump, weirdly enough, John Bolton was more militant than Trump was. And so Donald Trump didn't like him because he kept arguing with him about what Trump wanted to do. In his first presidency, okay? In his first presidency, by the way. That's not to say Trump isn't militant. Why won't this stay in here? Did this break? If this broke, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. This thing is not cheap. Okay, there we go. And then after John Bolton resigned, quote unquote, he was fired, John Bolton wrote a book about Donald Trump talking about how much of a lunatic he was, okay? There we go. We're done. We're done. I fixed it. It's fixed. It's fixed. Okay, I fixed it. Okay? He's a monster. John Bolton is an awful person. I can't stand him. So honestly, he should have been in prison many years ago. He should have been in prison many years ago. Now, obviously, Donald Trump doesn't like John Bolton because John Bolton is a political enemy of his. Okay, and speaks badly about him. So, obviously, I'm not saying I like the reason he is having to plead guilty because it's a fake, it is a very fake lawsuit. But honestly, I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't give a fuck. If John Bolton's going to be targeted by a frivolous lawsuit by Donald Trump and it just happens to make me happy because he's a goddamn monster, I'm all for it. So, guys, John Bolton is having to reach a plea agreement. And plead guilty over releasing classified information in his book. I'm all for it. So he's actually getting a guilty verdict of illegal retention of classified information, which he should be charged with war crimes. Alas, which could result in a fine and possibly prison time of up to 5 years. Okay, so let's hope he gets the 5 years. Oh, I know, Philly cheese. He needs much more time than that. Obviously, the crime he should be charged with is war crimes and massive. There should be a lot of. He should get a lot more time in prison. But his suffering brings me joy, and I think it should bring all of you joy. Okay, yeah, of course, outer signal, of course. Yeah. So there he is. Look at that stupid face. Look at that. So here we go. John Bolton, the national security advisor to President Trump in his first term, has reached a tentative deal with prosecutors to plead guilty to mishandling classified information when he compiled notes for a book that was harshly critical of the president. Okay. A notice in Maryland federal court where Mr. Bolton was indicted last year indicates he is now scheduled for a pre-arraignment hearing. Okay, under the terms of the plea deal, which still requires approval. Okay. still requires approval from a judge, Mr. Bolton plans to plead guilty to a single count of illegal retention of classified information and pay a fine, facing anywhere from no prison time to 5 years of incarceration when he is sentenced. Okay? So the idea here is that he will he'll plead guilty to a single count of that shit. Okay, a single count of retention of classified information and pay a fine. And in result, he'll go anywhere from no prison time to 5 years of incarceration. So he's getting less of a charge than he would have previously. Okay. Exactly. If Mr. Bolton had gone to trial and lost, he could have faced decades in prison. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right, Lacroix. He'll probably just get a fine and some probation, but I love it. I don't care. I'm still happy. Any kind of punishment he can get, I'm fine. I know. I'm a monster. I know. Please hate me. I know. Oh my God. Okay. I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like why he's doing it against John Bolton, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck John Bolton. Okay. So SoCal, isn't it ironic that Bolton is facing this yet Donnie douche-tard yeah, of course, SoCal. Complete hypocrisy, right? Because Donald Trump did the exact same thing. He kept classified documents in a fucking bathroom, right? In Mar-a-Lago, and like just had boxes of classified documents hanging around everywhere. And by the way, it was well known that at Mar-a-Lago there were Chinese, Russian agents and things like that. People that would hang out. So like, okay, it's just funny shit. It's funny shit. What can I say? So, but guys, we can take a little bit of joy in the suffering of John Bolton, right? We can take a little joy in the suffering of John Bolton. All right. I know that's not the real, we're not supposed to get that out of this story because by the way, we do know that John Bolton is still on. Louise, I don't know. Okay. Oh, of course, Lacroix. No, you're totally right. You're totally right, Lacroix. It's just annoying that people in charge rarely serve even time, even for the kind of crimes they are found guilty of. 100% Lacroix, right? Okay. Louise, could this set a precedent for when, if ever, Trump gets charged with anything? Probably not, Louise, because he's too powerful. Because this system here doesn't, we don't go after the powerful. I don't know what else to tell you. So, and there's all these weird exceptions that Trump tries to claim because he's president that a lot of the courts agree with because the judges have been selected by him. So I doubt it'll set a precedent for anything. All right. So I don't want anyone to think that this is like that, like, oh my God, a bad guy is being held bad, powerful guy is being held accountable. No, he's not really being held accountable. I'm just saying that we should be happy at his suffering. Okay. It's not much suffering, but I'm willing to accept a little bit of suffering. He still needs more suffering. You see what I mean? I don't know how to frame this. I know. Maybe I'm being too joyous about it. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Lacroix. They said that he can't really do a crime while in office. But Mr. Judge, look at their character, right? Philly cheese, hilarious. So anyway, by the way, guys, CNN, MSNBC, and Fox still have John Bolton on as a commentator. I mean, they still have him on because CNN takes him seriously. So does MSNBC. It's very strange to me. Very strange to me that they have this war criminal monster on all the time. Kind of representative of the country, isn't it? Jonas, oh, that's easy, Jonas. Jonas says, I don't understand how Trump avoided prison time. Well, because that's how this country works. Okay. That's because this country, that's how the system works. It is made to not go after the wealthy and powerful. Okay. It is made to not go after the wealthy and powerful. It is made to, the Supreme Court is selected by the president. All right. And you can litigate. If you have a lot of money, you can pay tons of lawyers to litigate out anything to death. Okay. Like literally the system is built to protect the elite. It's been designed by them. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's just, and guys, to be clear, and in defense of the founding fathers, who I do not normally defend, but I think everyone here would agree, even people who know a lot about the founding of America, that was not the intention of the founding fathers. They wanted the president to be able to be held accountable just like anyone else, like they did, because they didn't want a king type situation. That's like the one thing that practically they all agreed on, but apparently we can't stick to that, right? We haven't stick to that, and we probably never will. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a shame that our first felon president is lame as hell, right? I'd be okay with a felon president as long as it was a felony I agreed with. Okay. That's fair, Dolly Boy. Some of them didn't want a king. Other ones did kind of want a king, but they did all agree that that person should be held accountable by the law. Um, okay. Anyway, so it's just dumb, right? It's just dumb. All right. Okay, yeah, I don't think they quite envisioned a president like Trump. The weird thing is, Louise, is that they kind of did. Let me rephrase that, Louise. They kind of were worried about a populist president that would uh, disobey the law and make himself a king. The issue is that the modern America doesn't give a shit. Okay, and the corporate interests don't give a shit. And yeah. Okay. What the problem was that capitalism ended up happy. You see what I mean, Louise? So but like, it doesn't matter, right? The point is, it doesn't matter. That was many years ago. No, it's fine, Outer Signal. I'm kind of glad you did it because I was just ignoring it. But I'm glad you did it. Okay. Because I'm honestly at the end of my rope here, Outer Signal. So thank you for that. Okay. You prevented me from getting derailed. Okay. I don't exactly like anyway. Whatever. Okay, Dolly Boy, cough, Andrew Jackson. That's true, Dolly Boy. That actually is, yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. That's very true. Okay. So it did happen a few times, but like at the beginning, they didn't want it to happen. All right. Shall we go on, guys? So there we go. So that just a note there, I'm happy. I don't really care. I mean, I care that Donald Trump is getting away with breaking the law and things like that, obviously, because he's a monster. And yeah, but I'm not sad that John Bolton is getting hurt by it. I'm really not. Fuck it. Okay, let's go on. If I were president, I'd probably try to find him guilty of worse crimes. Okay, but it wouldn't be a personal vendetta because he targeted me. It'd be because he's a monster and a war criminal. All right. Yeah, that exactly. Dolly Boy, you're right. Not that Jackson was great; he was awful, right? This isn't the first time we've had something like that in American history. And Dolly Boy, you know history too much. Stop it! How dare you? Okay. Anyway, let's go on, guys. So those are those three stories. I got two more, and we'll make this quick. These are two UK stories. We won't make it that quick. Okay. How dare you, Dolly Boy, know too much. Okay, Reform UK. Now, we've talked about this. Someone mentioned to me previously, so I looked it up, and it's right that the Reform Party in the UK, guys, the far right wing populist party, uh, okay, it was just a gift, bro. Oh my God, Jonas, I hate it. It turns out that who would have thought that they're receiving millions from the crypto billionaires and foreign donors? Wow, that's true, Lacroix. It is, okay? At least he did. Now, admittedly, so Lacroix, Jackson's populism is what gave suffrage to all white men. Yes. And at least, and I'm not saying that that's good. It is good, right? It is good to give suffrage to all white men, even if it's racist. It is better than what was before. Do you see what I mean? He should have given it to everyone. But at least he actually did something that increased democracy a little bit, a little tiny bit. Barely. There was still slavery and stuff. But like anyway, not Trump though. Okay. So Reform UK has been receiving millions from the crypto billionaires and foreign donors. Yeah, Gwen, listen, I am not, God, you all know too much about history. I'm not complimenting Andrew Jackson. He was a genocidal maniac. Okay. I'm just saying that most of the times, yes, I know, most of the times, how dare all of you, most of the times when you have a populist, they at least do one thing that the people like, okay? And that is good for something. That was a small thing he did, and he did a bunch of other, he was mainly a horrific man. I'm just saying Trump hasn't even done shit like that, okay? He was a genocidal maniac who slaughtered Native Americans, did the Trail of Tears, which is one of the worst crimes in history, okay? How dare you, Jay Williams? I hate all of you. How dare you all be so smart? Just let me lie to you about history, okay? Come on. Just smile and nod. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so Reform UK is massively funded by the crypto bros, etc. So that's good. Are we shocked by that? So Reform UK received £9 million from donors in the first quarter of the year, the largest given to any political party in that period, according to the latest data. Okay. Electoral Commission figures show that Nigel Farage's party received its largest single contribution from a Thailand-based crypto billionaire, Christopher Harborne, a £3 million donation between January and March of 2026. Hong Kong-based cryptocurrency magnate Ben Dello also donated £4 million to reform, delivered in £2 million lump payments. Another one, David Granger, donated over $1 million to reform. Okay, £1 million to reform. Okay, the Conservative Party also got £6 million, but that was second to reform. Okay. The single largest donation was to the Tories, was from $1.1 million from Mary V. Doran. Okay. So now, by the way, Labor also received $4 million from two big donors, Lord David Sainsbury and Gary Lubner, and who I don't know who those are. Okay. But to be clear, all right, I don't know about the funding of UK elections, and I'm going to need to do some research on it because this is fascinating to me. I don't know how the funding works in the UK. The problem is, guys, is that, this is obviously the elites are backing the crazy right-wing parties. Why? Guys, come on. Okay, we have talked about this multiple times in stream. Why are they doing that? Why are the elites trying to fund the far right crazy party that scapegoats immigrants? Come on, we know it, don't we? What would be the purpose in focusing? Yeah, Jonas, they don't want the Greens to win. They're fighting back against the rise of the left. And so what do you do if you're trying to fight back against the rise of like pushing to stop climate change and things like that? You scapegoat. You distract people. Okay? You distract people. You send your money to groups that are promoting demonizing immigrants and are blaming all the country's problems on immigrants. It's not the capitalist class and the donors and the wealthy that are causing the problems. It's Pakistani immigrants, okay? It's not that we have a class of power elite in the United States that are causing problem. It's that trans people are getting out of hand, okay? Like, come on, guys. Obviously, right? That's what they're doing, and I'm not surprised at all. This is like how it always goes. And as the green rises, even if the wealthy donors do not like the reform, they will prefer reform over the Green Party. And have we not talked about this multiple times? This is predictable and it's disgusting. And I'm very sad that it's happening over there now too. Okay. So yeah, a lot of money pouring into the conservatives and to reform, all right, to try and stop what the people of the UK want, the pushback that they're getting from the people of the UK. All right, and this is scary because this is the cycle that causes fascism. This is the cycle which we've talked about, right? This is the cycle that causes fascism. Because, more and more people will vote for reform as Labor refuses to do much. Notice Labor has been bribed too. Not as much, but they've been bribed too. And they're not going to go out of their way to push back against the elite of the UK while they're receiving money from them. And so you see how now Labor's going to be stagnated. So they're not going to change much. People will further get radicalized as they see Labor and conservatives not doing enough. And the wealthy will then be paying the far right to get them more publicity so that people don't turn to the left. Does this make sense? Okay. All right. And it's scary. It's scary. Okay. So, outer signal, CR, you'll love this. CR, you'll love this. The head of Palantir UK is Oswald Mosley's grandson. That is hilarious. Do we all know who Oswald Mosley is? He was the sort of Hitler of the UK. He was the founder of what was it? What's the name of that party? Oh my God, I know this. Not the UK fascist, not the British fascist party. The Union, the Union Party. Shit, what is it called? I'll show you guys. The Oswald Mosley. Thank you. The British Union of Fascists. He was literally like the UK's version of Hitler. Okay. Yeah, and admittedly, that's the one good thing Churchill did is that he cracked down on the British Union of Fascists and crushed them, okay? But Oswald Mosley was like the charismatic leader of that group. I'll show you. He also looks evil. Okay, this is odd. Look at him. Like, this is 1984 level shit. That's Oswald Mosley. Look at that face. Okay, like, He looks like a piece of shit. Anyway, so and they had this symbol. They literally would do the Nazi salute and crap. He was a massive Hitler fanboy. He, by the way, also I did a presentation once on Francis Parker Yockey, the transnational. No, he wasn't transnational fascist guy, and he had known Francis Parker Yockey. So that's him. I didn't know that. That's funny. So the grandson of Oswald Mosley is the leader of Palantir's UK branch. Not surprising. Not surprising at all, but that's really funny. Okay, that's really dark, but really funny. So anyway, yeah, obviously, we're seeing the same thing happen in the UK that happened here. Hilarious, Ninjester. Worst history teacher ever. Didn't even mention Bolton's hand in the Battle of Blackfire Pass. Okay, yeah, well, that's true. Okay, you're right, Jay Williams. As a matter of fact, that is what the Italian fascist. So Jay Williams says there's a fascist youth group in Italy today that uses that symbol. Yeah. Okay, correct. Anyway, so obviously, well, I'm not surprised. Not surprised. Look, and by the way, the Green Party only received $300,000 in donations. Even the Liberal Democrats received $2.9 million. So the Greens got barely any donations, which is the point that I'm making, right? Because the elites don't want to give money to the Green Party because they are actually want to push back against the elites. Okay. The latest data on donations on political parties comes after Labor clamped down on the amount that foreign-based donors can give to political parties. Donors based abroad now face a cap of $100,000 a year on the amount that they can give to political parties. Okay. This is hilarious. This is such a fucking lie. This is so funny. Reform leader Mr. Farage has insisted the billionaire does not want anything in return for his donations. Oh, okay. So the billionaire just gave all this money to Farage out of the kindness of his heart, right? Nothing. He's like, here, take this. I don't want anything from you. Take this money. Okay, I'm sure that's the case. And actually, it is possible that that's the case. It's possible that the billionaire already knows that reform. Yeah, but it's possible he knows already that reform will do what he wants. So he just didn't say because he's like, I know what you'll do. But we know that they probably have a direct phone line to each other, right? Most of the time when these donations take place, I've literally studied this. Literally, these people will have a direct phone call to the president or the leader or the person they donate to. Okay. So like you can literally, most of the time, this buys you a direct phone link to the person the party you donated to. So he could probably call reform up at any point and be like, hey, can you do this or do that? All right. Yeah, right, Dolly boy. So again, this is like, all right. I am proud that reform, though. It said, I'm sorry, well, not reform. I'm proud that Labor actually tried to crack down on this. It said in there that they limited donations from foreign-based people to $100,000. It should be nothing. People, big wealthy donors shouldn't be allowed to donate, or at least they should only be allowed to donate like $100 each, just like anyone else. There should be different ways of doing this, but yeah, still, okay. At least they tried to limit it. Lacroix, when do you just yeah, absolutely, Lacroix, absolutely. My point here, Lacroix, is like, so absolutely, Lacroix says even when you do just small dollar donations, you're sort of saying, hey, I want you to do things you say you're doing. That's why I support you. Correct, Lacroix. And that's my point here is like, even if he didn't verbally say to Farage, this is what I want you to do, and here's the money. It is implied by the donation, right? So, okay. And the fact that it's so much money makes it much more likely that that person will get their way over the majority of people in the UK. So obviously, there's that. I'm not surprised about this. I'm going to do more research on how election funding works in the UK because I don't know much about it. And you guys, you got to look at the economic foundations of electoral systems to understand what's actually happening. Follow the money, which is what I do in America. And so I'm going to try to figure out the election laws and stuff over there that'll help me get a better picture of how politics are working over in the UK. But okay. All right. Let's go on here. Last story that we're going to talk about today, also coming from the UK. Okay, also coming from the UK. This story, guys, okay. UK teen Harry Nowak's murder fuels protests as far-right politicians claim response shows two-tier policing. This is bad. This is bad. And because of how it looks and how it's going to radicalize the right wing. So, all right. There was an 18-year-old. Now, guys, I don't know all the in and outs of the story. I got to tell you. Oh, what is this, Louise? What is this? I'm going to see what Louise just sent me.
Nigel Farage has once again.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to talk about what happened, then we'll watch that. Okay, thank you for sending that. That's perfect. So there was a teen who was murdered, and from the details of what I know, he was stabbed multiple times. Okay, he was stabbed multiple times. Okay, and he was stabbed by Vikram Digwa. Allegedly was stabbed by Vikram Digwa last December after an argument in the city of Hampton, excuse me. Oh, you sent one too, Gwen. Thank you. Okay. Okay. And he apparently after an argument. This is what I've heard about it. Okay. And Digwa was he was convicted. Okay. Oh yeah, I knew that. Digwa was actually convicted of this. All right. He was convicted of murder last week and sentenced to life in prison. Now, you guys can tell by the guy's name that he is so Victim Digwa. What is he from India or Pakistan or like has origins there? I'm not saying like family origins there. I don't know if he was a migrant. He was a Sikh. Okay. Apparently the reason that this happened was because and I understand Vikram Digwa. Vikram Digwa says that he's very sick of being targeted for racist attacks and things like that. So he responded in anger. That's the claim. Now they say in court, they said that they showed in court that isn't true, that he made up being a victim of this stuff. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Vikram Digwa shouldn't have stabbed this guy because he's a human being. Human beings do shit like this. It has nothing to do with him being a Sikh. Okay, that's complete bullshit. His skin color doesn't matter. The fact that he's a Sikh doesn't matter. Okay, he's a man and he lost his shit. Okay, and he did something horrible by stabbing this kid. Okay, now, yeah, he should probably be found guilty. If that's what the evidence shows, et cetera, et cetera. The problem here, guys, is that the police really fucked up how they handled this. When they approached the yet somehow the Pakistani. Oh, I know, Jonas. Okay. But on Jonas, this is going to sound dark. Jonas says, yet somehow the Pakistani community is being targeted for this for some reason. To be clear, Jonas, in the minds of a lot of these folks, there's no difference. And I know this sounds dark, but in the minds of these folks, Pakistani, Sikh, Indian, Arab, they're all brown people. They're all the same. Okay. And I know that sounds dark, but yeah, okay, there's actually been studies on this. A lot of times these groups of people are grouped together in people's minds as like the dark masses. So yeah, they probably are targeting the Pakistani community, but to them, it's not much of a difference. Okay, a Sikh, a Pakistani, they're brown, they're not white. Okay, they're not like us. All right, I'm just being honest. That's how a lot of times this works. Okay, so politics. He accused racism. He accused racism and defended himself from systemic racism, seeking the first white person. Yes, correct. Politics. Okay, and so the police, when they came and found him, okay, when the police came and found him, okay, casually racist. Yeah, okay. They found the kid on the ground. They found the kid on the ground, bleeding, having been stabbed multiple times, and the police fucking arrested him. They put him in handcuffs and laid him on the ground, and like didn't do much to help him at all while he was bleeding out. Like in a horrific act of police malpractice, he was the victim and they treated him like a perpetrator. And the kid, he also claimed he couldn't breathe. They didn't believe him when he said he had been stabbed. Okay. Digwa claimed he was okay. Anyway, Novak's father said that the police had treated his son inhumanely. Yeah, that's some American police shit. And here's what worries me, guys. I've said before that something that radicalizes people is when the government makes a big mistake. And it can radicalize the right wing too. for the people in the UK, what has been the narrative amongst the right wing when it comes to the police and violence done by ethnic minority groups? The narrative on the right wing has been that the police, ignore violence and assault done by minority groups. It's not true, by the way, but that's the narrative, right? That the police ignore it, that they underplay it, and that they hide the results of these investigations. That the government and the police do these things to cover for ethnic minorities that are in the country and migrants. And then the police go and do this and really fuck up. And it makes it look like they're trying to cover for this migrant stabbing this guy. All right. It's bullshit, mind you. It is bullshit. But the right wing is going to exploit this narrative. And they already are. Okay. And look, they're like, look, they let this poor white kid die after being attacked by a brown guy. So I am deeply worried about this. And especially if, and it's times like these that result in things like pogroms and like increased attacks on minorities. So be careful if you're over there, seriously. Okay. And yeah, they claim that they do two-tier policing, Gwen, which is like, there's all these stats that show that's not true. A lot of that crap. Okay. Yeah. Oh, totally. Jonas. Yeah. Oh, totally, Jonas. And to be clear, Jonas, right? You're right. People don't get mad when the police kill a brown person over in the UK, right? They're like, people don't get as enraged. People don't get as enraged as when there's like massive Islamophobia, right? So obviously all this has to do with racism. The problem being, of course, that the right wing is going to easily be able to exploit this, regardless of whether it's right or not. I'm nervous for the people over there because the right wing is going to run, they're going to use their bullshit narrative to make this sound worse. Okay. So, all right. So there we go. And so this is terrifying. And just be careful if you're over there. Once again, the police fuck things up. All right. And whether or not, police always make things worse. I swear to God. Okay. So, of course, Keir Starmer even said there were serious questions for the police to answer. Okay. I have seen the body cam footage. It's harrowing, he said. And I have to say, the father of a 17-year-old boy, I feel sick. I know. It's so stupid, Gwen. Gwen said the right wing is saying, why aren't there protests like George Floyd happening? So fucking stupid. These people are goddamn Neanderthals. Sir Bart, you know what's funny? I bet majority of UK police are white as well, as if white cops are going to be racist. No, I know. It's stupid, Sir Bart. It is stupid. It is stupid, okay? And, like, obviously, this has nothing to do... Come on, let's admit it, guys. The police would almost certainly have gone after the other guy more, okay? This is a fluke. This is somewhat of a fluke, okay? This is not... Like, they would target the brown guy more, probably, okay, if they had the chance. All right. So, yeah, Jay Williams, really bad anti-immigrant sentiment in Europe right now. So just be cautious about this, okay? UK Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, who's responsible for law enforcement in the country, rejected the notion that people have different standards for different communities, and she urged lawmakers not to allow this murder to turn communities against one another. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, Cal. Right. Louise. Okay. Wait, sorry. Who's the Cal, Louise? Who's the Cal? Forgive me. I'm trying. Is this person Shabana? I don't know who she is. Forgive me. Okay. Can we politics? Can we call them featherless right chicken wings? Can't fly, missing the left feathered wing, trying to lift them up. Politics. I like that analogy. Can we call them featherless right chicken wings? They can't fly, and they're missing the left feathered wing, which is trying to lift them up. Oh, I like that, politics. Okay, Gwen, it was because what they were told on the radio, the stabber's brother called 911. Got you. Okay, so got you. So they were lied to by the radio. So it wasn't even that they were... Okay, so that makes it even more sense. They were lied to. They were lied to. They were told that the guy that was stabbed was probably the perpetrator, weren't they? So, okay. So it's not like the police... Okay. Regardless, the right wing would have exploited this no matter what. Okay. Almost everything I hear about the police in the UK are, as an American, is the right-wing narrative. Correct, Lacroix. And so, okay, but this is bullshit, right? They claim racism, yet the same police forces crack down on pro-Palestinian protesters while they let Nazis. Of course, guys, of course, the UK police typically target minorities and pro-Palestinian people. Obviously, they're a police force, right? I mean, we're lefties. We know the reality. That's why this is a bullshit narrative. But it doesn't change the fact that this is a bad. This gives the right wing a boost, and it's scary. And just be careful. It's a lie, but that's what the right wing thrives on. The right wing thrives on lies. Okay, so be cautious over there. I know we have a lot of folks in here that are people of color and that live in the UK. Okay, so be careful, please, if you weren't already. All right, so there's that story. So that's some of the dark stuff that's happening, guys, in the world. Some positive stuff, some dark stuff, mainly dark stuff, as always. Okay. Ugh. All right. We good? Any more comments? Let's watch what Louise sent us real fast, and then I'll watch what Gwen sent us as well. This is did Nigel Farage incite violence with his call for pure cold rage? Really? He said that? Okay, of course he did. Of course he did. Of course he did. Okay. Is that true, Jonas? You say that? Okay. You know, Jonas, again, as you guys know, I'm not an expert on the UK politics. So Jonas said, in fairness, the police here were trying to fix institutional racism for a long time now. Now they're trying to undo all of it. Thank you, Jonas. Okay, I'll look into that. So let's watch.
Nigel Farage has once again gone as close as he can to what feels like incitement before stepping back and saying, oh no, I'm just saying, you might feel quite angry. You might feel angry with the system. You might feel angry with the tragedy. You might feel angry with the outcome. I'm not suggesting you do anything. I'm just saying it would be normal to feel pure cold rage. This is a verbal tick that Farage has.
Okay, what did he say?
Where he can always deny what happens next.
Right, Sir Bart.
It wasn't him.
But come on, Sir Bart. You know the right wing can't think that way because they just Sir Bart says if you take not even 5 minutes to stop and think, you'd come to the conclusion that the police do not gain anything by being lenient to minorities. Use your brain, right? But Sir Bart, right? The right wing can't think that way, right? Because they do what is it called? When everything you see backs up what you already think. Okay. Confirmation bias, right? So like they won't think that way, of course, right? But most people won't because they won't take the time.
That sent people to Southampton. It wasn't him that went on the train like Tommy Robinson to go and start chanting words that were almost certainly horrifying. He was just saying, you might feel that. And what we so often see.
Okay, so he said, Gwen, he said, act with cold, hard rage, and a riot broke out. Yeah, he's doing a dog whistle, obviously. The word act there implies take action. And saying act with cold, hard rage means act in an irrational way, express. Yeah, it's stochastic terrorism, 100%. I've talked about what stochastic terrorism is before, guys. Thank you, Outer Signal. That is where you use words or to incite terrorism as it's a mathematical, it's literally a mathematically, you use basically mathematics. So if I were to get in front of a crowd of 2 million people and start using words like Donald Trump did, like we need to go take back Congress, fight, 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 let out your anger. I will lead you there. We will do it together. Okay. You do not have to say, let's go attack this building or let's go attack this person. You can be certain that mathematically some portion of that audience is radical enough to take that as a sign to do violence. And that's called stochastic terrorism, where you kind of create, you use words that aren't direct incitement, but that will radicalize some portion of the audience, even if it's a small portion, and cause them to go do things. And then what that allows you to do is to step back and go, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't say do the violence. Hitler did this all the time, by the way. As a matter of fact, Hitler would, he would do a speech where he would say to the country, like, we need to get rid of all these Jewish businesses. We need to, crack down on these Jews in our government and things like that. And then the next day there'd be a riot where the SA would go and start destroying Jewish businesses and breaking windows. And he'd be like, I didn't call for it. This is just the righteous anger of the people lashing out. Okay. Like that is what he would do. That is stochastic terrorism. And that is exactly what you're seeing happen here. All right. Yeah, the Nick Fuentes technique. Or guys, the goddamn the Israeli government does this. They trigger the monstrous colonial pieces of shit that are in the West Bank to do this shit. They will get in front of a camera and be like, we need to defend the Jewish people from these, these terrorists who are going to come after you. And us Jews need to take action to stop these terrorists. And then there will be a massive outbreak of colonial and repressive violence in the West Bank. And the Israeli government will be like, oh, sorry, these were a few bad apples. We'll crack down harder next time, even though they're the ones that trigger the violence to begin with the words they use. Okay. And then, of course, you can tell what actually happens on the ground because they don't actually crack down. They let people go. They don't charge them with anything. It's all performative. Okay. Yeah, J-Mac. Yeah, seriously, Mr. Kincaid. So that is, yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. Basically the modern version of, will no one rid me of this meddlesome priest? Correct. Okay. That is stochastic terrorism. And yeah, and it's an increasingly dangerous thing, especially with social media, guys, especially with social media out there. You can spread these messages to much larger audiences. And it is simply a fact that some small portion of that audience will be people who are prone to violence or want to do violence, and it will trigger them into doing it. Okay? It's also hard, guys, because you can't predict it a lot of the time. You're not sure where it's going to come from. If you give it to a massive audience of 6 million people, it's hard to tell which of those people will be the ones that do it, right? And it gives you plausible deniability. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. Thank you for reminding me of that word there, Outer Signal. No, it is, J-Mac. You're not joking. It is a smart tactic. I got to tell you, it's a smart tactic. And honestly, guys, yeah, it's a smart tactic. It is a dark tactic. It's very smart. And what does it do though, guys? Now here's the thing. Let me take a step back. Let me give you a little bit of a socialist look at this, or an anti-liberal approach to this. Fascists love to use tactics that exploit a liberal system to get around the liberal system. So because of freedom of speech laws, that's hilarious, Oliver. Because of freedom of speech laws, you can say things like that. You can promote violence. You can promote violence. In a way that is around, as long as it's not a direct threat, and claim freedom of speech. Okay. And even though statistically, it's going to cause a problem. And I don't know how to fix that problem, but do you see how this is a problem that is a very modern problem that it's hard, it's unclear how to deal with it. Okay. Right. But Jay Williams, that's the thing. Are they fighting words? Because according to the legal system, most of the time when you do stochastic terrorism, it's not even considered fighting words. It is you use incendiary language that triggers people without directly doing fighting words. So anyway, but there are issues with this that we can talk about. Okay. But let's watch this.
What the journalist Adam Bienkov calls a ramping up of racialized rhetoric. And I do think the question that you posed a second ago.
Yeah, Gwen, right up to the line. And Gwen, and I'm honestly not necessarily criticizing liberals by saying this. It is an issue and I don't know how to fix it. Because it's not like what you can't, you guys know I agree with more limits on freedom of speech than most people would agree with. Okay. But but something like that, it's hard to, how do you define it with a line? It's hard. And I don't know the answer to it, but okay.
Earth has Southampton got to do with Makerfield is
J-Mac.
Everything right now. Because there are people who are looking at Farage, who frankly hasn't been that present for the last few weeks. He's been chased by these allegations of the £5 million donation, the house that he might have bought before it or after it. He's been chased by people who want to try and understand the reform candidate they've put up. There are a lot of things that Farage...
Oh, correct, TJ. And this, I have a lot of issues, TJ. TJ, TJ says limiting freedom of speech is a slippery slope because leftists will be the first victims of it. Correct, TJ. I think you're the one who mentioned that. Probably, TJ. Maybe I was. I'm not sure. Yeah. But I do believe, yeah, I'm not sure how to respond to that. You're right. There are certain things, though, I'd like to limit, and I don't know if it's a good idea. Like, I don't think that we should be allowed to have Confederate flags. I don't think people should be allowed to wave Nazi flags or Confederate flags. But there are other things I would like. That would be almost impossible. But you see what I mean? Like, okay, regardless, yes, you're right. Okay.
Raj probably doesn't want to answer right now. And so he's leaning in.
Because wouldn't it be fun to ban the Israeli flag just to piss people off? Okay, I know I'm an asshole, and I know that would never work, in that that would never be allowed because it's the flag of a national, like it's the flag of a state. But like, oh my God, that'd be so fun, wouldn't it?
To the place that he feels most comfortable, which is this very careful dog whistle.
That's a
which
good point,
means
Jonas.
Go and do your thing and remember who we are.
But it is what Nigel Farage does. I mean, yesterday
Yes.
it was Southampton, but not that long ago it was Southport when he issued a video after those 3 girls
Oh my God, do it, Sir Bart, do it.
had been brutally
Careful though, Bart, you might be assassinated.
murdered.
No, but TJ, admittedly, so TJ, you're still right. So TJ says there's obvious things like the Confederate flags and genocidal flags that won't harm leftists. Even then, though, TJ, that can, like, if you were to start doing that, it could end up allowing the next government to target people. Like, they might start banning pride flags then or something. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer the question, but you're right, TJ, okay? It can be a slippery slope type
I said, I wonder whether the truth is being held from us. I don't know.
True, Sir Bart.
Just a dog whistle that it was probably a terrorist and that it was an, Islamic extremist who had committed the murders. No, it was a very, very deeply disturbed young man who had, there should have been greater action against him much earlier on. It was an absolute failure by the authorities, but that is what Nigel Farage did. And that brought the accusation, if you remember, that, Nigel Farage is Tommy Robinson in a suit. Exactly what you were just saying about, he doesn't go as far as Tommy Robinson. There is always that enough distance between him and what is said.
Nigel Farage.
Yeah, but that's
once
stochastic.
again-
That's exactly the point of stochastic terrorism, is to maintain to make it so that there's a distance. Bravo Sierra, as a non-U.S. resident, why was the Confederate flag allowed to fly after the war? I just don't understand how the Union allowed that. Bravo Sierra, this is why you confuse me. I completely agree with you on this point. You sometimes say things where I'm like, oh, yeah, and I'm okay with you being here, Bravo Sierra. I hope you know. I'm just trying to figure you out. Yeah, you're right. Okay, why the fuck do we allow the Confederate flag to fly here? They're a bunch of traitors and losers and racist pieces of shit who are pro-slavery. Okay, I don't know. That's why I want it gone. I hate it. Okay. Anyway, Tommy Robinson is a moronic git. I agree, RLBIV. Okay. How do you maintain a distance when a lot of these instances they leave a fucking manifesto parroting the words of Trump? No, but that's the thing, J-Mac, because in court you can just say, well, it's not Trump's fault that these people took those words that way. But that's the issue with some of the laws we have, is it makes it very easy to protect yourself. Okay, right? I know, Sir Bart. This is why I'm confused, Sir Bart. But anyway, so like that's the danger of stochastic terrorism. It allows you to legally get out of that shit. Okay. Anyway, so all right. By the way, one of the ways you can tell if something is stochastic terrorism is how the person in power reacts when people carry out those acts. Oftentimes what you'll see happen, guys, is that the person who incited the acts will say, I didn't incite the acts, it's not my fault, but those people shouldn't be punished, or I'm going to pardon them once I'm in office. Now, that's an obvious contradiction, and you see it happen all the time. And I bet if violence, there were riots because of this, if someone were to approach Farage and be like, well, so did what they do was wrong? He'd probably be like, well, I'm not saying what they did was wrong. It was an understandable outburst of anger. But no, it wasn't my fault. Do you see how that's slippery? Okay. Or it'll sound like what Donald Trump did. What did he do? He pardoned the Jan 6ers after claiming it wasn't his fault that it happened and that what they did was bad, but he pardoned them anyway. Because in the end, that shows what their intentions were. But that's a way around the law. Okay? You see what I mean? Okay, so let's see what Gwen sent us. Did you send us something about all this, Gwen? Okay, let's watch this. So this is Owen Jones talking about this, the shooting and stuff. Let's watch. Gwen, he refused to condemn the riot he started, then doubled down yesterday in Parliament. Of course he did. Of course he did. There we go, Gwen. That is exactly what he did. Okay, so, oh my God. See, I didn't even know that, but it's a predictable thing, right? That's why I like social science, guys, is it's not always one-to-one, but it's often, you can often become like a goddamn prophet. Anyway, so yeah, okay, so let's watch this.
To be used to create. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. We want his story to make our streets safer for everyone.
Henry's good for the parent, saying we don't want this to create more tension or division. I don't know if he means it, but still, I'm glad he's promoting that message. I do feel bad for the family that they're now being used by political pawns by the right wing.
Family.
Hey, Matt
I
Saigai.
responded to this in just the most extraordinarily dignified way. But I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
The horrific murder of 18-year-old student Henry Novak by Vikram Digwa is being ruthlessly and hideously exploited by reform, by the far right, by racist generally. Yesterday, the far right, including outright neo-Nazis, rioted in Southampton. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. That's what the father of Henry Novak said. Now, what did these protesters do to avoid creating division, hatred, or tension? Well, among other things, they exposed their backside.
Wow. Everyone wanted to see that.
They couldn't even stay silent during a supposed minute's silence.
Talking, I want everyone to do a minute's silence. Stop talking, we'll have a minute's silence for Henry right now.
Oh my God, you know what this reminds me of, guys? I'm sorry that they can't even get a minute of silence to work because, you know, when you have a bunch of right-wing thugs, you're not going to be able to get a minute of silence. They don't give a shit about Henry, right? As a matter of fact, this literally reminds me of one particular story about Hitler. Hitler loved to go to the opera. He loved Wagner, the Wagnerian operas, okay? And like the Ring Cycle, Der Nibelungen, if anyone's ever heard of it, a very important Wagnerian opera cycle. And he used to force the top levers, he used to take the top levels of the SA, so the Sturmabteilung, the brown shirts, and the black shirts, and force them to go to the opera with him. Now, if there's one thing you guys know about you should know about Nazi thugs, is they're not exactly the most cultured people on the planet. Let's put it that way. They're basically a bunch of bullies, street thugs. They just like beating people up and using slurs and shit. They are, they're not white trash. I don't like that phrase. What's the term? They are, what's a good derogatory term for folks like that? They're racist pieces of shit and they're thugs. Okay. So he would get very mad because he would they're inbred pieces of shit. He would bring them to the opera and they would just like get into fights and like throw popcorn at each other or like throw things across the room at each other and fall asleep. And he got so angry and like he would like yell at them for hours afterwards, like, how dare you? And this is what this reminds me of. Like, why the fuck are you bringing a bunch of right-wing troglodytes to a moment of silence? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think they're ever going to be able to keep themselves, like, they're going to suddenly be able to be, like, civilized human beings and act, like, in a collective way to honor a dead person? Of course not. Just like bringing the SA to a Wagnerian opera. Anyway, so just a note there.
They even injured their own.
They're in retreat. The old Bill are in retreat. Shit. Someone just got clonked in the fucking... Oh, he's bleeding. Fuck. He just got hit with a fucking cone. Does he need an ambulance?
And there were open Nazis here. Indeed, far-right protesters did Nazi salutes.
Of course. Oh, wow. Wow. I honestly, guys, okay, honestly, that blows my mind. And I know this happens, but how the fuck can you be a patriotic member of the UK and do a Nazi salute? Are you fucking kidding me? I am not a fan of like a bunch of nationalism, obviously, but do they fucking have any idea what happened to the UK during World War II? Like, these people are the dumbest people on the planet. Okay, Jesus Christ. Well, okay, they should have visited, you know, we should put them in a time machine and make them sit in Coventry through the war, or maybe go sit in London and not be allowed to go underground. or maybe force them to go to the beaches of Dunkirk. Like, what the fuck? These people, like, Jesus Christ. I know the war is too far away, but it's kind of like, how could you possibly? And I'm not saying, yeah, you're right, Louise. That's so funny. Anyway, but like, I know it doesn't really matter because like the people in the US do this too. But honestly, it's dumber to do it in the UK than the US. At least in the US, the Nazis didn't invade our homeland. Okay, that doesn't mean that, we should do it here. But like, the Nazis were like openly bombing the UK and like would have invaded if they could have. Anyway, the moronic, these are the guys, by the way, who are, he is wearing a Union Jack. He's like doing this patriot LARPing while also doing a Nazi salute of the country that bombed the shit out of the island. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Anyway, okay, I can't. All right, my inner historian wants to scream whenever I see that.
Now, just to be clear, the murder of Henry Novak and his treatment by the police
Jesus Louise
was a disgrace. He was murdered by Vikram Digwa, a British Sikh who falsely claimed to be a victim of a racist attack. I've watched the body cam footage. It was hideous to watch. The victim of a stabbing being handcuffed as though he was a criminal and bled to death. Now, there's more to talk about in terms of the police. The idea that there is anti-white bias in the police force is absurd, statistically speaking, just a fact. Anger exists in society for a very good reason. People are struggling and their lives are hard, but that anger is being directed in a direction, which will lead to our ruin.
Yes. Okay. Dear God. So that's that story, folks. Not looking good. Not looking good. All right. Not looking good. Oh, absolutely, Jay Williams. Absolutely. In a lot of places it is. In a lot of places. Luckily, guys, yes. No, honestly, Louise, I agree. I do hope that the younger generations take some control of this. That is one thing that is a variable that is unclear. Especially in the UK, a lot of young people are very, very left-wing, from what I've heard. And as they get older, this stuff might not be able to maintain itself. That is true. Same thing in the United States. A lot of young people are very left-wing. Now, I don't know, I have to relook at the stats, because some are also very right-wing. But I do hope younger generations come and resist this stuff. Okay. Jonas, I'm trying to be better, Jonas. Jonas, I'm a filthy degenerate, and I'm trying to be better. Okay, even though it's Pride Month. Jonas says, I do want to give Sam props. It's the first time you haven't commented on Owen being attractive. I'm trying to improve myself, Jonas, right? I don't want to be viewed as a sexual predator, all right? But anyway, thank you, Jonas, for the compliment. Okay. Now I want to say something, but I won't. Let's talk about, speaking of gay rights, okay? Speaking of gay rights, let's talk about the Stonewall Riots, shall we? Let's talk about the Stonewall Riots, shall we? Okay. Okay, so we've done the news. Hilarious, TJ. Okay, thank you, Drusilla. Thank you. So, meaningful and just riots, unlike South. I know, Dolly Boy, right? Kind of these guys' riots were good riots, not like the ones that happened in Southampton, okay? Okay, Stonewall Riots. So, today is this month is Pride Month. And thank you, J-Mac. I'll take a drink. And for our little learning session here, we are going to, we are going to learn about the Stonewall Riots, which were a watershed moment, sort of birthed the gay liberation movement, and were very important, not only in the United States, but also caused gay liberation movements all over the world. This happened in the 1960s and was vitally important. The Albanian riots are great to watch right now. I need to take a look at those, Jonas. I only briefly saw them mentioned. Thank you, Jonas, for the donation, by the way. Okay. So just for the sake of us talking about, for sure, Jonas, just for the sake about us talking about gay rights, the history of queer people, gay liberation movement, let's talk about the Stonewall Riots. And there are a lot of LGBTQ plus people in this community. A lot of times, guys, I'm going to approach this in a way. Now, I will say, guys, even though I'm a gay man, this is not my area of expertise. Okay. So just because I'm gay, I want to be honest with you. Yes, I'm a historian, but this is not my historical area of expertise. I know I know a lot about it, but I don't want you to think that just because I'm gay, I somehow have a deep insight into this. Okay, obviously, as a historian, I do know a lot about it. I've read a lot about it, but it's not an area that I have done a large amount of research in. There are some great books out there. I will post the books that I get this information from in the Discord. Please join our Discord. It is linked at the top of the Twitch chat and at the bottom of the YouTube chat. Okay, and and I'll post the books I got this from. Okay, all right. Okay. Yes, and I'm not actually going to talk about Marsha P. Johnson, Bright Love, today. I'm going to do that a different day as sort of a biography thing. I'm not even going to really mention Marsha P. Johnson, not because I'm ignoring her, but because I want to do an entire separate segment on her. Okay, regardless. But thank you for bringing up Marsha P. Johnson. She's very important. Okay, and I don't want you guys to think I'm ignoring her. I am not. But I'm trying to give you the general outline. So let's talk about it. Okay, let's talk about it. And I will say, guys, a lot of times when people learn about the Stonewall riots, okay, a lot of stuff is left out. A lot of stuff. Sometimes some of the stuff left out about gay people's experience is left out because it is considered too raunchy to discuss to a mainstream audience. Because to be honest with you guys, there is a lot of raunchy stuff that comes with gay history. And I don't mean raunchy as in like inappropriate. I mean, it's a sexuality. So sex is involved. So part of the gay rights movement, it has to do with the ability to have homosexual sex. Okay. Engage in sex acts with people of the same gender and stuff. So I'm going to be talking about some of the things also that, yes, Philly cheese, I will eventually do that. I'll be talking about some of the stuff also too that you might not normally hear about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know, shocking. But a lot of times we talk about the Stonewall riots as like, this was gay liberation, people standing up and fighting back. We don't talk about a lot of the, I'll tell you about it, okay? So I'll tell you some stuff too that you may not have known. And I want to be clear, guys. As I'm talking about this, okay? Sometimes when people hear the history of LGBTQ plus folks, and by the way, this is also the history of trans folks. Most of this was started by trans folks, okay? When we talk about this stuff, oftentimes people are like, oh my God, there's so much sex and stuff involved in this story. Well, you'll see, by the way, there's a lot of sex involved with heterosexual people. The issue was that it's not criminal. So if a certain way of doing sex is criminalized, that will result in people finding ways to do it that are different from mainstream ways of doing it. Does that make sense? Because you have to hide what you're doing. So, okay, let me explain. I'll get to what I'm saying. Okay, I will get into what I'm saying here. So the Stonewall riots, and I know this presentation isn't great. I mainly just made notes so that I could tell you some facts about what it was like to be gay, and then I have a brief little video, so a couple videos to show you. Okay, so first of all, so the Stonewall riots, exactly, Gwen, exactly like Prohibition. So the Stonewall riots, right? They happened the Stonewall riot happened in 1969. So let's talk about the 1960s and 50s and what it was like to be a gay person, okay? Or an LGBTQ person generally. So in this time period, guys, being LGBTQ, whether it be trans, whether it be gay, bi, lesbian, queer, any non-binary gender, okay, was considered a mental illness, all right? It was considered a severe mental illness and a perversion. Okay, it was considered like a very bad you disgust me, Drew, a perversion. And most people don't know this. Okay, and weirdly enough, very few schools talk about it, but it was treated that way in a very brutal fashion. If you were found to be a pervert or have this perversion of homosexuality, you would often be subjected to conversion therapy, which was worse than the kind of conversion therapy we think about today. In this case, they would literally torture you while you were watching gay sex. So they would literally put videos of like gay sex on a screen, and they would give you shocks of electricity or other forms of torture while you were watching it to try and change your sexuality. And who would have thought that after a while, you would oftentimes say, I'm no longer attracted to men, or I'm no longer attracted to women, because you wanted to stop being shocked. Okay. So they did kind of a torture conversion therapy. Doctors would do this, psychologists would do this, religious organizations would do this. You would also oftentimes be, if you had money, oh, I know, Dolly Boy. Yeah, or they would show images of like, yeah, Jonas, okay, you're going to hear, Jonas, why that is. Okay. So let's go on. All right. By the way, if you had money, because, the healthcare system sucks, if you had money, you could send your gay or trans or LGBTQ loved one to a psychiatric hospital or a regular hospital to be treated for the perversion, in which case you would likely be subjected to sterilization, in some severe cases, castration, where you'd literally have your genitals removed. Okay. In other times, you would be subjected to lobotomies. If you don't know what a lobotomy is, guys, that's where they take a hook or some other sharp instrument and shove it beneath your eye and literally mangle the front part of your brain. And then that would make you kind of a zombie, and you wouldn't feel much anymore at all. And for the rest of your life, you'd be brain damaged and not be gay anymore because you don't have much of a brain left. It would be damaged. Okay. And they would even do waterboarding. I don't know how else to describe this. There were medications they had at the time that they would give people, which would make liquid build up in your lungs, or maybe not liquid. Somehow it would simulate the feeling that you're drowning. And they would do this as a regular therapy in psychiatric hospitals with the hope that it would make people not gay. So they would torture you. They would basically do medicationally induced waterboarding to make it so that you weren't gay anymore, or that you would be the gender you were assigned at birth. Like, this is not, this is disgusting. Okay. And people don't know about this, but there was a place in California called I can't pronounce it. I can't remember how to pronounce it. Atascadero. Oh, yes, LaQual. They would do that. They would do stuff medication that simulates drowning. And I can't remember the name of the medication, and I can't remember how it worked, but they did do that. Okay. They would do there was a place in California called Atascadero that the gay community at the time nicknamed the Dachau for queers, Dachau being a German concentration camp, where gay men especially would be sent to be tortured in this way, to be lobotomized, sterilized, things like that. It was pretty much a concentration camp for gay people, where their perversion, in quotes, would be medicalized, and they'd be subjected to torture until the medical staff was satisfied that they were no longer perverted. Not only that, you can imagine that in these folks' a lot of these places, folks, the staff would sexually assault these inmates a lot of the time. Okay. So most people don't know about this, but it was literally like a camp. It wasn't a camp, but it was a facility that was basically a concentration camp for gay people, for LGBTQ folks. Okay. When I say gay people, guys, it's just easier than saying LGBTQ plus. So forgive me, but I say gay, I mean everyone in that category. Okay. I could also say trans people, but I mean everyone in the category. I hope I'm not trying to be biased here. But I just keep saying LGBTQ. I'll say queer community, the queer community. Okay, the queer community. That's a better way of framing it. Okay, so for other gay people who did not get medicalized, or who didn't come out of the closet, you would stay in the closet. There was not really a notion at this time. Okay. Oh yeah, don't worry. It doesn't get taught to many people, Jay Williams. And guys, I'm barely covering the history of how gay people are treated, but there was okay. So you would, for the people that weren't out of the closet, for the people who don't know, the phrase out of the closet means queer people who had not announced to the public or friends that they were queer. You would basically remain closeted, and you would attempt to be married and have kids as a way of covering up the fact that you were queer. There would often be gay and lesbians who would have fake marriages with each other so that they could pretend to be, married and regular and I should say and heterosexual, and then they would be in the marriage together, and then on the side they'd be allowed to go out and meet people of the same sex. Okay. Or transgender people would form relationships with each other that they get married to make it appear as though they were straight. you would have to. So it's resulted in a lot of closeted marriages and a lot of fake marriages. Okay, now to this day, there will still be people that do this. Okay, if anyone's ever known a family where it turns out that the father is gay, or the mother is gay, and they never told anyone, and then there's suddenly a divorce that happens. This still happens today, and it's sad. It's very sad. It's sad for everyone involved. It's sad for the LGBTQ person who was in the closet, who then comes out, and it's sad for the family, which was being misled. I'm not saying that the gay person is to blame for this, but it can do a lot of harm. And this still happens because of the pressure society puts on people. Okay. All right. So all these things were happening to gay people. This is not even including the mass amount of violence that would happen to gay people. Okay. Which gay people were often assaulted, abused if they were caught in public. There were laws against, okay. It is, Dolly Boy. The closet is a very daunting place. Okay. All right. So, okay. Yeah, Rock Hudson. Okay, and it's scary in there, right? So, there were tons of laws, by the way, against things like sodomy. Sodomy does not mean anal sex. Okay, it includes anal sex, but sodomy means tons of different kinds of sex. Oral sex would be sodomy. There were a bunch of laws across the United States and lots of places in the world against sodomy. It also, by the way, was targeted against straight people, but it was never enforced against straight people. It was enforced against gay people who, if they were caught in a sexual act, they'd be accused of sodomy, which would get them in lots of trouble. Okay. So Sir Bart, you'll find out. Okay. It was after Stonewall, basically. Okay. So, in 1845, exactly, non-standard sexual practices, which means non-vaginal sex, basically. Okay, so 1845, there in New York, because Stonewall happened in New York. So I'm going to talk specifically about New York. This is a complicated topic because if you look at different states, there were different laws, different ways gay people were treated. But overall, I just presented you sort of a general overview. Okay. So in 1845 in New York, a law was passed. It was called it made it a crime to do something called masquerade. Okay. And that meant that men were not allowed to dress as women. Women were not allowed to dress as men. Okay. Yeah. And Outer Signal, I'm guessing. So Outer Signal says, today I learned the real meaning of sodomy. Yeah. I would bet I can guess what the original idea of the word was, Outer Signal, because that's what most people think it is. But in statute, that is not what it is. And it's interesting because that shows you the target of that word was gay people. That's why everyone thinks of anal sex when they think of sodomy. But it encompasses any non-standard sexual practice, including two straight people engaging in oral sex or something else. Okay, anyway. So there was a law in New York passed in 1845 banning masquerade, which meant men dressing as women, women dressing as men. This was an effort to crack down on drag queens and transgender people who were viewed as sexual deviants. And yes, and you had to be wearing, if you were caught wearing the clothing of another, it was Gwen, another gender clothing, you had to have at least 3 articles of clothing that were matching your gender at birth. Okay. But socks didn't count. So socks didn't count for this. So you literally, if you were trying to cross-dress, if a man wanted to dress like a woman, you'd better make sure 3 articles of your clothing are male clothing. Whatever that means, right? Male clothing. Otherwise, they could find you guilty of violating the masquerade law. And by the way, if you're trying to dress like a woman, okay, yes, it does, Drusilla. If you're trying to dress like a woman, typically that means you're going to wear male underwear or some male undergarments to make sure you're not breaking the law. So what do you think the police would do if they found someone like this and they had to make sure that you were wearing enough clothing that matched your gender at birth? What do you think they would do to you? They would, of course. Well, they would beat you, that's for sure, Gwen, but they would take you into a private place and they would strip you down and check your clothing and your genitals. They would literally strip you down and check your genitals make sure you're wearing, if you're biologically a male, enough male clothing. And what else do we think would happen in those circumstances? If you were brought into a private place where you're strip searched and your genitals are examined, the assaults were out of this world, both physical and sexual assaults by the police. And yeah, it was horrific. Okay. Yeah. And then you'd be arrested. Now, just to, try to one part here, guys, of gay culture, of queer culture, is the idea of like humor as a coping mechanism, dark humor as a coping mechanism. One of the reasons I have a lot of dark humor, guys, has been I've been around a lot of gay folks. Okay. And so as we do this, I will tell you some dark jokes that are kind of funny, just because that's sort of a queer cultural thing. Right, Jonas, right? And Jonas, you're actually not wrong. Jonas says, men strip searching men seems kind of gay. A lot of times, Jonas, this police might be closeted gay men, and they would use the excuse to do assaults. Okay, I'm not joking. I'm not trying to blame them for that. I am blaming them for that, but okay. So, all right. So here's a little funny story about this to you. There were a group of men who were dressed as women. They were drag queens. Okay, biological men. They were dressed as women, and the police would oftentimes actually also dress in drag, which is bizarre. The police would dress in drag as a way of entrapping other men who were in drag, because the cops would dress in drag and then walk down the street. And then as other queer folks would see them as safe, they would reveal that they were also in drag, and the police would arrest them. They would also arrest men who were seeking the sexual services of people in drag, because oftentimes if you were trans or in drag, you would be the only job you could really do that would be allowed, that you could get away with, was sex work. Okay, regardless. So there was one time where there were all these men in drag. The police tricked them. They dressed in drag and entrapped them. The police brought a van, paddy wagon, and put all these queens, which is a word, by the way, for trans people or people in drag. Okay, put all these queens on the van and hauled them off to prison or to jail. And while this is a firsthand account I read, just to show you the humor of the queer community. At the first stop they got to, where they had to stop the van, one of the queens yells out, "This is my stop, bye everyone," to the laughter of everyone who had been imprisoned on the van. Okay. I know that's a small thing. Okay. That's literal. Is it really, Sir Bart? Like, okay. Is that okay, Sir? Is that true? It's a paddy. Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point, Sir Bart. Literally, I apologize, Sir Bart. In the document, they called it a paddy wagon, but you're right. That is actually a slur for Irish people. My apologies. Okay. But anyway, so yes. Isn't that funny though? Okay, so there's a cute little story there about, and I read a document where they would talk about making jokes like this after they had been imprisoned. Okay. Okay, so that's what they had to go through. Now, in society overall in society, guys, there was a notion that queer people were predators, would assault your children, and that there was in the public eye, there was also no separation between the idea that of a pedophile and a gay person or a trans person. They were all mixed together as degenerates and as perverts. So yeah, if a gay person is a pedophile is a gay person, there's not really a separation in the public mind. To the point where they would literally, in schools, release videos like this, like I'm about to show you, and do public service announcements. It does, LaCroix, and LaCroix, I've experienced it. There are still people today, folks, who think that being gay is synonymous with pedophilia, or that pedophiles are all gay men. That is completely different. Okay, that is not true at all. It is not true at all, obviously. Okay. Are there gay pedophiles? Absolutely. Are there straight pedophiles? Absolutely. Being attracted to children has very little to do with gender, if anything. And if you look at the statistics, guys, yeah, the same proportion of gay people are pedophiles as are straight people. So technically, there's far fewer gay pedophiles than there are straight pedophiles, because it's a human issue. It is not a gay issue. Does that make sense? Okay. Whatever. So let's watch this video. This is the kind of video that some people might be shown in schools at the time or on TV. All right? This is a real video at the time. Boys beware. You guys, by the way, feel free to laugh. Feel free to laugh. Because it is ridiculous. And it's dark because this resulted in lots of gay men being sterilized and sexually assaulted and tortured. But like the belief in modern day, looking back, this is insane that they dehumanized us so much. Exactly, Fetty. It's about a power imbalance. It has nothing to do with gender, okay? See, the police department and the school district made this. Dun, 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 dun. I think this was made, by the way, in 1960. So this is yeah. It's California. Guys, California did some of the most targeting of this stuff. Because, guys, by the way, once again, at this point in history, guys, it was a liberal idea to target like convert gay people and stuff. You know, conservatives viewed gay people as evil and that they're going to hell and that they are child abusers and stuff. Liberals viewed it as something that could be treated, right? So California did most of the medical treatments of gay people because of the liberal view there. So to them, that was sort of the merciful thing to do. Exactly, Gwen. And so I'm not saying, like, in a weird way, I guess that's better than just demonizing and killing all of them, but still not great, okay? Yeah, not great at all. All right. Yeah, liberal. All right, let's go on. Jonas, I know. So watch.
I'm Lieutenant Williams, a police officer attached to the Juvenile Division. I'm on my way to Monroe Junior High School to talk to a group of young people. That looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another. But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye.
Oh, God.
Let's take the case of Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy played baseball all afternoon, and he didn't feel like walking home, so he decided to thumb a ride.
Yeah. Oh, you'll see, guys. You'll see. I know. It's dark. It's very dark. Jay Williams.
He'd done it 100 times before.
Yes, bravo.
And he didn't think anything was unusual when the driver struck up a friendly conversation. In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. He asked Jimmy if he played baseball in the park often. Jimmy told him they practiced 3 times a week and played a rival group on Friday afternoons.
Yeah, Jonas, it was very common.
The stranger was a good listener, too. And it only seemed minutes before they pulled up in front of Jimmy's house.
Yeah, don't hitchhike. You might be...
Jimmy got out, the stranger gave him a friendly pat. Then he told him he'd see him again, as he always drove by the park on his way home.
Okay. We see where this is going, right? Yeah, and... all right, see here. Yeah.
Sure enough, the following day, when Jimmy finished playing ball, well, the man was there waiting.
The music is creepy too, right? Right, Louise? He does.
They stopped at a drive-in, and the stranger treated him to a Coke. During their conversation, he told several off-color jokes. But Jimmy had heard others before, and, well, it made him feel big to so easily win the confidence of an older person.
Oh, God, they're hanging out now, guys.
The following Saturday, they went fishing together. By now, they were using first names. Ralph said it was more friendly.
This is funny. Okay, so they're becoming friendly. They're hanging out together now.
Jimmy hadn't enjoyed himself so much in a long time.
Yeah, inverted panda. Good for Jerry. Why not? Why not enjoy themselves?
Then during lunch, Ralph showed him some pornographic pictures.
Oh, God!
Jimmy knew he shouldn't be interested, but, well, he was curious. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick. A sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious. A sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a homosexual. A person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex. But by now, Jimmy felt a fondness for Ralph, and they continued to go places together.
Do you see
Ralph
the
was
conflation
generous
here?
and took Jimmy many interesting places and did many nice things for him.
Okay. Demands, yeah.
He bought presents and even gave him money. But payments were expected in return. You see, Jimmy hadn't recognized Ralph's approach soon enough. When Ralph first asked Jimmy to go fishing alone, he should have discussed it with his parents or teacher.
Yeah. But, okay.
Finally, Jimmy told his parents, and they reported it to the juvenile authorities. Ralph was arrested, and Jimmy was released on probation in the custody of his parents.
Probation. Notice that. Okay. Real fast, by the way, notice that the kid got on probation too. Because at this time, the implication here, by the way, is that they did a sex act, right? The kid would have broken the law too then. So, okay. So there are multiple fucking weird things going. Yeah, Sir Bart, because at least the implication here is that the boy did it consensually in some way, okay, is what it appears, okay? Like, they don't really tell you what happened, but there's kind of an implication like Ralph just was misled. Yeah, he ended up having sex with this man, which is against the law, so he's on probation. Okay. So do we see how, like, there is, like, it's weird. It's very weird.
But all homosexuals are not passive. Some resort to violence, as in the case of Mike Merrick.
Look at him sitting there watching boys play basketball. The idea, you know, they're not passive. They resort to violence.
In the heat of competition, no one noticed the man who sat and watched. And when the game broke up and the others left, Mike decided to stay and practice a little longer.
Yeah, all A are not B, right?
The stranger joined him. He was friendly and, well, it was better than playing alone. But after a few shots, Mike realized he had already overstayed his time and suggested he better leave. The stranger told him if he'd like to stay longer, he'd be glad to drive him home when they finished. Sounded great to Mike. Chance to play longer and get a ride home, too.
Oh, I know, Gwen. I would not be surprised. Correct, Fetty. So, we get the idea, right, guys? We don't have to watch this whole thing, but you get the idea. So, the idea of that being gay, the fear here, there's zero difference between being gay and being a pedophile, being a sexual predator and being gay, being homosexual and being a violent offender who's going to take your child and assault them, okay? And so you can see the conflation here and the fear-mongering. This would make parents afraid of gay people. You would hear the word homosexual and you would think, I'm going to be assaulted. These are perverts, okay? So this was sort of the mindset that a lot of people had around gay people, okay? And you're right, Fetty. Fetty says, meanwhile, a majority of the white dads in nuclear households were assaulting their daughters and wives. You're right, okay? But the real fear out here is the gays, right? The gays. Yeah, they did, Wedge Williams. They made this shit up. Now, it is true that you need to be cautious of sexual predators. And if this video had perhaps been not said homosexual and said just be careful around going around with adults that you don't know, okay, without like demonizing, okay, fine, right? Yeah, maybe make sure kids know, be careful around adults you don't know. If they're trying to like get you into their car, don't get in their car, things like that. But we see that this is against gay people. They are not, this is not really going after pedophiles, okay? Or it's trying to conflate the two. All right. So, Exactly, Jay Williams. And this is what's creepy about this time period too. It's like, it's also is very dystopian. The music in the background, like the happy music, like, oh, just a day in the neighborhood. This kid's about to be assaulted. Not as much, Sir Bart, not as much. So lesbians, yes. Lesbians, in fact, were criminalized as being degenerates, but they were less likely to be viewed as predators because they were women, right? It was thought that women were more, because of misogyny, there was an idea that women were less likely to be predators. They were still massively targeted, though, don't get me wrong. But most of the time, it was like mixed together with ideas of men, homosexual men. But lesbians were just as targeted in every other way, okay? And they were still viewed as perverts and stuff, okay? Yeah, and you're right, lesbians were fetishized, okay? So, all right. So there's a whole bunch of things mixed up in this. Okay. So that's the kind of shit that people were exposed to at the time. Okay. Boys beware. All right. So let's go on. You get the idea. Okay. So now let's talk about some stuff. Again, I'm going to talk about a little bit of sexual stuff, guys, here. It is important that we understand sort of the sexual dimension of this, because there is that component to it. All right. Okay. So a few things here. So let me start from the beginning, and I'm going to say some things that all of you know. I'm going to say some things that all of you already know. Sex is a normal thing. It is a natural human function. It is a function on the level. It is like eating, or it is a drive on the level of the desire to eat or drink. Yes, you don't have to you don't need to have sex to survive, technically. That being said, if you don't, it can cause issues. If you're constantly suppressed and you're not able to release that tension, it can cause lots of other issues. You see what I mean? But it is a natural human drive. We're humans. I know, Dodongo. I was raised as a Catholic tool. It is a natural human thing. Okay. And yes, Gwen, unless you're asexual, like not everyone has this drive in the same way, right? Or at all. But but overall, people who do have a sex drive, shocking, right? It is a normal human function. We are animals. If you see a cat like humping another cat, you don't think, oh my God, that degenerate cat. What is that cat doing? What a disgusting creature. No, they're animals. They do it. They have sex. It's sort of built in, right? Homosexuality, and we're not, I know I'm kind of jumping around different words here. So gender expression is something different. That is also normal and natural. When it comes to homosexuality or bisexuality, there are multiple other species, tons of other species on the planet that engage in homosexual acts or homosexuality. Ducks. You will occasionally see two female or male ducks that have pair bonded. There are multiple other species that pair bond with same-sex relationships. Bonobos will engage in same-sex sex, okay, or pair bonding. This happens, like it is a normal and natural thing out in nature for there to be homosexual relationships. It is normal and natural, okay? It's what happens. It's just part of the thing, okay? And honestly, guys, I've had people ask me before, okay, there you go, Jonas. I have had people ask me before, and with good intentions. They don't mean anything bad by it. They'll ask like, when did you realize you were gay? They will say like, so what do you know? How do people become gay and things like that? And yeah, there are some interesting questions about this. In the end, guys, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. And I think it's like why people are gay. If they are, when do you feel that you're gay? It doesn't fucking matter. Who cares? For a long time, I bet the older people in here remember this. There was the idea gay people were just trying to convince the public that being gay wasn't a choice. A lot of people for a long time thought being gay was a choice. It was a moral choice, right? And then the gay community had to convince straight people that it wasn't a choice, that it was something innate, which it is, okay? But my point here, guys, is that it doesn't matter. Let's say it was a choice, which it isn't. Let's say it was a choice. Who cares? Who cares if someone chooses to have sex with someone of the same gender and it's a choice, right? Really, who the fuck, I don't care. It's not hurting anyone if it's consensual. Okay. Regardless, yes, it's not a choice. The science is unclear. And I keep hearing people say the wrong thing. I know a lot of people still think it is a choice. I hear everyone say the wrong thing about what the science says. The science is unclear, all right? There is a component that is genetic, absolutely. There is also a component that is environmental, in terms of even if you have a certain genetic makeup, different the womb environment can affect whether a person is homosexual. What science knows for sure, okay? What science knows for sure is that your sexuality is essentially determined or is set, not like set, but is sort of generally set before age 3, okay? Somewhere before age 3, your sexuality is generally kind of set. Does that mean it can't change over time or whatever? No. But, and so regardless of whether it's an at birth thing, like the whole I was born this way thing, or it was set before age 3, in either way, it's not like people are choosing it. And even if they were, it doesn't matter. Okay, you see what I mean? So like you're still implying it's abnormal. I am, Dodongo, I am not saying it's abnormal. I'm saying that this is a normal and natural thing that happens in nature. Okay, and the fact that that we do explain, I'm just doing the scientific thing because people are curious. And when people ask me, guys, like, when did you learn you were gay? Right? Oh, I'm sorry, Dodongo. When did you learn you were gay? You know what my response is? Well, when did you figure out you were straight? And I'm asking you guys, for the straight people in here, and I know all of the people in here are allies. Oh, I got you, Dodongo. I know all the people in here that are allies. Okay, I know you're all allies to the gay community. But if I were to ask you, when did you figure out you were straight? How did you know you were straight? Does anyone want to tell me? For the straight people in here, how did you know you were straight? You've always been straight, right, Gwen? You just kind of knew. You just kind of knew, right? You just kind of knew. You just kind of, yeah, you just were like, oh, I'm straight now. Okay. Like this is the way I am, right? It's not something you think about. It's just the way it is, right? It is the exact same thing for me. Okay. I just always knew I was gay, right? I'm gay. I don't know what to tell you. When I started feeling things for other people's that were sexual, like sexual feelings or like feelings of attraction, it was always men. It's not like, you see what I mean? It just happened. Okay. Okay. What'd you say? Thank you very much, LaQual. LaQual says, I just remembered this. In the latter 20th century, bisexual men were blamed for giving STDs to women. Correct. Even though statistically bisexual men have safe sex at higher rates than nearly any other demographic. Right, LaQual. So bisexual men have often been treated as more redeemable. Okay, let me rephrase it this way. Not more redeemable. But there's been this notion the bisexual men by like mainstream society have been more viewed as having a choice. They don't, by the way. Also, the gay community has often demonized bi people as like being disloyal to the gay community or being able to choose between being queer and not. That is not how that works. Being bi it's not like one or the other. It's not like you choose whether you fall in love with a man or a woman, right? It's just that you could fall in love with either one. You see what I mean? It's not like you are defying being a homosexual because you want to be straight or vice versa, even though a lot of gay people view it that way. Regardless, yeah. So bisexual people have often been viewed as like having, there you go, look, there you go, okay, as having like a flaw that can be repaired because that's like, well, you're almost straight, right? This is how society has viewed it. So we can also talk about biphobia. It's super interesting. There's a lot of biphobia within the LGBTQ community. But anyway, which by the way, if you guys remember a while back, I accidentally a long time ago in one of my early streams made a comment. I was talking about gay people and I forgot to mention bi people. And then I started making this joke at all the bi people in the community that because I forgot to mention, I'm like, well, no, bi people just don't exist. They just don't exist, as a way of like mocking myself for forgetting to mention them. And then I started realizing, I'm like, wait a minute, that's what people in the gay community actually say, though, about bi people. They joke about them not existing. So then I stopped making that joke because I realized, uh-oh, I'm doing biphobia. Okay. So yeah, like even I did some biphobia. Now, obviously I didn't do it on purpose. I was trying to mock myself, but okay. Yeah, I think it was because I would always point it out. Right, exactly, Dolly Boy, because you would always point it out. And I didn't mean to do that, but like, yeah, that's a form of biphobia that's pretty common. is the like the idea that bi people aren't real or whatever. Okay. So, no, Dodongo, but I get it though. Like I should have been I'm not bi, so I didn't consider the implications of joking about bi people not existing. Okay. Anyway, let's go on. So now that we've talked about that, let's talk about this stuff. Okay. So guys, gay sex. Wow, what a way to start that sentence. Okay. Look, well, I get it, right? Biphobia comes from like everyone. It comes from gay men. It comes from straight people. It comes from everywhere. Okay. So in 1969, guys, there were very limited spaces where gay people could go, either to have sex or to be in a romantic relationship. Even if you're not having sex, there's not really a place you could go with a partner or a number of partners in order just to hang out and like make out or like even just chat in a romantic way. Obviously, right? Very limited spaces where you could do this safely. And straight people had all kinds of places they could go to, and they still do today. There were motels, right? There were lovers' lanes, as they're called. Private homes. You could go to like a movie, an outdoor movie in a car with a partner. You could go to a restaurant and have a nice meal. You could go to a bar. You couldn't do that as a gay person. There were actually laws in some places, in New York especially, that made it illegal for a business to serve alcohol to degenerates or to perverts, as it was called. So, and you would likely be kicked out of the bar if you were found to be in a same-sex relationship. Motels would often either legally or illegally kick out LGBTQ folks that were found to be staying in their motels. The police would, and I'm going to talk about this in a second, they would raid any gay people found to be doing this in a public place, like a lover's lane or in a park together. The police would raid these places and beat people up and throw them in jail for public indecent acts. Okay, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, this was pretty horrific. There wasn't really a place for people to go. All right, obviously. Okay. And as a result, gay men had to start creating, gay people, queer people generally, had to start creating. Okay. Gay people had to start creating their own hidden underground network of places that they could go to be safe. All right. And even then, they weren't safe. They often would gather in places that were dangerous to gather in, not clean, or were run by organized crime. So a lot of gay bars at the time, quote unquote gay bars, were literally run by the mob and had mob protection, because the only organization with the power to prevent the police from coming to these places was the mob. They would bribe the police. Okay. So the mob would actually protect gay people and make money off of them by bribing the police and the politicians so that they wouldn't have their businesses raided. Of course, these places often didn't have a liquor license legally because they were mob run. And so they would also bribe them to not shut them down for that reason. Okay. So let me give you some examples. One place that people gay men in New York started congregating, especially for sex, were meat hauling trucks. So you couldn't go anywhere else. Think about it, guys. If you want to have sex, there were these big trucks where meat was stored. This is really gross. Okay. Meat hauling trucks. Yes. Where these trucks smelled awful. They smelled like meat, old meat. And gay men would go and hide in these trucks and have sex together or cuddle together or do other things in there together. Okay. And these big meat packing trucks. And the police learned about this, and they would literally start raiding these things, breaking open the trucks, beating up everyone on the inside, sometimes sexually assaulting people in there. And then they would, I know. So, but this shows desperation, right? And then they would throw the gay folks in jail, or send them to a mental health facility to receive abusive treatment. Okay, it's okay, Jonas. It's okay it is kind of funny, right? It is funny, like the idea that these are meat trucks. I'm saying it's funny, by the way, guys, because the gay community would joke about it. I told you the gay community makes jokes about this, right? So yeah, there were a lot of jokes about a time about like going to get meat in the meat truck, right? Obviously, come on, right? And I was gonna make that joke, okay? But I want to point out that let me read this to you, okay? The reason I'm telling you about these rotting meat trucks is because this is the point I'm trying to make. Think about the brutal reality of having to hide in a rotting meat truck to avoid homophobic police. Okay? Straight people didn't have to do that. Okay, straight people weren't having to run and hide inside of meat trucks that had rotting meat on the inside or smelled like rotting meat, in order to be normal humans and have sex or hang out together in a romantic way, right? And a lot of these meat packing trucks had links to the mob too, but we would go hide in these meat packing trucks, okay? And this concept, this idea of having to dehumanize yourself and literally hang out in a truck that smells like rotting meat is a sign, just shows you what kind of sparked the Stonewall Riots. Okay? The fact that people were being so mistreated that they had to hide out in rotting meat trucks, or some other things, okay? I can tell you another story here. There were a lot of married gay men who would be married to a woman and have children, and they, in order to engage in sex or to fulfill themselves, they would go to public restrooms and meet up with other gay men and have sex in the public restrooms. Now, from an outsider's perspective, this looks like, oh my God, these predators, they're having public sex. This is inappropriate. They're going to scar a child or something. But folks, they had no other choice. Cruising. And that is what the cruising culture is. If anyone knows what cruising is in the LGBTQ culture, that is where you engage in sex with other men in a public place, often in a hidden place, partially out of necessity in some ways. Other people do it for fun, but that's a different story. But you have nowhere else to go. Okay, no alternatives there. Okay, there you go, Jonas. Okay, it is not because gay men are somehow degenerate or like gross people that like having sex in public. It was a requirement. There was nowhere else to go. You couldn't go anywhere else. You had to kind of do these in public places. All right, we got it? Okay. And over time, there has been less cruising that has happened, but there's still a cruising culture, but it's no longer by necessity. Some people do cruising because it gets them off sexually, but beforehand in gay culture, it was a requirement. Okay. Why not in the forest instead of meat trucks? Was it too urban? So this was in the middle of New York City. We're mainly talking about New York City and other places in the country, Drusilla. Yeah, you'd go into a forest. You'd literally do it outside. You would cruise in public parks. You would cruise in other places. You would, and by cruising, a lot of times, guys, like two men, like think about it. I'm not trying to give away too much gay lore here because it's secret. It's not really secret. But like, imagine you're gay and you go to a public park and you're walking by another man in the forest and you might give him a look. You might wear something that is a sign that you're gay. Also, you might give each other a wink, and then you kind of both sneak off together into the woods and have sex, and then go back about your day. And you try to do it secretly so that you don't embarrass yourself and end up hitting on a straight guy or something like that. So that's cruising. Regardless, that's what a lot of gay men and people in the LGBTQ, there were handkerchief signals, Dolly Boy, like the color of the handkerchief you have. The color of the handkerchief you have indicates like what you want, etc. And I know, and guys, Tom of Finland Adventures, there you go, Inverted Panda. And this guy's, how do I say this? My fellow LGBTQ people out there, please forgive me for saying this, but I want all the straight people to feel magical. Let me phrase it this way. You guys have no idea how much of this happens right under your noses. Trust me. Like as a gay man, it's so funny. I always think about how straight people in public places and how a lot of times they have no idea what's happening around them. Or like, and it always makes me laugh. I'm always like, all these straight people have no idea what's happening. Anyway, okay. So that's cruising. Okay. Regardless, no offense, straight people. Some of you do know what's happening. Okay. But anyway, so, okay, let's go on. Sounds dangerous. Was it more unsafe sex? Because yes, Drusilla, yes, it was. A lot of times the sex was unsafe. Okay, you guys get it. Whatever. Moving on. So the brutal reality of having to hide this stuff, not only hide this stuff, but hide just being who you are. There weren't places you could go to just talk as gay people, right? Not even sex, guys. I'm not trying to only sexualize this stuff. It was also like you couldn't talk to two gay men couldn't talk to each other about being gay. Okay. I feel like a blind mole rat or something now. You kind of are, Dodongo. Anyway, I'm just kidding. All right. So, all right. So yeah, I know, guys, it happens. And okay, there are literally, by the way, apps out there that allow public cruising where you can cruise for other guys in public. Anyway, regardless, it doesn't matter. So you say here, DA, there are children in public spaces. Come on, yes, DA, yes. And like I'm saying, DA, this is complicated, right? Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. And I will say previously, gay men had to do this. Gay men had to do this. There was nowhere else to go. Yeah. And so we can talk more about this, okay? What are these apps called? There is one guy's called Sniffies, if anyone's ever heard of it. Sniffies. It is literally a gay cruising app, okay? And because of the internet, because of the internet, you can just open up Sniffies, and if you open up Sniffies, it literally contains a list of all the places around you can cruise, and it will say something like, "Oh, in this Walmart bathroom is a cruising space." Okay, I obviously, for the sake of security and stuff, I'm not going to go into details here, but like it happens all around you, and you guys don't know it. Anyway, so regardless, yeah. All right. There is also code words in the gay community. There are also code words in the gay community. Gay people out there. What does hosting mean? What does it mean if I tell you I'm not hosting or I'm hosting? What does that mean? Come on, my gay friends. Come on, my LGBTQers out there. You know it. What does it mean if I tell you I'm hosting or I'm not hosting? You got it. You got it. You got it, Sir Bart. Okay, like what? Like come dine with me? Kind of, Jonas. Exactly, Sir Bart. Hosting means that you have a place where men can come over to see you, whether it be sex or cuddling or whatever it may be. Not hosting means you cannot host. You have to have somewhere else to go. So a lot of people, yeah, so there you go. So a lot of people, guys, don't have a place they can go. Even to this day, a lot of gay men, they're living with people that they don't want to know that they're gay. There will be down low men, which is literally a code word in the gay community these days, down low, DL, on the DL, which means you don't want people to know that you're gay. Okay? You're not out of the closet. Who don't have a place they can go. They have no one will host, so they still have to do it in public. Especially in like communities that aren't open to this shit. So anyway, there's a whole culture here. Most people can't host. You're totally right, LaQual, even to this day. Moving on, regardless. So I don't want to, to be clear, the reason I wanted to talk about this, there is a stereotype that gay people are hypersexualized. They're not, okay? I know I just said all that. And it makes it sound like gay people are always screwing each other all the time in public places. That is not true. Okay, that is not true. It is not like all gay people are all doing this all the time. All right. But that I'm just showing you how some things developed in the gay community because of oppression and stuff like that. All right. Okay. There are people who have never cruised publicly. Okay. There are gay men who have never cruised publicly because they have access to a nice home or whatever. There are gay men who don't like having sex. Okay. There are gay men who, just like anyone else, wants to wait till marriage to have sex. I'm just talking about some gay cultural things that have developed, all right? Yeah, it is. It's fucked up that we have to be so secretive. There you go, Oxpecker. F them roommates. I'll F them. Yeah, Oxpecker. Okay. So, all right. So this was sort of the reality. Yeah, exactly, Hun Bunman. Hosting versus travel. You're right, not hosting. I shouldn't have said not hosting. You either host or you're opening to travel, okay? Anyway, so... And guys, it still happens today that police will raid areas that are known for cruising. Okay? I remember how I mentioned how in New York the police would raid things. That still happens today. There is a park not far from me that is known in the gay community to be a cruising spot, and the police have raided it several times. Okay? So to be clear, and then they charge the gay men there with public indecency, and a lot of times those men often are engaged in public indecency. But if they had a choice, they wouldn't be there. Okay. Anyway, going on here. So this was sort of the environment that gay folks were in. They were literally being attacked by police. They had no space that they could go to be themselves. They would be victims of assault and violence by the hands of the police. And it's not a coincidence, folks, that oftentimes when there was an election, if a new mayor or police chief was elected or chosen or whatever, suddenly there'd be an outbreak of violence against the gay community so that the local politician could claim that they were cracking down on the degenerates. So it was very common for the gay community to experience scapegoating and mass violence when a new politician was elected, as a way of that politician asserting their ability to crack down on the degenerates. Okay. And it was kind of a joke in the gay community how, like, you better wear a helmet the day after an election and things like that. I know that's dark, but it's kind of what would happen, because that might be the day that the police come and beat the shit out of you in the gay bar. Okay. All right. So let's go on. Okay. By the way, there are straight people that have sex publicly too, because some people will get off on it. Okay. My point is that it isn't like a lot of times gay people have to do it in public because otherwise they have nowhere else to go. Okay. So let's talk a little more. So all this stuff is happening in New York. And let's go on. So let's take a step back. There was in the 1950s, there was a group that formed called the Mattachine Society, who I love. Okay. They were a gay rights organization founded by labor activists and communists. They were not liberals. The first Mattachine Society, founded by gay men, was run by communists and labor activists. They were very far left, okay? They were radical socialists, and they formed one of the most radical gay liberation movements that existed at the time, okay? And here is one of their publications. They literally published things like this: the Mattachine Review, Revolt of the Homosexual. And they started working for gay rights, and they were very good at it. As a matter of fact, this is, guys, one of the reasons I dress as a jester. A lot of gay lefties know this reference. Part of the reason why I guess I dress as a jester, it's kind of coded, is that the word Mattachine, and I'm revealing something to all of you, the word Mattachine is derived from an Italian word, Italian or Spanish, machino, which means jester, a court jester. So they called themselves the Mattachine Society because they were jesters who were defying authority, okay, who were speaking truth to power. And that's where the word Mattachine comes from. It is a word for jester, or at least it's derived of the word for jester. Okay. Okay. So they were initially organized like the Communist Party was organized. Okay, they were organized like the Communist Party was organized. They had cells with that were secret, and they took oaths of secrecy. And there were 5 different levels of membership, and no one really knew who the leadership was to protect themselves from the feds. Okay, the organization grew secretly. And they would subdivide into new cells that were isolated so that if any one cell was taken down, the other ones would still function. It was a brilliant organization set up like the Communist Party, and they adapted to threats to them all the time. By the 60s, this was one of the prime groups advocating for gay liberation, and they kind of became more liberal over time, unfortunately. But in the late 1950s and early 1960s, a group of Mattachine Society men went into a gay bar in New York City, and they demanded to be served alcohol. Okay, they demanded to be served alcohol, and they said to the bartender that they were gay, but they wanted alcohol. Because of this, the law at the time basically said that in order to have a liquor license, you couldn't serve the liquor to degenerates. You couldn't serve the liquor to perverts and gay people, okay? So the bartender said, no, I'm not going to serve you because you're gay. I can't do that. After you just said openly in front of people you're gay, I can't serve you alcohol. These men then took that, and they had prepared in advance a lawsuit which they won, and then basically forced the city of New York to get rid of that law preventing serving gay folks. And for a brief time in New York, gay people could go to bars and still be served even if they were quote unquote perverts. Okay, both, Jonas, both. Okay, both Democrats and Republicans supported these laws. Okay, so they had a slight legal victory there. And for a little bit of time, public spaces like bars and restaurants started opening up a little bit more to gay folks. Not much, and they would still be targeted if they went there, or sometimes banned for other excuses, but it started opening up a bit. And if there's one thing I can warn you about, guys, is if a society starts opening it up for an oppressed minority, if you were to suddenly pull back that opening up, you're going to cause a revolt. Historically, the most violent uprisings and revolts happen when some rights are gained suddenly and then suddenly taken away. Don't do that if you're the state. Oopsie. Okay. And so that is what ends up happening. So let me explain what ends up happening next. All right. And then we're going to watch a video about it. So a brief video about it. So this is Stonewall Inn in New York City, in a neighborhood. It is, Sir Bar, in a neighborhood called Greenwich Village. Okay. And Greenwich Village was known as a safe haven for queer people. This is one of the few places in New York where you could publicly be gay or transgender. Gay people could literally hang out with each other on the street and kiss, or like talk to each other without being harassed. Greenwich, not Greenwich. I'm an idiot. Greenwich, okay? And this was a very safe area for gay people. As a matter of fact, so a lot of gay people started flocking. There you go, Hun Bunman. Left swing/fet lifestyle had to do with that too. Dodging evolves as a straight cruising. Correct. Okay, you're totally right. Straight people would do it too. They would also have sex in public and stuff because they had to. Okay. Yes, the West Village. So this became a safe zone within New York, and it grew and started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And as more gay people learned about this place being a safe place, more people, gay people, queer people moved there. And even the straight people that lived in this area started becoming used to having LGBTQ folks around, and they started becoming allies and not caring about queer people, being okay with it. Okay, being okay with it. So this was one of the bars here, okay, that was run by the mob and which catered to the gay community. So, okay, one night, and this is where our story is about to begin. And I'm going to just show you a clip about what happened so you can hear what actually happened, some interviews. The key thing here, guys, is that this bar was run by the mob, and historians are kind of unclear about what happened. It is pretty obvious that perhaps the mob forgot to pay off the police. They may have forgotten to pay off the police this one time. It may be that there had just been an election. Okay, I know all this context just to talk about Stonewall. There may have just been an election or a change in police chief. And so it may have been because of the recent election or a change in police chief, and they were trying to assert their authority, but something happened. And let's watch this, and we'll see what you think, okay? Okay, so let's go here. I'm going to go to the Stonewall Uprising. Also on June 28th, 1968, things exploded, okay? And the gay community the queer community was finally fed up, and they fought back. And this completely changed gay rights in the whole country and around the world. So here we go.
The election was in November of 1969.
So there was an election.
This was the summer of 1969. This was June.
This month.
Mayor John Lindsay, like most mayors, wanted to get reelected. And the police escalated their crackdown on bars because of the reelection campaign.
Yeah. By the way, you're right. This is also the summer of love. So there was lots of resistance happening all around the country anyway because of civil rights and because of the Vietnam War. So to be clear here, there was already an environment all across the country of resistance and fighting back. Okay. Okay. Look at the media framing, like cleaning up New York City.
All
of straight America, in terms of the middle class, was recoiling in horror from what was happening all around them at that time, in that summer and the summer before. The Chicago riots, the human being, the dope smoking, the hippies. All of this stuff was just erupting.
I love the footage.
As far as they were concerned, you know, like a gigantic boil on the butt of America.
Who was going to complain about a crackdown against gay people?
Yeah, no one.
Nobody. not even us.
All right.
They had increased their raids of the trucks. They raided
the trucks. Those are the trucks I'm talking about, guys. The meat packing trucks.
The Checkerboard, which was a very popular gay bar a week before the Stonewall.
There was also vigilantism. People were using walkie-talkies to coordinate attacks on gay men.
Mm-hmm.
So gay people were being strangled, shot, thrown in the river, blackmailed, fired from jobs.
Literally, that's not a joke, guys. That's really dark, but there were gay men being murdered all the time, and then the police wanted to investigate it. There were multiple cases of gay men being thrown into the river and drowned. Sometimes they survived, like at night. There'd be mobs of people who would find them, literally, and then just try and drown them in the river. And it's unclear of who did this. Sometimes it was police, sometimes it was off-duty police, sometimes it was regular people.
It was a horror story.
I had just turned 18 on June 27th, 1969. And I was celebrating my birthday at the Stonewall. Beginning of our night out started early. When we got dressed for that night, we had cocktails and we put the makeup on.
Pre-gaming.
I was wearing my mother's black and white cocktail dress that was
By the way,
Empire
guys, a lot of these people were black and brown people, okay? And you can imagine that it was even worse for them. I'm not even talking about Marsha P. Johnson right now, but I will at a different stream. Especially black and brown queer people really were not having a good time, okay?
Wasted. I didn't think I could have been any prettier than that night. I told the person at the door, I said, I'm 18 tonight. And he said to me, little SOB, he said, you could have got us in a lot of trouble. Could have got us closed up. Well, little did he know that what was going to happen later on, you know, was to make history.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, she's trans, okay.
I remember it being a clear evening with a big black sky and the biggest white moon I ever saw.
Ooh. This is fun. I like all the primary source stuff in it.
It was incredibly hot. You throw into that the Stonewall was raided the previous Tuesday night. So it was a perfect storm for the police. They didn't know what they were walking into.
Oops.
Most raids by the New York City police, because they were paid off by the mob, took place on a weeknight. They took place early in the evening. The place would not be crowded. This was a highly unusual raid. Going in there in the middle of the night with a full crowd, the mafia hasn't been alerted, the 6th precinct hasn't been alerted.
We only had about 6 people altogether from the police department.
Yes, they do interview some
Knowing that
police officers.
You had a precinct right nearby that would send assistance.
We were in the back of the room, and the lights went on. So everybody stopped what they were doing, because now
So they oftentimes, guys, at these bars, when the lights went on, that was sort of a warning that the po-po are here. You all need to run, okay? So the lights came on, so immediately all the queer people in Stonewall were like, oh shit, here come the po-po, okay?
The police started coming in, raiding the bar. They pushed everybody like to the back room and slowly asking for IDs. Meanwhile, there was crowds forming outside the Stonewall, wanting to know what was going on.
We were talking about the revolution happening, and we were walking up 7th Avenue, and we were thinking that it was either Black Panthers or the Young Lords are going to start it. And we turned the corner from 7th Avenue onto Christopher Street, and we saw the paddy wagon pull up there. And some people came out and being very dramatic, throwing their arms up in a V, you know, as the victory sign.
So the whole community around Stonewall started coming out of their houses, coming out of their bars. It was gay and straight people, by the way. It was queer people and allies yelling at the police as they saw them pulling up and going into Stonewall.
That night, I'm in my office. I look down the street, and I could see the Stonewall sign, and I started to see some activity in front. So I run down there, and as I'm looking around to see what's going on, police cars, different things happening, it's getting bigger by the minute.
And did they say there were only 6 police officers
and
at this
people
point?
coming out weren't going along
Yes, he
with
did,
it so
Jimmy.
easily.
A rather tough lesbian was busted in the bar, but when she came out of the bar, she was fighting the cops and was trying to get away.
Based.
And the harder she fought, the more the cops were beating her up, and the madder the crowd got. And I ran into Howard Smith on the street. The Village Voice was right there. And Howard said, boy, there's like a riot gonna happen here. And I said, yeah, and the police were showing up.
Yep.
And so Howard said, we've got police press passes upstairs. You know, Howard's concern was,
Just you wait, Sir Bart. It gets a lot worse for the police, okay?
concern was if all hell broke loose, they'd just start busting heads. At least if you had press, maybe your head wouldn't get busted.
Things started off small, but there was an energy that began to flow through the crowd.
People were screaming, pig, copper. People started throwing pennies.
And then everybody started to throw pennies, like, you know, like they were, this is what they were, nothing but copper, you know, coppers. That's what they were worth.
There was also, guys, the idea that they started throwing pennies at the cops. Another idea of this was they were mocking the corruption of the police. They're like, here's your money, get away from here, okay? So I love that idea of throwing the pennies at the police to show that they're only worth pennies, but also to show that they're corrupt, okay?
So it was mostly goofing, really, basically goofing on them, getting them in the car, rocking them back and forth, calling them names, telling them how good looking they were, grabbing their butts, doing things like that, you know, just making their lives miserable for once.
At a certain point, it felt pretty dangerous to me. But I noticed that the cop that seemed in charge, he said, you know what? We have to go inside for safety. Your choice. You can come in with us, or you could stay out here with the crowd and report your stuff from out here. I said, I can go in with you? He said, okay, let's go. He pulls all his men inside. It's the first time I'm fully inside the Stonewall.
Bad idea.
So then I got pushed back into the Stonewall by these plainclothes cops, and they would not let me out. They didn't let anybody out. They were just holding us almost like in a hostage situation where...
So the police are under siege, guys, and they feel very under threat. So now they've gone into the Stonewall to protect themselves from the crowd outside.
You don't know what's going to happen next.
But there were little tiny pinholes in the plywood windows. I'll call them the windows, but they were plywood. And we could look out from there. And every time I went over and looked out through one of the pinholes where he did, we were shocked at how big the crowd had become.
Very anti-police, had
Yeah, no
many years
shit.
already of activism against the forces of law and order. This was the first time I could actually sense, not only see them fearful, I could sense them fearful.
Oh, yeah, the police are afraid now, okay?
There was joy because the cops weren't winning. The cops were barricaded inside. We were winning.
I was with a group that we actually took a parking meter out of the ground, 3 or 4 people, and we used it as a battering ram.
Oh, Miss New Orleans, she wouldn't be stopped. And she was quite crazy. And when she grabbed that, everybody knew she couldn't do it alone, so all the other queens, Congo women and queens like that started, and they were hitting that door.
Guys, there are amazing images of like trans women and people in drag with like battering rams trying to get at the police. Okay, there were also women in drag, trans people in drag. Well, actually, I'm sorry, gay men in drag, and then trans people. Okay, like throwing their high heels and shit at the police. Okay,
I mean, they were making some headway.
Bam, bam, you know, and bash in the opening, and go, whoa!
We had maybe 6 people, and by this time there were several thousand outside.
Yeah, and it gets bigger and bigger.
You could hear screaming outside. A lot of noise from the protesters. And it was a good sound. It was a real good sound to know that, you know, you had a lot of people out there pulling for you.
Can you guys imagine? I just want to point out, imagine being gay at the time and feeling like no one in the world, Jonas, like no one in the world cares about you. And suddenly the police are attacking you and thousands of people are suddenly showing up to support you. And I've heard accounts about like how this like was one of the most liberating feeling moments for a lot of these people's lives that they've never forgotten. Okay, the moment where they suddenly felt like, oh my God, why the community is supporting us? What the fuck is happening? Okay, like, all right.
I did try to get out of the bar, and I thought that there might be a way out through one of the bathrooms. Somebody grabbed me by the leg and told me I wasn't going anywhere.
The moment you stepped out that door, there would be hundreds facing you. It was terrifying. It was as bad as any situation that I had met in during the Army. Had just as much to worry about.
It was worse than being in the Army. That's amazing. Yeah, don't fuck with the gay community then. Don't fuck with the queer community. And maybe you won't experience your personal Vietnam, okay?
You know, our goal was to hurt those police. I wanted to kill those cops for the anger I had in me. And the cops got that. And they were lucky that door was closed. They were very lucky, because I was from the streets.
And I keep listening and listening and listening, hoping I'm going to hear sirens any minute. And I was very freaked, because if they weren't there fast, I was worried that there was something going on that I didn't know about, and they weren't going to come.
Yeah.
Our radio was cut off every time we got on the police radio.
Yeah.
That never happened before.
So at that point, the police are extremely nervous.
Look at those
and
brown shirts.
A couple of them had pulled out their guns. I actually thought, as all of them did, that we were going to be killed. And if enough people broke through, they would be killed and I would be killed. They'd think I'm a cop, even though I had a big Jufro haircut and a big handlebar mustache at the time. But I'm wearing this police thing. I'm thinking, well, if they break through, I better take it off really quickly.
That's funny. This guy was obviously in leather. Okay, like there's a leather sub community in the queer community. So he was wearing leather, and he's like, uh-oh, do I look too much like a police officer? Are they going to accidentally come after me, the protesters?
But they're going to come this way, and we're going to be backing up, and who knows what'll happen.
We told this to our men, don't fire. Don't fire until I fire.
And he went to each man and said it by name, like, Joe, if you fire your gun without me saying your name and the words fire, you will be walking a beat on Staten Island all alone on a lonely beach for the rest of your police career. Do you understand me?
Well, I had to act that I wasn't nervous. that this is normal stuff.
Poor guy.
But everybody knew it wasn't normal stuff. And everyone was on edge. And that was the worst part of it, because you knew they were on edge. And you knew that the first shot that was fired meant all the shots would be fired.
Yeah. Look at that crowd, Jesus.
It was getting worse and worse. People standing on cars, standing on garbage cans, screaming, yelling. The ones that came close, you could see their faces in rage.
We were looking for secret exits, and one of the police...
So see here, Hundebaman, no, they didn't. I disagree with you, Hundebaman. Just from a historical perspective, the people that sent the cops there didn't want the cops killed. No, they did not expect this backlash because they had done this dozens of other times before. They had raided the same building the week before that. This was just something the police did frequently. It was homophobic, queer raiding, and it wasn't like this planned out thing where the capitalist class were like, let's raid this location and hope for backlash. They did not want backlash, okay? They definitely didn't. This was a time of extreme instability all over the country. So I'm not sure where you got that, Hunbaman, but historically that's not accurate, what you're saying. There wasn't like a conspiracy of the owning class to do this. Does that make sense?
Women was able to squirm through the window. And they did find a way out.
All of a sudden, in the background, I heard some police cars, and we all relaxed. We heard one, then more, and more.
So the cops came with all these buses, like 5 buses, and they all were full of tactical police force. And they wore dark police uniforms and riot helmets, and they had billy clubs, and they had big plastic shields, like...
Yeah, so Hummerman, they were very incompetent. They were definitely incompetent about how they handled this raid. They made a lot of big fucking mistakes, okay? But, like, it wasn't like, yeah. Okay, well, by the way, we actually don't know if they didn't warn the mob. Okay, we don't know if they didn't warn the mob. It's not exactly trustworthy. The mob isn't exactly a trustworthy source. So yeah, the later some people in the mob claim that, oh, we didn't know about this in advance. Well, of course the mob's going to say that because they wanted to look like they supported what happened to the cops, right? They would lose a bunch of business if they had admitted publicly that they knew in advance that this was going to happen. So the sources that we have from the mob are not reliable. But I get what you're saying, okay?
An army, and they actually formed a phalanx.
Yeah, they literally formed a phalanx outside there
and just marched down Christopher Street and kind of pushed us in front of them.
Okay. So guys, we'll stop it there. You get the idea here, right? So literally, they attempted to raid the Stonewall, and it caused massive backlash. For the first time, the community started rallying around this business. It literally turned into a riot. So we're not seeing all of it right now, but it turned into a riot. Businesses were being targeted and burned, and windows broken. Cops were having shit thrown at them. They got trapped inside this building. More police showed up, and it became a massive riot. And eventually, it died down. But what ends up happening, guys, is images of this end up going all around the country. The media tried to suppress it, by the way. The media said things like, drag queens fight back. And they tried to downplay the fact that this was the whole community rising up. But these images spread all around the place, and it became quickly clear to gay communities all over the place that if they fought back and they resisted the police, they could win. And so a lot of people started coming out of the closet because of this. And there was a lot more gay people started organizing a lot more because of this. And a lot of the organizations today that fight for gay rights came about because of this, because this became a model for resisting the suppression of gay folks. Okay. Now, after this happened, the Mattachine Society got together. And they said, we need to keep the momentum going. We need to keep the momentum going. Okay. We need to keep the momentum going. So we need to have a massive protest parade the next day or a few days after Stonewall. I can't remember the exact day, to be honest with you. And they did. They ended up quickly organizing a massive parade of protest to kind of keep up the momentum caused by this. What was the name of that first parade? Or I should say, what did that first parade end up becoming and that we still celebrate to this day? Okay. Come on, tell me. Pride. That became the first Pride parade. Was the parade organized right after Stonewall to keep the momentum going after the Stonewall raid. And Pride is still celebrated all across the world. And right now we're in Pride Month. This is the month that this happened. Okay, we are in June. As a reminder, guys, one of the things that really frustrates me is that, remember, the Mattachine Society was originally started by communists and labor activists. The gay rights movement kicked off with violence against the police, with drag queens taking off their heels and throwing it at the police, with a butch lesbian beating the shit out of a police officer who was trying to take her rights away by pulling her out of a bar. Okay, with a whole community, not only of LGBTQ folks, but straight allies rallying out around the police, holding them hostage in a bar, and then having to have more police called in as reinforcements to push them out to save them. Okay, it was an act of violent resistance. And this movement had originally been somewhat started by communist and labor activists. And by the way, anti-racist black and brown activists who had sort of started this movement. Now, what has Pride become today? You go to a Pride parade and it's all banks and all financial institutions putting the rainbow flag on their bank, okay, on the bank, like on the bank symbol and shit like that, okay? It's very frustrating. But regardless, this is how it started, all right? And this, rainbows for Raytheon, right? So, but this is, the real Stonewall story is a story of mass violent resistance of the gay community, okay? It was when the gay community stopped being victims and started fighting back, okay? Literally did a mass act of resistance, okay? Yeah, it was originally called the Liberation Day Parade. Okay, it was literally called the Liberation Day Parade. It was an act of resistance and liberation. Okay, so anyway, but isn't that badass? So that is the story of Stonewall. You can go visit the Stonewall Inn today. I have an image of it here. Okay, it's a historic site. Donald Trump, of course, is trying to remove all National Historic Site references to Stonewall. And I believe on the National Park website, it's removed either all or most references to Stonewall. He's actually actively trying to suppress the memory of Stonewall, or at the very least, make it not about LGBTQ folks, okay? So, yeah, exactly. Also, pride isn't a sin. It's a declaration of being unapologetically true to yourself and not living in the margins. Correct. Pride, guys, is about being okay with being yourself. Being okay with being yourself, having pride in who you are, regardless about what society says. You have to understand, guys, the gay folks, LGBTQ folks generally, queer people, have high rates of suicide. Very high rates. Trans people especially, because of how they're often viewed, created. They're made to be view themselves as less than human. They don't have spaces they can go to be themselves. It's really hard to exist as themselves in the real society. So having pride is also literally about saving people's lives. It's about letting, especially trans youth, realize that they're human beings and they should have pride in being human and who they are. Okay. It doesn't matter. Like, you can have pride in the history of who you are, have pride in yourself. Okay. So I will say, guys, and like, it's also a celebration of the word ally, right? It's a celebration for straight people too. Okay. It's a celebration of, like, straight people can go out and they celebrate, come to Pride, show your allyship, celebrate the idea of the different varieties of humanity that are out there. Okay, there's no varieties of humanity, the different sexualities, ways of being in the world. It's a celebration of being human, and allies know that. Allies know that. And by the way, this was also part of the start of the ally movement, which was gay, straight people who support the LGBTQ movement. By the way, one of the best forms of resistance that the gay community ended up settling upon, okay? One of the best forms of resistance that the gay community settled upon was to come out of the closet. So, in a common refrain throughout gay history, I'm asking everyone out there to come out. Come out, come out, come out, come out of the closet. Obviously, I am not judging you if you don't come out because everyone has a different scenario. But the mass pushing to get people to come out of the closet, the more gay people that come out of the closet, the more LGBTQ folks that come out of the closet, the more their straight people will start to see that their family members are LGBTQ, that they know someone who's LGBTQ, that LGBTQ people are people they love, that are in their families, are their friends, that are humans. Okay. So one of the biggest reasons why there has been a massive shift in public opinion on LGBTQ folks is because a lot of people now know LGBTQ folks because they've all started coming out of the closet. Okay. So and guys, I am not saying if you don't, you need to make a decision based off what's safe for you and things like that. Okay. Like seriously, what's safe for you? I am not judging people who aren't out of the closet, but if you're able to come out, that is a way of you can resist. Okay. Does that make sense? So Dolly Boy, and now you have bitter right-wingers now always commenting, actually, June is Men's Mental Health Month, and that's more important. Hilarious. As if they give a fuck about that. They don't, right? They don't. Okay, hilarious, a bright love. Okay, guys. So there we go. That is the story of Stonewall. And we will talk about Marsha P. Johnson at some point as well, who was kind of a big part of this. But there you go. There's some Pride history for Pride Month. I decided to do a very long lesson and give you a lot of context to it. I hope you all learned something. If you guys, so again, we did talk about the history of it. I showed you a video about how gay people were viewed, this sort of oppression gay people faced. Yeah, there you go, hun. But yeah, if you have the privilege of being able to come out of the closet safely, which a lot don't, it is your duty to normalize it. Okay. We have not covered Reckless Ben yet, SoCal. We're going to do that next. Okay. Right there. Good, Dodongo. Okay. So do we all learn something? All right. So come out, my LGBTQ brothers and sisters. If you can do it safely, come out. If you have the privilege to do it, come out. Okay. Hello, QWERTY. Am I Ukrainian? I am not Ukrainian. Are you saying because of the Ukrainian flag? I do support Ukraine and its struggle against Russia. I had this flag before any of that started. My father had it, so I just have it up back there. If I had a Palestinian flag, I'd be waving it too. Okay. We got it? Okay. So let me let's say we haven't gotten to it, guys. We'll talk about the other stuff next, right? Yes, we're here for you and we support you. We are family. Yes, guys, for the LGBTQ folks out there, you can always come talk to me. I have known a lot of people I've had to help with coming out of the closet or help guide them through situations involving themselves and their personal lives in regards to LGBTQ stuffs. The gay community is very supportive. Okay, the LGBTQ community is in most cases, is very supportive. So what I would do, guys, please join our Discord, and you literally send me a private message if you need to chat about something. I've actually had people do that, and I love that. I love that. Okay, so please, I love all of you. Okay, we have a lot of allies in the community and stuff. We can help you out. Okay, so wait, are you gay? Why'd you spell it that way, QWERTY? I am gay. Yes. Okay. All right. And I'm not even talking about the racial components of this because the black and brown community really also helped resist. Okay. Okay, guys. So let me go pee really fast because, I like to pee a lot. Gay. Okay. I'm going to go pee really fast. Give me 1 second. And then we'll talk about the Lego stuff. All right. Let me actually pull that up before I come back. Well, I'll do that here in a second. We'll talk about the Lego stuff. I'll be right back, guys. Let me go pee. Give me 1 second. Love you all very much. Okay. You're the best. Boop. No problem. Thank you, Drizilla, for the 20 kroner. Thank you, Drizilla. No problem, Drizilla. Okay. All right, guys. Hello. We're back. We're back. All right, we're back. Let me do some boops, guys. Let me do some boops. How's everyone doing out there? We hope we enjoyed that shit. Yeah, I hope we all learned something. All that stuff, guys, will be on a Kahoot someday. It'll be on. We might do a gay Kahoot. We might do a gay Kahoot. Okay. Anyway, so all right, good. I'm glad. Thank you, elevator lady. I'm glad you did. Okay. So okay. Okay, DA, DA, you're funny. You're funny. And you know exactly what the fuck I just talked about, DA. So you know that it's not just about having sex in public, okay? That it is a requirement. The gay folks have been forced to do that, all right? So yeah, funny, right? Let's go on. So guys, let's go on to this. So we all have been doing, guys, we've been doing some what is it called? So we've been following what's going on with Reckless Ben, right? Do we remember this? Reckless Ben, who has been trying to help that family get the Legos back from that company. What is it? Something and Figs? I don't know. That stupid ass company. The bricks and figs, whatever the fuck it is. I don't care. We'll find out the name of it. Well, today, and there's been updates on this. Okay, remember that there's a very corrupt police department who arrested Reckless Ben and was lied a whole bunch about the reasons they arrested him and the actions and stuff that have happened to him, that they did to him and things like that. Okay. Damn right, elevator lady. So there is an update to this story. Reckless Ben, someone either leaked from inside the police department the footage that the police department redacted of their interactions. Thank you, bricks and minifigs. Or someone hacked into it and released it that way. Okay. I know, Drizzle. It's okay. All right. For some reason, I don't know why, but DA is fixated on men having sex in public. That's all he can think about. Love having you here, DA, but it's kind of weird. Like, why do you think so much about men having sex in public? Like, I don't think about it that much. Okay. Like, I almost never think about it. I'm not fixated on the idea of two men going at it in a public space. Why is that all you can think about, DA? It's kind of strange. Anyway, so guys, going on, speaking, but happy Pride Month, DA, just to let you know. Happy Pride Month. I suspect you'll be out of the closet soon. So let's go on here. I know, right? It's weird it's so strange to me, guys, how homophobes are always thinking about gay sex. Like, it's really weird. I don't get it. Like, but it's not like a normal amount. It's like kind of a lot, much more than I do it. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go on. So, let's see here. Thank you, DA. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Outer Signal. Okay. I could have blocked it, but I was kind of having fun. But thank you. I'm glad you did it. Okay. Okay. Let's go on, guys. So let's talk about this. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I need to do some boops. Let me do some boops. I apologize. Dodongo gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Hundebundman gets a boop. Boop. Sylvie gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Hello, Louise, you get a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Let's see here. At least I'm not a homophobe, or I'm sure I would have been banned from YouTube too. That's a sus thing to say, Bravo Sierra. That doesn't make sense, okay? Because you can be a homophobe and not be banned if you don't say it out loud. Anyway, hello, elevator lady, you get a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Anyone need it? Anyone else need a boop? Did I miss anyone? James Nordoff gets a boop. Boop. Oh, of course, Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Did I already do that? Have I given everyone a BS? Always posting BS. Yeah. We're down to one strike left. So LaCroix. It's like right on the borderline, and like I don't know. Okay. Of course, Sir Bart. Would you like me to do it, Sir Bart? Because there's borderline shit going on, and I'm kind of sick of it. Sure. You know what? I'll do it for you, Sir Bart. Give me a second. Okay, Bravo Sierra. People really reading my broke ass English and thinking I'm trolling. Well, here's Sir Bart. I will make you a mod. 1 second. Where are you, Sir Bart? Did I not make you a mod yet on Oh, I can't unless you're over there, Sir Bart. That's okay. All right. So let's go on here, guys. All right. So let's go on. So die boop, everyone. Philly cheese, you get a boop. Boop. Anyone else need a boop? Anyone else need a boop? Sylvie? Boop. Did I miss anyone who needs a boop? SoCal? Boop. Druzilla? Boop. We good? Gwen, I'm sorry. Boop. I feel like I'm missing other people. Am I missing other people? No? Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. Okay. Let's go on here. So this is... Okay, you know what? I'm done with it. Guys, I'm done with it. I'm so done with it. I am done with it. No, Sir Bart. Are you? Oh, there you are. You're over there now, Sir Bart. Here you go. I'm having trouble getting it to work on my end. I think there's something wrong with the YouTube chat. So here, Sir Bart, I'll make you a mod. Add as moderator. Standard moderator. There you go, Sir Bart. Everyone, we have collectively knighted Sir Bart. I now grant thee, Sir Bart, a knighthood. In the name of the Jester's Court, you are now granted the sword of justice of the Jester's Court, okay? May you forever fight for the dignity and justice of the community. Fetty, you get a boop. Boop. All right, let's go on. I'm sorry, Fetty, you got a boop. All right, let's go on. Okay, you're a mod now, Sir Bart. At least you should be. I hope you're, unless I messed up. I'm pretty sure you're a mod now. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Bart. Let's go on. So let's watch this. So, guys, there's some updates on this. Someone hacked into the shit. Okay, hacked into, or the police department or someone releases. So let's see what Reckless Ben has found about the videos that the police department released. Okay, that were released from the police department. Okay, let's watch.
Into the American Fork Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them. So this is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up and I'm going to keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
I understand. This ends today. I know. We're talking to them. Okay.
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me. But the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose.
Okay.
So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
Okay.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house.
I'm sorry. I forgot to give you a boop too, Hund. You get a boop. Boop. So a boop is a compliment, Hund. It's like a delicate kiss on the forehead, like a mwah. Okay, except not, because that's assault. But it's like a compliment, okay?
Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not going to have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
Oh, God. So this is the
they're
stuff.
on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were going to shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this
Oh,
stop?
Ninjester, you get a boop.
Absolutely.
She had a consignment.
Ninjester, you should have told me. I'm sorry. So, guys, he's a little baby. This guy is not Ninjester. This guy's a little baby, okay? I can't believe he actually told the police he was going to shoot the people trying to serve him legally authorized court papers.
Deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this consignment deal with him and she never paid him.
So right away, Josh is lying
That's
to the
not true.
police.
Not
which
true.
We can easily verify with all the metadata timestamped pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber.
Yes,
His name is Ben Schneider. He's Reckless Ben. They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. I'm done.
What are you guys doing here? So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve them legal papers.
She is a process server and she's trying to serve you papers.
She's not a process server.
Okay.
Get the papers.
Have you
fake papers. They're fake. Go get the papers.
Okay. You okay if I bring those over to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They're fake.
Oh, really? Wow. That's shocking. Isn't that funny how, like, the police just take this guy's word for it? Do we think if this guy was low income or, like, black or something, that they'd be like, oh, yeah, you're right. It must be fake because you said it's fake. Hilarious.
See those papers? Yeah. So this is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes. I wish we could just send them an email. I wish we could just send them a phone call, or the court could send it to them, but this is what we're required to do from the United States court. So we're just following the instructions of the government. He thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it, but we're showing him, like, we're not going to let him get away with his crime, so.
Okay. You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hang tight. Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just get
Have
her?
you looked at the papers? I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's nothing filed. So no, I'm not accepting service from him.
Okay.
No, I'm not accepting service from him. No. Oh my God, he's a fucking toddler. He's a goddamn toddler. And by the way, we know they were filed. I mean, we know that these were filed. There's filed shit, okay? Because they called them. Remember, they ended up calling the court and finding out that this stuff was filed, or that they haven't been served yet. Okay.
Absolutely not. It's fake.
Okay.
It's not real.
That's completely fine. You have that right.
Yeah.
Literally, all this police officer has to do is be like, "You are served," and then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them.
Seriously,
as long as you say you are
Ninjester.
served, that counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like here, I'll time it. You've been served. Yeah, like literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated.
Okay, that's kind of an exaggeration because the police officer is probably eating a donut or something. Probably needs to take a few moments to beat up some homeless person. They need to finish the donut that's halfway in their mouth. You know, who knows? They might have they have to go beat their girlfriend first or something. And then, so it might take more like a couple hours to do the serving. But regardless,
Okay, then it has to be.
it could still be done in a pretty good amount of time.
Hold on. All right. What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to.
As much as you humanly possibly can.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
Yeah. Instead of serving these court papers, like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm gonna go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this.
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of a
right, never
bind.
mind. It's fake.
Oh,
There's no
such-
lawsuit anyway.
Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna give this back to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, this is all the stuff that they redacted. This is all the stuff that they redacted. So the police officers hid this and they just revealed it, okay? That's not how serving a paper works, okay? Okay.
Because here's the thing. Let's think about this logically. Do you think a process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows that if he gets served these papers, it's going to be really bad for him. And at this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
And now,
What the fuck is he talking about? Okay.
now Josh
You're right,
has just committed a felony. Lying to the police officers about a false threat I made to get me arrested is super duper illegal.
He called the store
That's literal. Okay, like he's never.
a billion times, threatened the employees.
He does not want the paper. So
He's not want the papers?
here's that back for you.
Okay.
I'm not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna erase your.
I know, Hun, but like the police here are liars. They're liars. This is the issue. This police department's massively corrupt. Oh, for sure, Felici. Guys, you know what really concerns me is how many times have police departments across the country gotten away with this stuff and we just don't know about it? Or imagine, I mean, we already knew this about the police. We're lefties. We already knew this. But imagine a time before the internet, how much they got away with this stuff when there weren't body cameras or like there wasn't an internet to post things on to get people like. That's what's really scary to me is imagine how much this happens that we don't know about it, right?
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, process server's really going to ride with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am?
I know, Fetty, you're right.
They
Okay.
have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, "Oh no, I got to serve him these papers." Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, "Oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing?"
Oh, absolutely, Outer Signal. And all these folks are white, right? Like This is the police being nice, probably. Yeah, LaQual, it's just as an FYI, body-worn cameras weren't commonplace until after George Floyd, right?
I'm like, do you think I'm stupid?
He already has, Hunbamin. So 3 days after this, the judge marked those papers as served, but the judge marked it as served 3 days after this. So if this is the 10th, the papers are now marked as being served on the 13th, which is weird. This is complicated, but...
I don't know what to do.
Oh,
man.
I know, Jonas.
So, did you call the police again?
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
We're ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking because they're using electronic.
Oh, absolutely, Iron Moth. Absolutely. Fuck the government and fuck the police. Yep.
For communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
Oh, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above. But because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot, can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
Now we're just kind of wanting to know what you want done on this.
As much as we humanly possibly can.
Is that so, Philly Cheese? For anybody interested, there's a YouTube channel called Bam Sucks with all the footage from the case, including the body officer camera footage of the Fascinating. Thank you, Philly Cheese. I didn't know that.
He's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors.
Jesus.
He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake.
They literally called the fucking courthouse, and the courthouse said that they're real, and yet they know they're lying.
That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. It's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be not affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She is over 18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here. And she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And I already explained this to the police.
So anyone can be a process server. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case. She's over 18 years old. That qualifies as a process server.
Okay. Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
Iron Moth, you belong in this community. We all feel the same way. Most of us do. Iron Moth says, fuck the police. They can suck my... I probably can't say that last part. It might be a bit too explicit, but yes, we know. Okay.
That's her. Yeah, we have no relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is. The exact person that you're describing.
That's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server.
So for this girl to be impersonating a process server in the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says she's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that. Yeah. And so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney.
That's interesting. Look, I'd kind of like to watch that video. You should put that in reacts if you don't have to, but if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler, she's not an attorney, but so I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like he's verified that she meets all the requirements to be a process server. So basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements, and I acknowledge she meets these requirements, she still doesn't meet these requirements. You're making no sense, Josh.
Impersonating an officer of the court, that carries it's pretty significant,
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server.
Yeah. Iron Moth, will you reframe that? I'm not sure what you're saying.
Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges.
I love this. I feel like that's illegal. My feels tell me that's illegal. Oh, of course they are. They are Iron Moth. The police are stupid. Yes. Okay.
To impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
Jester. As Qui-Gon Jinn says, there's always a bigger fish. Correct.
Now, I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now,
I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
So these papers that he printed up are
fake. Yes, 1 billion.
Why? Okay, this is so fucking dumb. So fucking dumb. The police are just like, oh, you say they're fake, they must be fake then, right? Oh my God, they're like, you're right, they're fake. You told us they're fake, they're fake. Like, okay.
Trillion, gazillion percent.
Again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
This is the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money left the United States.
And now Eamon has just committed obstruction by lying to the police officer.
That's not true. That is factually not true. The guy who originally, he didn't leave the United States. What do you mean?
Officers.
He created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there.
What the fuck?
Kill her.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to
totally outer signal, duty to protect capital and property.
Somebody else's stupid agreement. I like how he can just lie to you guys. He's a straight face.
I cannot believe, oh my God, he sounds like a Zionist. He sounds like a Zionist. Like literally saying exactly what he's doing. I can't believe he can lie straight. I can't believe he's lying straight to your faces. That is exactly what he is doing. He is lying directly to the police's faces, and the police are complicit. But oh my God, it sounds like a Zion. Okay, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. All right, let's get fucking Benjamin Netanyahu or that other jack off over here. What is that? Ben Gavir? Like that's what he sounds like. Anyway,
he owes me $200,000.
I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Yep,
Trying
we
to
saw
speak
this.
with someone to verify.
Right, Fetty, did you see that face? Like, I am a baby. He looked like a giant baby.
A case is
correct.
Just
Outer
verify
signal.
if a case
That's a
is
lie.
Real.
And they say, yeah, it's real.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Alyssa, this is the follow-up to the Legos case. Do you remember this, Alyssa?
That's all for today. Thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this, even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff. Not even we now can get to hear what these police officers are saying. But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, okay?
Yeah.
But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court, okay?
It's a real case. Who's it against?
Against you, him versus you.
Ben Schneider?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait, this part's important. Everyone listen. Okay, everyone listen. This part's important because the police are now saying, yeah, it's a real case. So this next part will probably be important, maybe.
What an idiot.
So,
oh, no, I agree, Iron Moth. I mean, most police officers, you're right. Iron Moth says, I think most of the officers don't have brains. I think they're just full of shit in the brain. Of course they are, Iron Moth. I mean, a lot of these folks don't have much brains. That's why they become police officers. They're just like, me big, me hit things. That's kind of what they are. A lot of them are Neanderthals. I mean, that's offensive to Neanderthals. But they're just like, me big, me hit things, me big man, that sort of deal. That's why, by the way, so many police are thought to abuse their wives. Literally, police have higher rates of domestic abuse than lots of other professions because, you know, that's kind of how they handle everything. Thank you, Iron Moth. Thank you. Okay. Little crying baby ass. Oh my God, I almost Fed posted. Hilarious, Fetty. Don't worry, it's fine. My dad is great. Thank you, Iron Moth. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, he's just racked up the charges, and we're working together.
So basically, the consensus is we were all wrong here. However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like all of the different things. Like, there's got to be something to arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate. This is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you.
I know, Jonas.
Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Hello.
What?
Okay.
Okay. Find you back.
Am I being arrested?
I'm sorry. I have to see that again. Am I hallucinating? I mean, I'm not surprised.
Oh, Benjamin, step out for me.
Did the CEO basically just like order the police officer to arrest him?
It's like there's got to be something to arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Hello, Benjamin, step out for me.
Yeah, the fucking... Guys, what have I always said? That the police, their main job is to work for capital, to work for the business owners and the powerful and the elites, okay? He basically is, like, just perfectly in line with what the CEO says, right? Yeah, they're like, but Lacroix, it makes perfect sense. Lacroix says, so the cops are just being these companies' personal thugs. Literally, that is part of the origins of the police department. If anyone knows about the Pinkertons, okay, the Pinkertons, who were a private police force that companies used to destroy the labor movement and destroy unions. That's like one of the origins of the police are 1, slave catchers, 2, the Pinkertons, and then there's also local sheriffs. But like that is part of the origin of the police force, to be used by capital to crush the working class. And that is exactly what you're seeing happen here, okay? The being used by capital. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Find you back. Am I being arrested? You're under arrest right now. Really?
Guys, even think of some of the language, by the way, you hear police use. Even when police are trying to be quote unquote nice and they don't arrest someone, they'll often give them a talk. And the talk that they will give is be like, you need to, you need to get out of this cycle. You need to improve your life, get a job. You know what language I'm talking about? How they'll try to sound like they're trying to be nice to you if they're not arresting you. They'll be like, stop hanging around the wrong people, get a job, get some employment, which is basically telling them, go and slave away for the capitalist class. Work is how you get out of this. Go be an obedient employee, right? It's like them reinforcing the system of power that exists. Yeah, it is, Fetty. So like even the language they use reinforces the power of capital. Look up Robert Jordan, Connecticut police. Seriously? Is that serious, Philly Chief? Let's see here. Hello, Punjabi. Are you kidding me? Is this a joke? I have never heard of this. You have got to be kidding me. Was this... Who did this first? Was this Philly Cheese or was this Le Quabois? Oh my God. This is hilarious. Okay. Apparently, Robert Jordan was an applicant that was denied a police officer position by the New London Police Department in Connecticut because his IQ was considered too high. I've never heard of this, Lacroix. What? I wasn't joking, Lacroix. I have never heard of this. What? He sued the city, but the court ruled the department's hiring policy was legally justified. The department only interviewed candidates who scored between 20 and 27 on an IQ test. The average IQ, by the way, is, what is it? 104. I have never heard of this before. What the fuck? Thank you for teaching me about this. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I'm saving this article and I'm going to use this in the future, and I should pay you all for telling me about this. Like, this is hilarious. No. I know what IQ testing is, guys. I'm just saying I have not heard about this case where this officer sued because he wasn't allowed in for having too high of a IQ. Now, listen. This, like, I don't know what the effects of this are nationally. Is this just one? Oh my God, what? So I don't know if this is a national thing, if this is like just a local thing, but that's still pretty funny. That is pretty fucking funny. Okay, that's pretty funny. Let's go on here. That's all right. Well, there we go. We have proof incarnate. No, guys, here's the thing, guys. I've always known that they don't want smart cops. I didn't know that there was a case that like showed that they literally would do IQ testing and like not let people with high IQs in. I thought it was done kind of unofficially. Like they don't want too smart of a cop, and so they like if you talked in a way that was, you know, too intelligent or something, they might not. You see what I mean? I just didn't know there was a court case, but that's pretty fucking funny.
I love you. I love you. Oh,
there we go.
I love you. Okay, I love you. I love American Fork Police Department.
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raid my house because they heard that
it was upheld on appeal. This makes me laugh so much, guys. I wasn't joking when I said they're just a bunch of like big dumb thugs. What is it called? Ironhoff, what message? No, I didn't see your I can't see all the messages, Ironhoff, when I'm watching a video and stuff, but resend it, okay?
I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out an answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop...
I think the police can office by call I can't say what you said, I'm pretty sure, but basically... I guess. Yeah, I guess. I will say though, like, I don't want to say that the police are like, I don't want to be ableist. Let's put it that way. Okay. It's just they literally choose people who are very low IQ. Let's put it that way. Okay. But yes. All right.
Warrants all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
Yeah.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out. So just be aware of that.
However, when we got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees that I'm filming, and once he sees I'm filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happened, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off, but...
The other kid had a GoPro.
Interesting, Humbun.
How many did you get? You got banned?
You're Canadian, Humbun? We have a few Canadians in here, by the way. You're not the only Canadian in here.
We got 5.
I'm very sorry for our country, by the way. I'm embarrassed. I apologize on behalf of the whole stupid United States of America, okay? All of the Americans in here beg your forgiveness for our president, okay?
I know.
Including Ben Schneider?
Yes.
Sweet. That's good.
That's
Next,
true.
we got some unredacted footage of me using the bathroom.
Of course, Sylvie. What the fuck? I feel uncomfortable watching this. I don't want to see him use the restroom. I feel like I'm violating his privacy by even watching this. I know I can't see anything. All right. Right, Jonas?
Another thing about this unredacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually
these morons, they really are low IQ. Like, come on, why don't you turn off your cam when you're in your own place?
Member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. All my old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks. And it legally got approved by the IRS. And Scientology Sucks worships a gold plunger as their god. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist. I guess the American Fork Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my god on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now.
Funny. Real fast, Dodongo, I once had to do a drug test, and the cop looked at my dick hole the whole time. What? I gave myself water poisoning? Oh my God, I'm sorry, Dodongo. That's disgusting.
Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies.
That's pretty serious shit.
It's super serious. I know that you've been told all of, oh, it's a fundraiser. This guy stole $200,000. Yeah. If that was the case, that guy would be in jail.
Yeah.
So
no,
let's see. We're going to use critical.
Anyways, we're going to fast forward a bunch. So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifigs company has nonstop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them. The only problem is obviously these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that.
Yeah.
But the police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me. Here's a phone call from.
Wait, I'm sorry. So he's saying that there are people that like fans of his that are threatening these organizations. It's not him doing the threatening, okay? It's these other organizations, which is what happens when you're on the internet. Interesting. Okay.
Just a few days ago, of the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested
Disgusting,
for all
Iron
these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in.
Oh, really, Philly Cheese? Bricks and minifigs are calling in fake bomb threats and shootings, but saying it's Ben. Of course they are. Oh, it was Bricks and minifigs? Okay. Oh my God, these fucking monsters. All right.
Sandy police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, yeah, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I remember that, Philly Cheese.
If anything, I know, like, at least I've been told that there's technically like a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. Like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
And you know where he actually is?
No idea.
Okay.
I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over, so they're never gonna catch me here.
That's dark.
Good luck finding me. You are never gonna find me, police officers.
Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm excited.
Turning now to the economy, the treasury.
Yeah. I'm excited for the third part to come out, guys. So that's the update. This poor man. I will say, apparently there have been a bunch of very well-known attorneys coming out and offering to support him and giving him advice on what to do next. So I'm sure he's getting pro bono help by some pretty big attorneys at this point. So there are a lot of people coming out to help him. So hopefully that will end up helping a lot. I do hope. Okay. Because if you think about it, all these people that are out, all these videos out there, a lot of attorneys are seeing it too, and are seeing, wow, this is very illegal. Yeah, and he had to. Legal Eagle was hooking him up, LeQuabois, with some really good attorneys. Other attorneys too, have come out, reached out to him. So okay, so that is what's going on there, guys. This whole story is insane, and I can't. Whole story is insane. All right. But that's that, guys. Isn't that fun? All right. So there's an update on the Lego stuff, guys. That's the update I had for you, is that he posted that video.
American.
I know we had that one. The civil rights attorney on, yep, you're right. The YouTube one has taken him on also. There are many folks that are many attorneys coming out to support. Okay. All right. Ugh. All right, let's take a look, guys. Let me see what we got here in the reactions. I did want to watch one other thing here that someone sent me. I believe it was sent by Jay Williams. Are you here, Jay? You still here, Jay? I'm guessing you're still here, Jay. Oh no, it was sent by, I'm sorry, Meowzord. There's also one by Jay Williams. We'll watch that later. But the one sent by Meowzord is we are in this one. And it's, I went to a Christian nationalist rally. And this guy I haven't seen before. Excellent, Jay. We'll watch yours here in a bit. So obviously, guys, the whole case with the Legos guy is fascinating. And keep an eye out on it. Keep the eye out on it. Oh, we already talked about it, Druzilla. But it's not really real pushback. We talked about it, Druzilla. It's the fact that Congress... that's why I put question mark after it, because the media is reporting that Congress is doing Trump pushback, but it's not really. Okay. So, his name is Professional Douche. Is that his name? Really? That's hilarious. Okay. I've actually not seen him before, but Meowzord sent this to me, and he does really good stuff. Okay. Really? He sometimes says not so great words. Okay. Well, that's okay. We'll live with it. Let's watch this. Okay, so we'll watch what he does. So he apparently is going into a Christian nationalist rally folks, a Christian nationalist rally, and talking to some of the lunatics there. So let's see what happens. Okay.
In Washington, D.C. at the Rededicate to...
I protest Fos and Rimford. So are you, Ironmoff, are you from Scandinavia? Are you from Sweden or Norway or something? I'm just curious, or Finland? You over there, Ironmoff?
50 prayer event. These people say they believe in the Constitution.
Norway. I assume, I forget which country it was. You're not, weird enough, Ironmoff, you're not the only one in here from Norway. We actually have someone else here from Norway. Interesting. Okay.
In freedom of speech, freedom of religion, which we both know is both. I'm here with Trump's own words.
Really, Dodongo?
I'm saving the rest until I get inside because they're never going to...
Is he going to say praise be to Allah? Because, okay.
Let me inside if they see a sign saying praise be to Allah, which is
Love
what
that.
Trump said on his
Yes.
Truth Social page. So I got kicked out of Rededicate 250 because apparently you can't record. Where does it say that? Nowhere. There's a huge line, as you can see.
Right, Jay?
So we're just gonna go balls to the wall. Yo, what up? Hey! Allah bless you. Allah bless.
Literally, guys, these people are okay. We do know that the word Allah literally just means God, right? It's just like the Arabic word for God. So like, but because it's in a different language, that's scary to people because that's what a lot of Arabic Muslims call God. You know, Arabic-speaking Muslims, they will. I know, of course, they don't know that God. Like Jonas, they're morons. But that's what's funny to this about me is that these are literally Christian nationalists who believe in God, but they are like, we don't like the word God. Okay, like we don't like the word God. Exactly. Arab Christians say Allahu Akbar. It's like an Arab. You're right. I should say like anyone who speaks Arabic uses Allah or Allahu Akbar. Anyway. Okay, well, fucking morons. I'm sorry. Okay, whatever. I know I'm supposed to care about, like, the class position of these people. Okay. Oh, right.
I remember him! Hey, you belong over there!
I belong with you.
I like content.
Yeah, exactly. It literally means God. Like, there's such
There's no
idiots.
grace with him.
Allah bless
Amen.
you.
Amen.
Allah bless you.
No, I have no need for that. Amen. It is from the Satan.
Would you like to convert to Allah today?
Hey, accidents waiting to happen.
And you know that you're...
Oh my, like, it's literally, obviously, guys. Obviously, like, they're so, it's, okay. I don't even, whatever.
No grace with Allah.
Allah loves.
Yeah, you're right, Jonas, because they're all derived from the same language. Jonas says, ironically enough, the very word is derived from the Aramaic version of God, which is likely a language Jesus spoke. Yeah, but like, I just think this is so fucking funny. Like, they're so dumb and they're so racist and they're so afraid. Anyway. Okay.
No, he doesn't. Amen. Allah doesn't even love,
right?
No,
Allah bless. Anybody
Yeah,
want...
all these Christians admitting they actually hate God, calling God the devil. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, that has to be like a one-way ticket to hell, right? What they're doing.
Some Allah. Allah.
Right, Jay Williams?
Allah. 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 Allah.
Did you hear? Oh my God! Did you hear what that woman was saying? Oh my God! Thank you so much, Malzard. I know you're not here. Do you hear what she was saying? Oh my God! She was saying Israel, Israel, as he was saying Allah. Okay, listen to what she was saying.
Allah. Allah.
Listen.
Allah. Allah. Allah.
Israel. Do you hear her saying Israel? Oh my God. Okay. Israel. Israel. Okay. What the fuck? Like, and she looks so angry. Oh my goodness. I love this. I love this shit. Okay. Oh my God. Like, what the fuck are we doing? I know. I'm sorry. I'm not even that mad at this point. I'm just like, this is a clown show. This is why I got into this business, folks. This is why I got into this business, okay? This is hilarious shit. This is a clown show on steroids, right? Now, it would be funny if it weren't like a genocidal madness and these people weren't a death cult that are going to bring the world to the brink of an apocalypse, but still, you know, we got to laugh while we're still alive, right? Okay, let's go on.
Allah, 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 Allah. Praise be to Allah, bless you.
Praise be to Jesus. Does he not think Jesus is Allah? Right? Isn't that?
You cross this line, just like everybody else, or you'll be arrested because you're inciting.
I'm not inciting
You need to be,
anyone.
sir, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not going to have a big discussion with you. You need to go around that line.
Are you giving me?
Jonas, off topic, but the hate Ben Shapiro has against welfare when Israel's existence is maintained by foreign policy version welfare. Jonas, I know. It's like, it's just, I can't even, it's not logical. That's a simplistic way of putting it. Philly cheese, inciting how? Yeah, what the fuck? Yes, Outer Signal, we know. Yeah, thanks, Outer Signal. We know we're cooked. Trust me. We're like, for the Americans out there, we know we're like sitting in a pot of water that we know the temperature is being slowly turned up on. We're like the lobster or the frog that doesn't know we know we're about to be burned, right? So we're trying to treat it like a jacuzzi since we don't have much of a choice at this point. Anyway, we're joking with you, Outer Signal. Tank Drill 420. I've seen this guy before. He's crazy, but he can be pretty funny. He's hilarious. Dank Trill 420. By the way, you gotta love 420. I got my own 420 right here, but I can't show it because I'm on YouTube. Anyway, yeah, just a frog boiling in water. There we go.
Lawful order?
I am. So if I come back, I'll lock you up.
Allah bless you all.
Jesus covers your sin.
Allah saves.
Get on this side.
I'm saying what they are.
You was this group, right?
I'm not with that group.
So who you with?
I'm with them. I'm saying the same thing they are.
Yeah, literally, it just means God. What fucking idiot. I can't. Oh, my God.
Thank you. Allah bless you.
What brings you out?
To spread the good news. The Allah saves.
What's your testimony?
Allah
Jesus.
saved my life from certain hell.
What were you doing before he came into your life, and what did you do different after?
Okay, you know what? As much as this guy is a goddamn lunatic, probably, this Jesus save guy, I bet he would have some choice words for me if I walked up to him and told him I was gay, okay? But at least he's talking to the guy, right? We'll see what he says. But...
Came into your life.
I was a Christian, and then Allah saved my life. Allah is the only way to heaven.
Jesus is the only way to heaven.
Allah is the only way to heaven.
Allah didn't die on the cross. Jesus did.
Allah did die on the cross.
Like, literally, he's literally, Allah did die on the cross if you're a Christian. That's what Christians believe. Like, okay, like, can I? All right, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Professional Douche does say some sketchy stuff sometimes, but I think he's mostly fairly left-leaning and very into freedom of speech. Yeah, he's a very good troll. I'm very much appreciating this. Okay. I think the yellow sign smells. The Allah guy is a pot stirrer. Oh, of course he is. Okay. But it's still funny.
Allah did die on the cross.
Yeah,
Allah.
Literally, he did.
And you know,
Allah loves you too.
God loves you, and Jesus died.
Allah loves you more.
Is there anything that I could pray for you?
See, oh God. Okay, no. I should say, oh Allah. Can we be honest that, like, it really annoys me when people say that to you? I'll pray for you. And can you hear the passive aggression in his voice? Now, not always when people say that is it passive aggressive, but I get like triggered so quickly when like a religious person who's mad at me for something is like, I'll pray for you. And like does it in this condescending voice. It's so annoying to me. Anyway, Jay Williams, I remember in high school being at a Catholic youth conference in Anaheim and debating evangelicals like this outside the convention center. They're literal NPCs. Of course they are, Jay Williams. They're brainwashed. Okay. Yeah.
Can I pray for you in Allah's name?
Only if I pray for you in Jesus' name.
Let's both pray for each other in Allah's name.
Okay. You want to go first? Just be remembered that no curse shall come upon me.
It literally just means God. Okay. Le Quabois, when somebody says I'll pray for you, it takes everything in me to not commit an assault. Le Quabois, I know. Me too. Yeah, it's like, bless your heart, you goddamn degenerate homosexual. That's kind of what I hear a lot of the time. Okay. Like, that's kind of what it sounds like, by the way, to me. It's kind of like, you know, oh, I'll pray for you. It's kind of way of saying, you know, You're a disgusting, degenerate gay man, and I will pray for you to not be a filthy piece of shit. That's kind of what it sounds like to me, okay? And it's like really, anyway. So, Azul Tenon, I won't think about you at all after this. That's hilarious, Azul Tenon. You're right, okay?
I commit this man to Allah. In Allah's name. Amen.
Lord, I pray in Jesus' name for this man to experience the salvation and love of Jesus Christ. We release that upon him in the name of Jesus this moment right now. Lord, we claim this man's soul to be saved by the
reclaim this man's soul, right?
Power and the love of Jesus.
I can't believe that like a lot of these evangelicals support Israel and like love Israel. They like because they're Christian Zionists and they think that Muslims need their souls saved. Are you fucking kidding me? Like with the basics of morality, these people have no place to think that they are morally superior to Muslims. Okay? Like seriously, what the fuck is what is the basis of their sense of moral superiority? Jesus, okay? Like Christ on the cross, as one might say. All right, anyway.
In Allah's name.
And in the name of Jesus, we pray that over him. We release that upon him in Jesus' name.
We release him from Jesus
and we
in Allah's name.
And we pray in the name of Jesus.
We pray in the name of Allah.
Make yourself real to them in Jesus' name.
In Allah's name.
God bless you.
Allah bless you too.
Jesus. They love the country that took a... Yeah, no, Jonas, you're right. So, hello, Matt Saigai. Jonas says they love the country that took a land that had hundreds of thousands of Arab Christians that were ultimately pushed out. Yeah, Israel has killed lots of Christians and pushed them out too. Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, Sylvie.
Lock up anyone we disagree with.
Hey, get this guy out of here, harassing us. Fuck out of here, weirdo.
How do we as Christians feel about Trump grabbing women by the pussy? Are we okay with that?
You with your foul language. That's what we're...
Oh, okay. Oh my God. I just love this shit. I love this shit. I love this shit. Okay, like I love this. Like when they do the whole like civility politics and they're like, how dare you use that foul language when they support Donald J. Trump? I mean, come on. What the fuck are we doing? Like literally, oh my God. Okay. Hilarious to me. Have you heard what fucking your goddamn president has said? What a piece of shit this woman is, okay?
There's children here.
Won't somebody please pick up the children?
And you're saying...
And they literally... Not only that, there's children here. By the way, we should send all of our money to Israel to blow up children into tiny pieces and to crush their skulls under concrete with our bombs that we're paying for. Like, with Israel's bombs that we're paying for, by the way. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, okay? Or the fact that a lot of the Maha people, right, a lot of the Trump's movement are very anti-vaccine, which has created outbreaks of measles that are killing children. They don't give a shit about children. They don't give a shit about children. They don't care about the Epstein people. Like, none of them have been charged. They were literally trafficking and assaulting children. They don't care. What the fuck? Okay? Jesus.
Bad words, and there's children. Have respect. You're for the children.
It's okay. That's what Trump said. It's okay because Trump said it.
Filthy mouth. That's what I'm not okay with.
Yeah, me too, Jonas. The fake moral outrage.
What over there? All right, you interfering over here?
I'm not interfering with anyone.
Over there. Go over there. All right. Go ahead.
Are you going to arrest me if I don't?
Over there. Come on.
Are you going to arrest me?
You can't say yes.
Me if I don't.
You're not an English teacher. Do you know the proper use for an M dash and an... No, I don't even know what those are. What's an M dash or an N dash?
Somebody tell you to do something with the first time.
I'm a cop, and you will respect my authority.
Yeah, I hate when police say that. I told you, so you need to do it. Well, that's not how the law works.
So are we hanging after this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Go anywhere you want.
Are we going to grab women by the pussy just like our Lord and Savior Donald Trump?
Why don't you stop being gross? Because there's women here.
But it's okay.
Okay. The difference between, oh yes, Sylvie, I do know. Oh, you mean like, I thought you literally meant like N or M, but yes, I know what you mean. Okay, yes, okay, I know what that
Donald
is.
Trump said it.
Do you think Donald Trump is gone?
Well, one is a hyphen, the other one indicates like a passive, is used in like text. Does that make, I don't know how to phrase it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's our Lord and Savior.
Do you think he does? No, he's not.
Do me a favor. Just don't engage. You're going into your
He's
event.
here.
Yeah,
How can I not? He's talking to me. I didn't go up to him. He came up to me.
You don't
Talk
have
to
to fire.
him.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well, I will, because I have a voice.
Choose to take the higher road.
I did.
He has a message. You got a message.
He came over here and he told me, he starts talking vile and using curse words.
Officer,
women
do you want to join?
Can you listen 1 second?
Let me just ask you something.
I need you to
I
listen.
got you.
Okay. Let me give you the code.
So like a longer dash indicates like a pause. So like, let me show you real fast, okay? Guys, just quick little lesson. We'll get back to it. I'm doing my teacher bit. Forgive me. Everyone's going to learn, okay? Long dash. And I know it's not what it's called, but I like wanted an image, a good image of it. Yeah, an M dash. So it basically is, it's like a pause, okay? So like I just said, so to replace a comma or parentheses or to make like an abrupt interruption. So if you like in a text, if you're like, oh, you know, let's do this. Oh my God, what was that? You can do a long dash. Does that make sense? But a hyphen, which is a smaller one, is like what you do between, for if you want something to be one word that is two separate words, you put a hyphen in between it to indicate that it is one word created out of two, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's the difference there. Let's go on.
Coding first.
Okay.
7.96 G2.
I can't help myself.
Says you cannot disrupt the permanent event. In the line causing a ruckus creates the disruption. So we had removed them to over there. That's a permanent area over there. To any non-permitted demonstrators, which is you, can move over to there. You'll be still within sight and sound of the protest, and you can speak your voice over on that side and not physically be engagement to create a problem over here. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So if you keep it to just your sign, like I explained to everybody else that's walking around, that's not physically screaming and engaging at people, then you're totally okay. When it goes to what this just was, then we're gonna have to move you. So right now it's stopped, so we're okay. But the next time you cause a stir like that, you're creating a disruption in the line itself, I have to move you across the street. Okay?
I don't know
Me
what
and
the
that guy
legality
over
of that
there.
is. I don't know the legality of this. Quabwa, any other legal people? Like, they can't legally enforce this though, can they? They can't legally enforce this. By the way, oh my God, I like this kid in the background. Do you see the image on his shirt? Whoever this kid is, he's protesting also. He has an image of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you see that? That's pretty cool. I would think, I'm sorry, Jonas, that's infringing on freedom of speech. Hello, Thelonious Dunk.
We're gonna, after this, we're gonna grab women by the pussy, just like our Lord and Savior, Donald J. Trump. Do you want to come with us?
Okay, that's great. That's great. You're free to say that, but please.
Is that what that would be, enforcing the permit? I didn't even consider that.
Yeah, you absolutely. Just don't create a
I can still breathe, right, officer? Fuck Israel. Hey, excuse me.
I got you, LaQual. So they're trying to say that he's inciting or disturbing the peace, is he? Not really, in my opinion. He's literally using the word for God.
Excuse me, you're cursed. You're cursed. The Bible says, I will bless those that bless Israel. I will curse those that curse Israel.
You hear what he said? He's screaming about how God blessed Israel. Yeah, you're right. Israel is disturbing the peace. He's saying he's implying that this guy must be anti-Israel because he's saying Allah, which is not only stupid, it's also racist. And the fact that you would support Israel means you're a monster anyway.
I'm cursed.
I could have told you that.
Just watch
that guy. Oh, did we see him? Did you guys see who was there? That was the other guy. That was the guy we normally watch.
And put your comments below.
This guy wants you to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Yes, he does.
If you enjoyed this video, please consider donating so that I can continue to make content
okay
that you love.
Okay, that's cute. Yeah. No, he said fuck Israel right to the guy in the red shirt. Which guy? I missed that. All right. That was funny. Okay, yay. That's cute. God, MAGA are crazy. Don't we like that? That was fun. I enjoyed it. That one enjoyed it. Okay. The Good Liars. Yeah, we saw The Good Liars there. That was a fun crossover. I got too excited. So let's watch this. This was sent to us by Outer Signal. This is sent to us by Outer Signal. This is called Speaking to the Houston City Council on My Illegal Arrest. Can police avoid accountability with so much evidence of their unlawful actions? Okay, so this is, I don't know what this is. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out what this is. And I have no frame of reference, so it'll be fun. We'll find out, okay? We were doing a lot of ACAB stuff today. I like that. Fuck the police. Okay, Matt Saigai. NHS staff could be barred from wearing political badges on their uniforms, such as pro-Palestinian symbol, as part of the proposals to help tackle anti-Semitism. Disgusting, Matt Saigai. Absolutely disgusting and despicable. Disgusting and despicable. Okay. All right. Let's watch. How's your paper going, Matt Saigai?
Next. Eric Sanchez.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Sanchez. I've come here today to plead for the help of the council and the mayor, John Whitmire. On October 25th, 2025, the HPD Major Offenders Unit came to my home and broke my door down, took me by force at gunpoint with over a dozen officers,
okay,
drones, shields, AR-15s, put my life and the life of my family in danger, all over alleged allegations of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon from 2023. I was no-billed on that charge after like 45 days, and disturbingly I found that the detective John Patrick Varela knew that I was innocent, and it was all some kind of ploy to try to ruin my life or put me in prison for 20 years over something he knew I didn't do. And this was done with a witness named Ryan Anderson, who changed his statements from 2 years ago from harassment to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Wow.
The videos are being held from me. I've done TPI requests to get them, and I've been put off for the last 4 months.
Of course.
It is clear. I mean, I don't know how could this happen with...
Yeah, this is kind of hard to follow. I'm not quite sure what's happening here.
20,000, 30, 50,000.
Oh, I see. So Outer Signal, just more police being questionable. He's claiming he's being targeted because of anti-Trump content. I see. So they've been harassing him and stuff. Okay.
In that operation, and then trying to prosecute me for something I didn't do. And do I look like a criminal to anybody here? I don't think so. And it's very, very sick. And this has affected my life because I can't just have a regular life.
Jonas, no, I think Doug actually told me about it. I forgot to look into it. I'll take a look at it, Jonas. Jonas says, by the way, Sam, have you seen the U.S. and IDF integration stuff? No, I need to look into it. That's monstrous.
Because then it went as far as Grizzly Hood News, and Candace Matthews started sharing the story, trying to paint me as a dangerous felon, stalker, harasser, when none of that's true. In the interrogation video of my arrest, the John Patrick Varela didn't even ask me about the crime. He asked me mostly about my social media, about Grizzly Hood News. He asked me about Sam Adamo, Rusty Harding, Silvio Escobedo, these lawyers that I had made stories about on my page that I use. That's my friend's page, QX Global News. And I didn't do anything but this, as far as I know. And I shared the story about a poor boy that was hanged in 1976 in Pasadena. And I seen that they used the flock camera system one day after I was protesting with a sign, and they gave me an illegal citation for that. That's what Pasadena did. I've done nothing wrong other than use my First Amendment right to advocate for people, mostly centered around Joseph Chikimchik, the previous medical examiner for like 35 years, and I found plenty of evidence that there's a lot of rulings that he did that were just unjustified, unsupported, and they have gone uninvestigated.
Jesus.
I've tried doing everything I can to get enough evidence about this, and I've been put off by the state attorney, the attorney general's office, by Pasadena, by Houston, by the county attorney of Harris County, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah, they're not even going to listen, probably. Oh, my goodness. Okay, that's disgusting. Yep, the police are monsters. They're a bunch of pigs. They're a bunch of pigs. Suey. Anyway, Outer Signal just feels like another example of fascist police and tech overreach. Oh, absolutely. You know, there's a police department like right down the street from me. Like If I were to leave from here, I could turn a corner and there's a police department. One of these days, they're going to see my videos and I'm going to get a knock on this door. I'm excited for it, folks. I'm excited for it. Okay. So let's see here. He doesn't have a slick production like Reckless Ben. I thought it was weird. Yeah, no, that is interesting. I said, well, I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it because I want to follow it to see what it is. Okay. I know. Right. I know. Isn't that great? All right. So let's see here. You said the IDF is merging whatever. Oh, of course, LaQual. Actually, I actually literally have done that, LaQual. I don't do it every time. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll flick them off or I'll honk. Well, I don't honk my horn anymore. But anyway, but they oftentimes have a cruiser outside of there. Okay. I will if I have a date, when I've had dates in the past, I've like done it to show off. I'm being honest with you. I'll flick off the police, like, look at how badass I am. I flip off the police, but I also do it when I'm alone sometimes. I'm too honest with all of you, but regardless, let's see. Okay. Jonas. Okay, let's watch it. So thank you, Jonas, for sending
one of the
this.
senators in the.
So this is the Israel moves to destroy American sovereignty. So this is a story from TYT. Is this talking about the integration? Yeah, I know, Jay Williams. I do have the luxury to do it, okay, because I'm a white guy. So, all right. So let's watch it. I don't know. I've heard about it, but I haven't looked into the details. So let's see what it is.
And the American Senate said, if we had in Israel instead of in Afghanistan, we wouldn't have had to spend $1 trillion. We would spend a fraction of that, which is a few billion dollars a year. But I said we don't need that either. I mean, we appreciate it. I appreciate every amount of help that America has given us over the years. But I think
he's a lying piece of shit.
Just as we moved.
That being said, okay, if that's the case, no more aid for Israel. Bye.
Away from financial aid, economic aid, we can move away now from military aid and move to a partnership, and that's going to happen.
Okay, easy, done, bye. Okay, then we better quickly, let's stop it, done. Okay, and by the way, we should have stopped it anyway. I don't care if they need it or they don't need it. Even if they don't need it, fuck them. No more money. As a matter of fact, not only no more money, sanctions. Lots and lots of sanctions. Now, we all know, guys, that if I had my way, I would use the liberatory power of the vast strength and overpaid American military to liberate Israel from itself. Alas, I don't think that's a good idea, really. I mean, that would be cute and nice. We should do what happened to Nazi Germany because they're Nazis over there. But still, at the very least, we could do sanctions and not fund them. But fine. If we're not going to do that, at the very least, let's cut off the funding completely. Totally.
Israel, along with its supporters in the United States Congress, are basically trying to pull a fast one on the American people. Because while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel says he no longer wants military aid from the American taxpayers, the truth is actually a lot more complicated than that. So today we learned that Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman from Indiana introduced a non-binding resolution. I think the non-binding resolution part is also important to this story. So keep that in mind.
Of course, non-binding. Of course it is.
But it's essentially.
By the way, so I know, guys, I'm not a big fan of Anna Kasparian or Cenk Uygur. Admittedly, they've been pretty good on Israel in a lot of ways. Cenk actually just got banned from the UK because of his anti-Israel, his pro-Palestine stance, I guess. They're not as radical as I would like, but they do pretty good news stories. So we'll see what she has to say. We'll see the news story.
To replace the $3.8 billion in annual military aid that we give to Israel as part of our memorandum of understanding, just basically replace that with direct weapons purchases.
Yeah.
Now, let me just note that I'm against allowing a country that's carrying out atrocities and genocide
Drusilla, I hate you so much.
Purchase our weapons in the first place. So that doesn't really make the situation better for me as it is. However, that's not even the whole story. So here's what we know. In an ex post, Stutzman said the following: the alliance is entering a new era. My new resolution affirms that the United States stands with Israel, not.
I love this, guys. Sorry. First, look at the first. I'm going to start losing my mind. You guys know how I'm kind of get emotional about this topic. But the first line of his statement here, Marlon Stutzman, a rep Marlon Stutzman, it says, the United States and Israel stand together against totalitarianism and for freedom. Oh, God. That first line is like enough for a dystopian novel. The United States and Israel stand together against totalitarianism and for freedom. Right. I'm sure that's true, right? Okay, anyway. We are bound by the shared Western values that built both of our nations. Okay. As long as those values are under threat, we defend them side by side. Okay, sure. The alliance is entering a new era. Okay, well, so that was funny.
Out of obligation, but out of shared strength and shared strategic interest. Israel has come of age where our nation should contribute equally and share results equally. But Stutzman made sure to preview the proposal to Netanyahu first when he recently visited Jerusalem. And apparently Netanyahu said, I like it. The prime minister replied after skimming through the draft House resolution. This is the direction I've been wanting to go for a long time. We want to stand on our own feet, Netanyahu added. During the nearly 40.
No, they're trying to conceal the fact that we're still paying them.
45-minute meeting on May 27th, which was also attended by Representative Adam Hamadeh. Now, Stutzman, who's a hardcore, Zionist and Israel supporter, came back to the United States and introduced this resolution, which calls for the U.S. to develop a new memorandum of understanding between the two nations that would end the $3.8 billion in annual aid.
Okay, so this is the game, right? They're not ending the $3.8 billion in annual aid. By the way, normally it's more than that. We also sign other things that we send more to them for it, but this is the automatic aid. But anyway, they're just transferring it into a different location. They're transferring it over in a different way, so it's hidden, okay?
Aid Israel receives from the U.S. and instead have the nation fund its own purchases of American weapons. But what happens in a situation in which our military is intertwined with the IDF? What happens when they basically get to be part of our military?
Do you guys remember when there was a House resolution being circulated to give American veteran benefits to veterans of the IDF? Do you remember that? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna keep watching. I can't. The insanity here, Le Quabois. So they just want to get rid of the open transfer of money and obfuscate. Yeah, of course, Le Quabois. It's even. I know how I know, Jonas. But but this is like, isn't this fun? Don't we love this country? Like we. Okay, we'll see what else. Let's keep watching.
And that appears to be the game that's being played right now. Rather than provide, billions of dollars every year, what if the IDF is basically integrated into the U.S. military? And luckily, Joe Kent, who resigned from the Trump administration over the war against Iran, wrote an incredible piece that I highly recommend you all read. It's published in Responsible Statecraft that really tells you what's going on here. And Joe Kent joins us today to tell us a little more about his piece and what he believes is going on. I totally agree with you, by the way, Joe. Your piece is titled, U.S.-Israel Integration is Far from America First. We cannot outsource components of our national security to nations that do not share our interests. And that is exactly what this proposed scheme would do.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I know I'm laughing, but come on. This is fucking funny. I mean, it's not funny. But it's also, at this point, I gotta laugh because it's such a fucking clown show. This country is such a fucking carnival. I need, for the sake of my sanity, I gotta laugh, right? Remember what Mattachine means? Okay, I'm a machino. Okay, so this is fucking hilariously stupid. Okay, we're such a fucking joke country. Okay, all right. Oh my God. All right, continuing.
Thank you for joining us today.
Great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thank you for doing it. I know you were on the show just last week, and so I really, really appreciate you taking the time. And I thank you for writing this piece.
Thank you,
because
Sylvie.
as soon as I saw this non-binding resolution being proposed, I knew exactly what was going on, because just days earlier, this story broke about how there is a provision in the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act that would integrate Israel's military into our own. Now, help our audience.
Wait a minute. I didn't know it went that far. Does it really integrate the IDF military into the American military? Well, let's see what Joe Kent says.
Audience understand what that.
To be honest, though, guys, they basically already were, because we funded the shit out of them, and the American military would already do tons of operations with the IDF. The IDF would help train American police forces. I'm not joking. There was already a lot of integration, but does it do it even more?
Would entail.
Yes, this is, I think, pretty clever of the pro-Israel lobby and the Israelis. Obviously, they know public sentiment against Israel is turning, and so now they're transitioning to kind of formalize this integration. And this is different than any other relationship that we have, even with really close partners like the Five Eyes, like the British, for example. We do some integrated training and development with them as well, but fully integrating our technology and especially our research and development in a lot of really key areas too. We're not just talking about missile systems and traditional hardware. We're talking about quantum computing. We're talking about—
Great, guys. I love this. Let's hand the genocidal state of Israel some of the most advanced military tech in the world. Just give it to them. Fuck it. Do we all know what Israel threatens to do if let's say if the United States turned on Israel? They have a plan. What is it called? Is it the Solomon plan? What is the fucking plan they have to nuke the planet, to fire nukes in every direction if they get threatened enough? What is that called again? Would someone remind me? The something protocol. So Israel even has a plan that the Samson option, to basically nuke the planet, just go full bar, just nuke everyone if they get overly threatened. They are a crazy, genocidal, lunatic state. Anyway.
Cyber technology, counter drone, the place where really the future of warfare is going. And so we're going to integrate the Israelis into this process. And this is going to give them basically hooks, if you will, into pretty much everything that we're doing in the cutting edge of defense and technology. And so obviously, there's a wide variety of just blatantly obvious issues here. The counterintelligence aspect, I think, is the most clear cut for most people to understand. This is going to give the Israelis really full access to everything that we're doing. As we've seen with this war in Iran, us and the Israelis, sometimes we'll start off on a path together, but we will greatly diverge to our detriment. And I think the war in Iran, the fact the War Powers Resolution just passed in the House, that shows that public sentiment is moving away from—
Okay, he's a lib. I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of Joe Kent. I like this story he did, but remember I just told you guys about how that the motion that occurred in the House of Reps doesn't mean a damn thing. And here he's like, this shows that American sentiment is moving away. I mean, it might be that a lot of Americans don't like the war. They don't. But he's making it seem like that order in the House means anything. It doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, so whatever, it's fine.
The Israeli agenda. And so here come the Israelis baking this essentially into the National Defense Authorization Act, giving them the access they were about ready to probably lose in the traditional aid that we gave them. And I'm against us giving them the traditional aid, obviously, for all the reasons you outlined, what they're doing in Gaza, just how that relationship doesn't benefit us. However, in a traditional aid relationship, there still at least is the presumption that we giving aid to a country, we are the ones that have the dominance in the relationship. And that's a big reason why we do give aid, regardless of what anyone says. We give aid so that we can have some degree of control over what happens in most countries.
Guys, I know this. You guys know I'm not an imperialist. I'm not a fan of American empire, but it does bother me that America misuses its imperial might all the time. It misuses its power all the time to kill, slaughter, and oppress people all around the globe. But in the case of Israel, a little tiny state that is nothing but a wart on America's ass in terms of power, we're letting the dog wag the tail, or the tail wag the dog, right? They are our little puppet state, and we should put them in their goddamn place. And I'm not saying that as like an American patriot. I just kind of wish that, and the one time where I would love to make sure that that state is under someone else's control. Why don't we use our power in that one but instead we let the dog wag the tail, or the tail wag the dog, okay? And like, it's Jesus Christ. All right, whatever. It's not a good critique. It's just my point. You get my point.
We're going to lose that with this new relationship that we have with the Israelis.
If I were president, let's put it that way, okay? We would reel in that state a bit, and it probably wouldn't even, I can't say a lot of the things I'd want to say. Let's put it that way. Never mind.
We're basically going to call them a partner. We're going to call them really a part
of course, Jonas,
our defense apparatus. And I think that is a major threat to our sovereignty.
Yeah.
Starting something new is terrifying. When we launched our Shop TY
special ally. But whether you're talking about USS Liberty, whether you're talking about, I mean, look, I know that Jake Tapper attacked you for what you said about us arming terrorists in Syria at the behest of the Israelis, but that is what happened. We literally armed Al-Qaeda and ISIS terrorists in Syria.
Coincidental, guys. Isn't it funny how ISIS was never sort of directly confronted by Israel, ever. And ISIS almost never, if ever, attacked Israel. Now, think about that. You would think that people that are called, Islamic radicals might want to target Israel. Apparently, ISIS never really did. And there were suspicions for a long time that perhaps ISIS is supported by Israel or the United States, and we know that they were now. Okay? Yeah. And ISIS was partially propped up by Israel and the United States in order to weaken the Syrian government so that Israel could seize more land from Syria, etc. There's all these things. Okay. So yeah, just to be clear, yes. So that's fun, isn't it?
And ISIS has actually had a bit of a relationship with Israel. I mean, there were ISIS fighters who were receiving treatment after getting wounded in Syria. They were getting treatment in Israel. In fact, Israeli media was reporting about that at the time. And so that works against us. Al-Qaeda attacked us on 9/11. So how does it make sense to integrate a foreign country's military into our own, given the fact that they put their interests front and center, even if that means doing wrong by their own allies?
This is exactly the problem. We just have to realize that us and Israel, regardless of what we say or how comfortable we are with them, that we just have divergent agendas in many cases. Not to mention the fact that, as you pointed out, the Israelis have.
To be clear, though, guys, we also have a lot of conversion interests. America does support Israel because they're a little puppet state, and they're an extension of American empire in the Middle East. I don't want to downplay some of the interests that are served by the American relationship to Israel, because we're not innocent at all. But yes, a lot of those interests do diverge.
Will work against us. And this shouldn't surprise us. Just Israel is a very small country. They are literally at war with the vast majority of their neighbors. If you just look at the history of their intelligence services, again, the Israelis are pretty upfront when they actually tell you who they are. The Israeli intelligence services basically say, we will stop at no ends. We will use any deceptions. We will use any means necessary to further our nation's goals. So to let these people have full access into our country is absolutely insane. And I would feel the same way basically about any country. But this is something that's much different. And
they're no, seriously. That was an interesting framing, TJ, how he said they're at war with most of the countries around them. That's interesting. That's kind of ambiguous. Do you mean that they are invading and occupying most of the countries around them? War sounds ambiguous. He's like, well, they're at war. Well, no, they are engaging in acts of aggression and colonization against their neighbors. This is not just a war like that popped out of nowhere. It was based off Israeli colonization and aggression. All right.
Yeah, and even with our most, I'd say, close partnerships we have, like with the Five Eyes, with the Brits, et cetera, we don't do this. We already have rules on the books for how we share information, how we go and purchase new technology. A lot of the people who are in support of this new part of the NDAA are going to say, well, the Israelis do a great job with tech and research and development. And to a certain extent, there's some validity to that case.
Not really. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not trying to be biased here. You guys know I'm not a big fan of Israel, but like all this, like Israel's such an advanced country. They have great technology. Yeah, a lot of American subsidies went into that. Okay. A lot of Israeli tech was developed by Israeli tech, maybe by Israeli tech companies in partnership with American tech companies and with American subsidies. So like the notion that Israel is like this vast, amazing technological country, I guess. Not really. It was partially funded by the United States interest and shit like that. And I'm not praising the United States. Anyway, okay. It's very, what's that phrase that we learned, guys, on the Discord? It's very Israel coded. What's that phrase that we learned over on the Discord? I can't remember.
But look, there's no reason why we can't go over there and simply...
Oh, spiritually Israeli. It's very spiritually Israeli to take credit for shit like that.
Purchase or come up with an agreement on a case-by-case issue if there's a specific piece of technology that we want. We do that all the time, all over the world. There's no reason to let them into, you know, our most secretive compartments where we're developing our own technology.
So talk to me a little bit about the give and take when it would come to integrating their military with our own, because there's quite a bit that they would benefit from, certainly. And they would have, by the way, they would have the ability to spy on Americans even more than they already do.
They
I don't
already
understand
do that.
how that would benefit us in any way, shape, or form. But aside from that, what would they contribute really to our military that we can't either develop on our own or we already have?
That is one, by the way, one of part of Hospira, by the way, is, and I told you guys, I have that Hospira pamphlet around here somewhere, is one of the ways that you're supposed to promote the relationship between Israel and the United States using Hospira is to talk about how much Israel gives to the United States and how much technology Israel gives to the United States. That is one of the apologetics that are used by Zionists when they're speaking to Americans, is to talk about how the Israeli military is very advanced and gives benefits to the American military. Are you fucking kidding me? No, okay. And I, again, not a fan of the American military, but this little cute little rump state Israel ain't giving tech to the American military. I'm sorry. It's bullshit. If anything, it's the reverse, okay? This little stupid little country has no, okay. Do you guys see what I mean? It's almost comical to make the argument that the Israeli military is somehow providing technological benefits to the American military. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Anyway, all right. I just can't, all right.
There's nothing. And I think anyone who's going to come and say, well, the Israelis can do this one thing much better than we can, I just think that's absurd. I've heard that for years. There was an obsession for a very long time within, special operations and other parts of the military that the Israelis were out there plying their trade every single day. That was something
of course, Jonas, you're totally right.
During the peacetime years when I came in the military, that the Israelis were in the fight every day. And so, anything that came out of Israel was going to be the greatest.
Yeah, Matt Saigai, Israel is a tiny state surrounded by scary Muslims. Yeah, that is a classic talking point. Classic talking point. And I can even show you in that Zionist pamphlet I have where they have an image of Israel and then they're like, look at all the scary Muslims surrounding them. Okay, yeah, whatever. Bullshit.
Tactic, the greatest piece of technology. We've been fighting, unfortunately, in the Middle East now for well over 20 years. So we have plenty of experience. America is where Silicon Valley is. I mean, we are the foundation of a lot of this tech. And so I don't think we should forget that. We should remember who we are. And if there's a development, there's a piece of technology that we need, we can develop it on our own. We have the brain power here to do that. There's no reason why we need to go to the Israelis and say, well, you guys can just come on in. I just think that whole argument's preposterous. We should really just be clear-eyed and just see this as yet another entry point that the Israeli intelligence services have found.
Yeah, I'm just a poor small whittle ethno state. I'm just a poor small whittle genocidal ethno state. Ooh, right.
to get themselves deeply embedded with America, because again, that's in their vital national security interest for the Israelis. If they lose the support of the American government, then they're in a very, very bad way. They know they're probably going to lose the $3.8 billion. They understand that, and so they're actually getting ahead of us by trying to build it into the NDAA now. And that's why we need a lot of public pressure to our representatives to stop this, to get this section cut out of the NDAA.
Yeah, in fact, I don't typically ask our audience to do this. This is maybe the first time, and I genuinely mean it. Please call your representatives and demand that they do not vote in favor of this provision in the NDAA.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll help, Anna.
They might be under the assumption that you're ignorant about this. Let them know that you're not.
Anna, you do know that they're not going to. We do know that they're not going to listen to your phone call, right, Anna? I mean, come on, Anna. You know that the reps are not going to listen to their phone calls that they're getting, right? We know that. She's making it sound like, yeah, they're going to take into consideration. I get it. You can harass. You can not harass. You can call them, put pressure on them. That's okay. You can do that. But to act like that's going to have a massive impact, all right?
Because the fact that the House just passed the War Powers Resolution, you're absolutely right, Joe. It makes it abundantly clear that they're acutely aware of the fact that 60% of Americans do not have a favorable view of Israel. That's based on the latest Pew Research surveys. And
yeah, that's true, LaQual. Like primary your Zionist representative, do that at the very least. Do nonviolent resistance, okay? Do nonviolent resistance, whatever you can. All right. Jonas, an Israeli ambassador was complaining about Hezbollah drones. You mean they fought? Yeah. Jonas, oh my God, I can't stand it. It's kind of like when Israel screams about Hezbollah firing rockets into northern Israel. They're like, we're under attack. What do you wonder why? Do you think there might be a reason to the defensive actions of Hezbollah against you? Jesus.
And,
You're right, Gwen.
Maybe if there's enough pressure applied, they'll kind of back away from this. But I do want to ask you about one specific thing that you pointed out. A few years ago, the governors of Texas and Florida were getting a lot of backlash from the Democratic Party because they had implemented a ban on Chinese nationals buying up farmland or any property or land near military bases. And by the way, I gave them props for that. I thought that was a smart thing to do. If this integration provision passes, you note that Israeli manufacturers would operate production facilities in the U.S. and basically they would oversee some of the weaponry that we build or manufacture here in the U.S.
You've got to be kidding me. That's insane. I didn't know that part. The Israelis would be able to operate manufacturing facilities in the United States. Gwen, the biggest victims today are Jews and white people. Of course, Gwen. Don't you know that, Gwen? The biggest victims, right? Or I should say Israelis definitely are like the biggest victims, right? Israelis and white folks generally, okay? Yeah, very America first of us, right, LaCroix? Very, very America first of us. Yeah, Jonas, like what the fuck? Okay, I mean, honestly, I'm not that surprised. Okay.
Can you tell us a little more about that and why it would be a problem?
Yeah, that's a great comparison. This makes the whole China buying up property next to military bases look almost like JV stuff. I mean, this basically gives them the keys to the kingdom, and I think this being baked into the NDAA and allowing for the Israelis to come in and do joint manufacturing ventures that become programs.
Oh, no doubt, Jonas, you're right. The profits would be great for the military-industrial complex. Absolutely.
Record, because right now Israeli companies, they can usually find a dual citizen, they can come to America, and they can attempt to get a contract with the U.S. government. And those contracts are hard to get. They're made on case-by-case basis. However, by actually having it codified into the NDAA, a lot of these different companies could become what we call programs of record. And that would give them basically the ability to get consistent contracts with the DOD. Then they're going to go to different parts of the country and they're going to say, hey, we can set up a manufacturing facility here. And suddenly they're going to be able to get influence with senators and with congressmen who are going to say,
that's a really interesting point too. If you start giving the Israelis access to manufacturing, then the bribing of politicians will increase from those manufacturing groups that are run by Israelis. Great. That's great.
The bacon from my district, from my state. We're creating jobs here. Again, we have to look at this from an intelligence perspective. This is just another means of leverage and manipulation that the
No, but guys, don't worry. China is the biggest threat right now. We should be super paranoid about Chinese infiltration in our system when we're opening the door wide to Mossad and Israeli influence, right?
Israelis are going to be able to use on our government. And again, we have
Guy, coming soon to you is Israeli drones bombing American towns, trying to root out terrorists in American towns from Israeli manufacturing facilities, right? Okay, I'm only half joking, by the way.
They ask, like, what's the gain? Again, I just say America needs to, kind of stand with our shoulders square and say, hey, we actually are the home of most of this tech. We don't need the Israelis to have a technological advantage on the battlefield.
Final question for you.
Invalid Axiom, thank you for the subscription. You get a bonk. Bonk. There you go.
Stutzman is pushing
Glenn.
for a non-binding resolution. I mean, what's the game being played with that? I mean, is he hoping that, they'll pass the resolution, it's non-binding, but they're going to, in the future, provide military aid to Israel, even with the integration of their military with our own?
Yeah, I think that's just them kind of going one step at a time, incremental. Again, these guys are politically savvy. They're looking at the polling. And
no, Azul, you're not wrong. Azul said Hezbollah set up in Pratt, Missouri. The deaths of those hiding them was necessary. Oh my God, I'm just waiting for it. I'm waiting for them to say, those citizens of Detroit, they were being used as human shields by the Hamas activists there, and it'll just be like pro-Palestinian protesters or some shit. Anyway, yeah, I'm waiting for it.
So I think by having it be non-binding, it doesn't sound as sticky. But again, if you get them into this defense contracting game, they're really going to
right, like they needed an excuse. That's true.
Themselves just into the works and bury themselves even deeper. And again, that access is way more valuable than anything that we could give them in a dollar amount. And then they're also psychologically going to be able to say to us, like, no, we're not little brother getting a handout from you guys anymore. We're your partners. You need us as much as we need you.
Okay, well, yeah, Hamas was at the No Kings rally, right? Okay, so that's good. We had to glass that. So, like, okay, what the fuck are we doing? All right, that's good. I love this. I cannot wait to be an Israeli citizen, right? Because that's eventually what's going to happen in this country. We're all going to end up just being dual citizens in the United States and Israel. Anyway, okay. Don't worry, Gwen. Don't lose your optimism, okay? I got some optimism. Yay, it's Pride Month, okay? The sacrifices of the gay community to get shit done, Okay, that's good. All right. So, all right. Yay. Okay. Now, I have always wanted to see the Dome of the Rock. That's fair, LaQuabois, right? Yeah, exactly. Canadians, don't cave. Don't listen to the USA, right? Okay. Azul, I mean, that is a lucky draw. If you were on the other side of the line, you were Palestinian and deserve to die. That's a fair point, Azul Tenon, right? That's a fair point, right? Though, admittedly, I doubt they would let everyone be an Israeli citizen. I bet the pro-Palestine people would also be thrown on the other side of the apartheid line. Anyway, okay, let's go on here, guys. Let's go on here. So, Doug, is Sam going to No Kings on 6/14? Oh, that's a good question. I forgot about that. I could actually. I could probably do that. I'll see if I can. That'd be nice. Maybe I'll go to the No Kings protest and do a live stream from there like I did the one time. Okay, guys? All right. So let's go on. You've seen the burning bush. Okay. Let's go on, guys. So thank you for that. I love it. Great. That's great. No problems there. No problems there at all. Israeli family kicked out of ice cream shop. What? The fuck? What? Jonas sent this?
Why?
Oh, this is fun. Here, this will be a positive thing, guys. This will be optimistic. Yeah, kiss Trump's wall. So let's watch this. This will be fun. So this was sent to us by Jonas. Apparently, this is an Israeli family getting kicked out of a Portuguese ice cream shop. I wish Tiago was here. I do enjoy watching videos of like Europeans refusing to serve Israelis and things like that. It's fun, right? It's fun. I also like how offended the Israelis get, even though the state that they are from literally is an apartheid state that has this sort of exclusion built into their laws. Okay. Yeah, the ice cream shop was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Hilarious. Okay, so let's watch this real fast. All right.
Why?
Because you are mistreating the customers?
You said free Palestine? Yes.
Oh, then
See? Said free Palestine.
I love that. So they lied and said that they were being harassed, even though all they said was free Palestine. Okay.
أي مكان في البرتغال تقدر تشرب القهوة بتاعتك.
Oh my God.
باليورو أو 2 يورو لو مع الباستيل ب 3 يورو. يعني الأسعار ثابتة في كل مكان ولكن خلينا نقول إنه.
All right.
How are you?
Very good.
Very good, very nice.
Very nice.
Where are you from?
From the sacred land.
Huh?
From the sacred land. Oh my God, they're so entitled. Okay.
From the ancient sacred land.
An ancient sacred land. Okay.
Which country?
Israel.
Israel.
Yeah.
Free Palestine.
Yeah. Why?
Free Palestine.
What is Palestine?
Okay. Oh my God, these fucking monsters. Okay, this is cute. I can't wait to see him banned. Yay.
Palestine is
no such country, no such people.
I can help you. You need to
Palestine
from the Hamas because he is attacking them.
From actually the thieves, the people that they steal their land.
They steal, no, we didn't steal any land. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. What is Israel? No such thing. That's what I would say. What's Israel? That's a thing. What is that?
Are you sure?
They don't have land.
You're sure you not steal people, killing kids?
The Hamas killing the citizens. They sitting on their houses, their apartments. They taking their
Look at this girl's. I love the hair on this woman back here. Look at her hair. That is some great curls. Do we see? I'm sorry, it's Pride Month. I have to do my gay bit. Look at the curls. These are great curls. This woman's hair is fantastic too. This is some great hair, I gotta say. I'm not complimenting them for being. I don't know if they're Israelis or not. I'm just saying I like the hair. Okay.
They kill and murder in 7th of October.
Yeah, they murder kids. You say.
Yes, they murder kids.
Who murder kids?
Hamas.
Hamas.
Yes,
Oh, not Israel.
No.
Are you sure?
Oh wait, they're okay. So they're actually the Israelis. I don't mean to compliment them. Whatever.
Yes, of course. I was there.
You was there where? Where you born?
Huh?
Where you were born?
Israel.
How old were you when you born in Israel?
That's true, Azul.
0. I was born in Israel.
No, sorry, which year?
1940.
And your father was born there?
Doesn't matter.
You don't know?
Doesn't matter.
Does not matter.
You don't know, but the action.
You need to,
okay.
You need to go. You need to go yourself to Gaza. Let's see if you're holding one day there.
If I hold the what?
One day there, they will kill you.
Who?
Gaza people.
The terrorist.
Portugal, the Dongo.
People say one word if you're going to be a gay. You're not allowed to be gay there. Go.
Oh my God, they're doing the pink washing. Did you hear that shit? I'm sorry. I'm going to put on this up. Did you hear that? She's like, you're not even allowed to be gay there. You're not even allowed to be gay there. Oh my God. I love it. I love the fucking pink washing. Oh my God. I am so sick of being used as a pawn by these people. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Literal NPC dialogue, classic Hospera bullshit. Like, yeah, great. So you're going to literally evaporate into tiny particles, aerosolize gay people by burning them alive and blowing them into pieces. But Hamas is the bad ones. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Yeah, oh, I know. Oh my God, Fox Emblem. I cannot stand these people.
What are you talking about? Being gay is better than killing kids? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What?
Okay, and you're not allowed to kill kids in Gaza as well. You're allowed, right?
7th of October, they didn't murder anyone.
Who?
Checking, because I think you have a member.
Oh, okay. You start the season from 7th of October, right? And before that, nothing happened, right?
Yeah, right. Guys, history started on October 7th. Don't you know that? Nothing happened before then. We literally have a phrase for that in history. It's called disappearing points, where things happen and then everyone seems to forget what came before it, okay, or what came after it. for example, in German history, the Nazis is a disappearing point. So a lot of people don't care about Germany after the Nazis were there. Like a lot of people don't even learn much about German history after the Nazis. So that's a disappearing point. Another one is something like this, where October 7th has become a disappearing point where no one, these folks don't give a shit about what happened before it. Okay, it just happened out of nowhere, I guess.
Oh, so you don't know what happened before? Okay. ما هذول إسرائيليين.
The Nova Festival.
What is this?
The Nova Festival. Okay, great. He's showing footage of October 7th.
The first policeman who came.
I have some footage. I could show this guy. The photo, an image of patients in a hospital bed burning alive after Israeli bombs were dropped on them. I see that in my nightmares. They really ought to show him that footage.
Saw all the bodies of the people who went to the festival. All the dead people.
No, of course it's not good, but killing is not good for anyone. But I don't think.
Yeah,
this is...
the music festival a mile away from a concentration camp. Okay, the music festival a mile away from a giant open air concentration camp. Oh God, guys! Oh no, what a shame! The concentration camp prisoners broke out of the concentration camp, and kind of went on a rampage. By the way, we're still not even sure of the details because of the Hannibal Directive, which means Israel is basically allowed to kill a bunch of their own soldiers and civilians if they need to suppress an uprising or whatever. Regardless, like, okay, cute. By the way, that's kind of like what happened with slaves in the American South, who would occasionally rise up and kill slave owners and sometimes their families, because that's what happens if you cage a lion and poke at it and kill its cubs. Eventually it's going to bite you, which is exactly what happened in Palestine. Anyway, fucking lunatics, I swear to God.
The Nova Festival. This is the Nova Festival.
I don't give a shit.
Exactly. We agree.
I know. Who would have thought, Jonas?
So how do you feel like when kids die?
Look,
this is war. There is loss to both sides.
Look, this is the first forces that came to the Nova Festival. Regular people.
Live in a country where they are bombing you.
Look, regular civilians, regular civilians.
Sitting still.
So this is
okay. Yeah. This old lady over here is like, but the Israelis are constantly being bombed. Well, all right.
This is what Israeli wants. They're killing people.
You know, Nazi Germany was bombed a whole hell of a lot, by the way. I'm just saying. You know, Nazi Germany was bombed a whole lot. They were horrible victims, don't you know? I mean, of course, they were at war with all the countries around them and were invading them and slaughtering their people and carting off tons of those people to concentration camps, bombing the shit out of them. Also bombing the countries around them. But don't worry, the Germany were the victims in this case, right? That bombing came out of nowhere.
Look,
the bombs are killing people.
Obviously,
yes.
Dolly boy.
If they're sending bombs over Israel, tens of bombs every day, they're killing people and civilians, not just soldiers.
Okay.
And that I want to see you living in a country and sitting like that.
You mean
come and kill me?
You mean sitting in Israel and just waiting till they kill us?
Yes.
And surrounding them like they're and genociding them. You support genocide, right? You are also from Israel. Wow, everyone is from Israel.
Yeah, why the fuck is this? Are all these Israelis around here? Jesus.
Everyone.
Guys, I wish so much I were the people at this table right here. I wish I were the people at this table, right? Like, you can tell they're just like listening. They're like, oh my God, we're in the middle of an argument. Oh my God, I wish I were a tourist there when this was happening. I would totally I'd be like licking my, ice cream and being like, oh shit. Like, it'd be so fun. I would enjoy it. I would probably speak up,
From Israel
though.
here today is actually
Anyway.
talking about how good is killing kids. I didn't.
I know,
talking.
Jay Williams. I
You're the
know.
one start talking. You're just staring at me.
That's why Israel's one of the most anti-Semitic places on the planet. Okay.
For no reason. Right? Why? Why?
Because you are mistreating the customers?
No, I'm not mistreating them. I was sitting here making a video and then he come talk to me. It's all in the video.
And what's the problem?
No problem. They just come and talk to me. Oh, we are from the country.
You asked us from where we are, then you said Free Palestine?
Yes.
And then you said, how are you murdering people?
Oh, wait.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, then never mind.
I love that woman. Oh, there we go. She's like, oh, wait. You said free Palestine? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. These guys are the bad ones. Thank you. I love her. All guys, if you're ever in a bad situation, find the woman with the colored hair. That's the one you want to go to, okay? If you got to find the alternate,
See?
find the woman with the
Said
colored hair.
3+.
All right? Like the women with the colored hair, always the ones that are like the best. Okay, you know, the stereotypical cat lady folks, they're the ones that will support you. Anyway, just saying.
יא ברצת, גם שם?
כן. שמע את הסיפור הזה ברצת.
שיהיה לה לבריאות.
שיהיה לה לבריאות, בדיוק.
But Sam, go back to when she says that. Oh, why? Did I miss something, Jonas? Did I miss something? God, these people are... Oh. Okay, what did I miss, Jonas? What did I miss? Watch their reactions.
Why?
Because you are mistreating the customers?
No, I'm not mistreating them. I was sitting here making a video and then he come talk to me. It's all in the video.
And what's the problem?
No problem. They just come and talk to me. Oh, we are from the country.
You asked us from where we are, then you said free Palestine.
Yes.
And then you said, how are you murdering people? And it's not the truth. And what is it?
Oh, wait.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, then never mind.
See? Said free Palestine.
יא ברצת? יא ברצת?
יא ברצת, גם שם?
כן. שמע את הסיפור הזה ברצת.
What was their react? Like they were like laughing and stuff.
שיהיה לה לבריאות.
שיהיה לה לבריאות, בדיוק.
אבל אתה
אני, גם אני
התחלת לדבר איתו.
Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't hear what he said.
אני
Okay.
לא התחלתי לדבר איתו.
يا جماعة اللي هي كانت بالمحل كمان قالت انه لا احنا فلسطين فري ومش عارف ايه فقلبتهم فبصراحة الناس دي يعني
Now
غبية
he's speaking Arabic, isn't he?
جدا جاية تعمل خناقة من غير سبب.
איך קיבינימט שתישרף ושתמות. הלוואי.
Okay. Now you speak something that I don't understand. It's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't understand the language they're speaking. Are they speaking Hebrew, I'm guessing?
Where you were born? Can you say, or you don't want to talk?
I was born in Israel. I'm Palestinian. I'm Palestinian. I was born in Israel.
What did she say?
Okay. Okay, that's explain everything. ده يا جماعة هي ردت على نفسها.
She answered herself and said she was born in Palestine.
كانت مولودة في فلسطين فسبحان الله يعني يا جماعة الناس يعني وقعوا بنفسهم كانت مولودة في دولة اسمها فلسطين ودلوقتي بتقول لا قصدي إسرائيل فالناس بصراحة يعني
That's funny. Oops. She accidentally she said she was born in Palestine. Oops, I meant Israel. Hey, you need to rewind if you want a translation. I didn't notice. Really, I didn't see a translation back when he said the stuff there. I didn't see any translation. I just see it this part.
غريبة جدا ربنا يكون في عونهم بس تخيل انت مولود يعني الحكومة بتاعتك عمالة بتقتل في الناس فهو ده رد فعلك.
That's true. This guy is brave.
يعني
I like this.
حاجة صعبة بس دي التجربة يا جماعة كانت في البرتغال وزي ما انتم شايفين كده الست صاحبة المحل كانت واقفة معانا وما رضيتش تديهم حتى مشروبات.
So they're not going to be served now?
البرتغال.
Oh my God. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Oh my God. I hate. Well, I guess that's justice of a sort, isn't it? Justice of a sort. All right, guys. I'm going to put my face up, right? I'm going to put my face up. I was not expecting the stream to take this turn to speaking about this stuff, but hey, it's hard to catch the reaction. I know when she's being so angelic, right? So guys, I'm going to go eat some food, etc. I'm hungry. But thank you guys for watching. I deeply appreciate it. That was an enjoyable stream. I hope you guys learned some shit or whatever. Okay. God, I know, Jay Williams. I know. So I'm going to go now. I've been streaming for what? About 5 hours? About 5 hours. Okay. Probably about 5 hours. All right. We good? We good? Well, actually, 1 second. Give me a second here. How about, you know what? Yeah, we'll stream. I'll stream more tomorrow. Okay, I'm definitely going to stream more tomorrow. Okay, I have to use the restroom anyway, and then I got to go eat. Okay, so let's go on, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you learned something about the gay rights movement, about a bunch of other stuff. Thank you guys for watching. So what am I going to say here, folks? What am I going to say here? You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine, free Sudan, free Iran, free Ukraine, free the Congo, free Venezuela, free Cuba, free everyone, everywhere, all at once. Okay, we're living. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country and in the UK, by the way, which thrives. Fascism thrives when people have lost faith in their institutions and they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms or revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center against fascists. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let the fucking fascists walk all over you. Fight back like the queens of Stonewall, okay? Take off your high heels and toss them and throw them at the enemy, okay? And on the wall behind me back here is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It's been passed on in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have and some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to send the Twitchers over to somewhere else. Thank you, everyone who watched. Okay. Please join the Discord if you haven't already. It is linked at the top of the chat. Also, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. You won't have to see ads anymore if you're over on Twitch. Okay, so let's see who we have here, where I can send you guys. I could raid Cody. Okay, I could raid Cody. It'd be kind of fun to raid Cody. You guys want to surprise Cody with a raid? Now, Cody isn't really like a political streamer, but it would be fun, I think, to raid Cody. Let's just raid Cody. Cody's a member of our community. So just for fun, I think it's a good streamer too. So let's raid Cody. Copy. Let's just randomly raid Cody. This will be kind of fun. All right, so we'll do raid. Raid Cody. All right, everyone ready? Over on Twitch, the raid on Cody has begun. Everyone say hi to Cody for me, okay? Okay, we good? All right. So I will see you everyone tomorrow. I love you all very much. Have pride in who you are, straight, gay, straight, trans, cis, whatever it may be. Love you all very much. Have a good rest of your day, and fuck Israel and the cops. Fuck them both at the same time. Bye-bye. Okay, guys. I'm going to go now. Bye-bye, folks.